7 minutes past the hour, leaning on 8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866 We Be Big. What's up? What's happening? We are ready to go. The Good Time Gang hopping around, focused, dialed in for another day. And we thank you for making the bold choice of, hey, yes, I'll support the show. I'll tune in. For those of you that don't know who we are and accidentally have it tuned into us, just hang on before you turn. We'll get everybody in here. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right is Michael Holmes. What's up, boys?
What up?
What if every time I said Michael Helms, I went Michael Holmes? Greg, do it.
It'd get on my nerves. It'd get on my nerves after a while.
Do it. Ready to go.
That's your thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to steal your
Michael
thunder.
Holmes.
I don't want to steal your thunder.
How's everybody doing?
Good. How was Hunts Vegas yesterday?
It was good. You know, I love old Huntsville.
I do too.
Huntsville, that's where my parents live in southeast Huntsville area, and get there a lot. And good to see them. They're doing so good. I was just telling them, I'm like, you know, I like where y'all are. Just keep going. We're progressing, right?
There you
And,
go.
That's all you can
so
ask
we
for.
knocked out a bunch yesterday.
Got it done. Checked it off the list.
We
moved
did.
on.
We did. We I
this,
treated
holla
it
that.
like, and I've heard you guys do it. Rick actually, we have a best of where he had to, back when Big Love was younger, he had to like go get a tree, get him a haircut, and Sherry sent him on all these chores to do, and he treated the day like a game. Like, all right, you know, being successful, you know, with the haircut, that's a touchdown.
Yeah.
You know, anything that you know that might come my way that I'm not successful on, the opponent scores. And so I had to kind of treat the day like a game. And on the agenda was knocking out their taxes, which at that age it's pretty easy. It's just a formality that we have to go through. It was swinging through his cardiologist to grab something.
Let's just get it all.
And then go to the eye doctor and get an update to make sure that the prescriptions and the eye drops can continue.
Yeah.
You know, just that's a formality. It was really a formality too, just to appease the
So when you have it
the
laid
doctor and the folks that are prescribing this. That okay, I've seen you. Yeah, we'll continue.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
And when you got it laid out like that and you got appointments at different times, if you mess one up,
Oh boy,
it affects this one.
yes.
So then you're trying to play catch up. If you lose time here, I got to make it up here.
Right.
It's kind of like a ball game.
Yeah.
Because if you mess up the first quarter, second quarter is going to be
Right.
a little different game plan.
So my so as I leave out, my goal was pull up at their house at 12:30, right at lunch.
That's goal one.
That's goal one. I pulled up at 12:27.
Met goal.
And Dad, it comes out into the to the garage. He goes, "Made it," and because he knows, I talked to him about our
Told
goals.
him got to get there.
I go in. Mom has already got us set up the little table where we go for taxes. She said, "Zip, no talking. Y'all go right to it," because they knew we were on a were on a mission.
Ooh, TurboTax.
We go in, and here we go. At first, I panicked a little bit because they've changed a few things, a couple of extra clicks, and some different things, and I get it.
Always messing
Could you
with
imagine
Sure.
trying to keep up with the latest
Oh.
IRS laws and the way things
Let's just go
change?
10% to
Incredible.
make it easy on everybody.
Not alive. So
No
they have
deductions,
to
10%.
right.
That's
So they have to adjust with that. And so I'm here. I go. It's really more of a punch in.
Yeah.
You know, I'm punching. I'm here. I go punching. Could we just get to standard, please? He'll take standard. Could we just get there? You know, and of course, you know, and I know it drives him crazy because he's sitting there, and you know, just he's the ears. He's listening. I'm reading, and if there's a question, okay, do this or whatever, and every now and then I'll go, ooh, and he'll go, what? Because he can't see the screen, and sometimes I mess with him, and I shouldn't.
Yeah,
I'm just
you
kidding,
shouldn't.
Dad.
Especially if you're ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
Sure.
So my goal was 1 hour.
On
We
that,
got to
on the
finish it in 1 hour.
TurboTax.
At 1:30, we need to be done.
Yeah.
Because we have to get to cardiologist by 2
Oh, you're
and
cutting
pick
it
up,
close.
Not.
get a sample until the other gets in, and then we got to get to the eye doctor by 2:30.
Yeah.
So I
Boy, you're
knew,
right. That's tight.
and
That's tight.
oh, it's real tight. And don't forget, I've blown through eating. It's just we ain't
Yeah,
eating.
that ain't
We
gonna
ain't-
happen.
hey,
Maybe
we're
grab
not.
something on the way home.
We're not eating. And so anyway, you want to know what time we finished? The TurboTax,
What time?
1:27.
Okay, still ahead.
So we're
Barely.
3 minutes ahead. And we showed out a little bit. We stood there and he. Oh, let me throw this in there. So with his eyesight, he has to get his smartphone, his iPhone, and do the classic invert. And you can actually ask SIRI, I'm not going to say it because y'all's phones will go crazy, to change the display or the brightness and all that. You can ask that person to change it to the classic invert, and it changes all the colors totally different. And he can see that, but only on certain apps. And then he has to go back to what it normally looks like. And he did the dang phone update. And so now everything's different. And I'm like, Dad, I know it's different. Your phone's not broke, though. They actually are trying to update and help you, but because you were in a system and things were working for you, to you it's different, and you can't make the adjustment.
I feel his pain. I know. I'm saying.
So the other request was, can you please look at my phone? And so I'm sitting there going, we got about 8 minutes, and look, I shouldn't have done it. We should have gone and gotten there early, and so I said, let me see your phone. So we start going through it, and we figure it out. We figure out, like, okay, this is what you do, and this is how you do it. And he likes remember the old iPhones that had the little button, the home button, and you click it.
Yeah.
Well, that's his default, and because of not being able to see the new ones, you just kind of slide up and it changes. So he likes that little button.
Yeah.
So he hits that button, and that activates what he needs to do. And so we fixed it, and probably left a little late. By now it's 20 till, and I'm like, I got to get there. I got to get in the parking deck. I got to run in. So I go in and I get there, y'all, right. I mean, I'm talking about we pull up, it's 1:58. I walk in, and I don't know how it happened. The front parking spot opened up, and I just parked. Dad,
so you parked in a handicap spot?
Well, no, it was we should. They need to have a handicap tag. To be honest with you, I don't know why they don't. But anyway, it was just a regular parking spot. So I'll run in and I tell them I'm there, and I have to tell them my birthday, which is August 9th, 1940.
That's your birthday.
No, that's Dad's. But to see them look at me like, what's your what? No, my dad's in the car.
Wow, you aged well.
All right, so it took a little bit longer than I want to get what we needed. I come out at 2:21. The other appointment's at 2:30, and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, the opponent's driving. I mean, right now,
you can't even get out of the parking lot.
Yeah, right now, I'm pitching a shutout and we're winning. But I could give up at least a field goal. So we get out. Of course, there was some comedy to it. A man that can't see is giving me directions.
Sure.
Okay. Dad, where are we going? Well, get on Franklin, take a left, and you're going to go X amount of blocks.
Amazing.
Dad, could you? What's the name of the place? It's the Eye Center. Oh, that's a creative name.
Yeah.
All right.
That sums it up.
It's right in downtown. Right in downtown Huntsville.
Eye care was taken.
Eye doctor and eye care were taken.
So and you want green lights, all right?
You do.
And because there's a lot of lights.
Yeah.
Okay, in
of
the nice historic, beautiful downtown Huntsville area.
A lot of them lights will sit a minute.
Yeah. And but hey, you know what we're doing? Right over Clinton Avenue. Ooh, right over that avenue. Ooh, right over that avenue. Yeah. We pull up, and I don't know. Y'all tell me if this is a win or not. At 2:31 for a 2:30 appointment, but the front parking spot was open. When I walk in,
considering you started out at 9 minutes,
when I walk in, there's nobody really in the waiting room, and they go, "Well, hello, how are you?" And then we're like, "Hey, we're sorry." "Oh no, you're fine." So
like
what do y'all think about that?
Like
what do y'all
the time
think?
clock where I used to work at Food World, you had the 15 after.
Okay.
They give you a window.
So is that a win or did I lose?
I don't think it was a win or a loss.
Okay.
Yeah, just cancel out.
Yeah, just cancel stuff out.
Now we had a pretty long appointment there, but we get back. I get them settled. Hang out for a little bit, and then on the way out, I go.
Long day, done, success.
How about Madison, Alabama's growing?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's
and
growing.
you'll get in a traffic jam for sure.
A lot of people there.
Yeah, but made it home.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before your out-of-warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba. When inflation is this high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save on everyday items. That's why I have to tell you about Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you get cash back on every purchase. Now, to get started, download the free Upside app and use the promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Get cash back today with Upside. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, they have over 12,000 five-star reviews, and nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. Helix offers customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. Helix mattresses deliver right to your door free of charge, and you get to try them out in your home for 100 nights. Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders right now. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. The stock market dropped 24% last year, so why are some people smiling? Because they own gold. And that makes now an opportunistic time to invest in gold. In fact, one CNBC expert predicts gold could go up 100%, hitting $4,000 an ounce this year. Get your free wealth protection investor guide from Lear Capital and receive up to $15,000 in free bonus gold based on the value of your purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or call 1-800-664-3066. Skip extra trips to the grocery store and spend more time doing the things you love with tasty HelloFresh recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients delivered right to the door. HelloFresh has 40 weekly recipes and over 70 seasonal and convenience items to choose from for more choices than ever before. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no
23 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour, and the Good Time Gang is live. And we thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. How about Chris and Aaron Adler expecting their second this week, and we're so excited for the Adlers. And so, baby watch, and we'll just scream during the break, baby watch, and Adler will echo it from the TV room, baby watch. So just be thinking about them, keep them in your prayers. Everything goes well. Excited about that this week, and so we'll continue to update you. But we could lose him towards the end of the week, as of course he's going to be taking care of that, and as they add their second child. It gets real now, doesn't it? For those of us that have more than one.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all ever watch, were y'all into Laverne and Shirley at all?
Yes,
you liked
absolutely.
it. You liked
absolutely.
it. Helmsy, do you even remember it? Or are you too young?
No, I remember it. I think my mom. I don't want to pull Dad into this, but I think Mom watched that a good bit.
Lenny
he
and
may
Squeaky.
have watched it.
Remember Lenny and Squeaky?
Yeah.
But
of course I did.
But I remember it being on. But I
I was a huge fan.
I did not know.
Cindy Williams.
Think
They worked at a beer factory.
Yeah. Yeah. Cindy Williams, who was Shirley, she died at age 75 yesterday. She died. It says that's weird.
I don't remember what else she was in, but I remember her from that.
She died
definitely.
it looks like maybe last week, I guess, because it says she died on Wednesday at age 75 following a brief illness. I don't know. It doesn't really say what that is, but anyway, the family spokesperson released a statement on Fox News Digital on behalf of Williams's children and said that she died on Wednesday at age 75, and it just says a brief illness.
It was a funny show.
Yeah, it really was.
Wasn't there a catchy little intro that they? What was that?
Stamil, Shimangel.
That's it. Okay.
And yes. I can't remember the words. Then they sing dun 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 dun.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I know exactly.
They're
what
walking
you're
down the
talking
street doing some little.
It is weird, Speedy, that this story is it's all over today and yesterday, but it looks as if she passed away last week. That is strange.
Yeah, it is, and it's. I think what it is, I guess maybe it was just because it says that family was important or what. It just looks like maybe it was just kind of they kept it to themselves and have come out now though and just said, hey, it's official. She passed away at age 75. I didn't know that she also starred.
Is Laverne dead?
In George Lucas's 1973 film American Graffiti.
Yeah, her and Ron Howard. And Richard Dreyfuss.
Yeah,
it's good. You ever seen that movie? American Graffiti is good.
I don't think I have.
Good movie. Little trivia for you. You know where that series, what it spun off of? Laverne and Shirley. It was spun off of another series.
What's that?
Happy Days.
I think I did.
They were on Happy
know.
Days as Laverne and Shirley. They were going.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's it.
Damn.
I think I do know that, but I forgot.
Yeah. It's like I think it seemed like Fonzie set Richie up on a date, and it was Laverne. He was dating Laverne and Shirley. But anyway.
Yeah.
But that's where the characters came from when they spun it off into another series.
And Penny Marshall, who co-starred her, she passed away in 2018 at 70.
Right.
Wow, she was also 75.
She was a big movie director, Penny Marshall. She directed a bunch of movies that you'd heard of.
How about this? Did you know that Penny Marshall was the sister of Gary Marshall, who co-created the series?
Yeah.
I did not know that. But anyway, Laverne and Shirley,
Oh, when I was a kid.
Yeah.
That was all the time.
Yeah.
Happy Days. I loved Happy Days.
Yeah. I thought. Who did you like the best, Laverne or Shirley the best?
Laverne was a smart aleck.
Yeah, Shirley was kind of fun. She was pretty funny.
They were both funny.
Yeah.
But Laverne was just a smart aleck, which was pretty
Yeah.
good. And she had that cursive L on all of her clothes.
Yeah. For those of you that are too young and you don't know what we're talking about, I'm sure you can. Someone, Netflix or somebody, I'm sure you can sit there and watch some of their old series because some of that stuff is now available to stream. But it goes back to, remember how we talked about having hard copies of everything and depending on streaming? If it's not, which I'm sure it is, it's like, what, does it just go away forever? I mean, who keeps it going? I know that like on cable and stuff, you've got TV, like, TV Land and all that just constantly play old sitcoms and stuff.
Oh, yeah, I love that.
But yeah,
Little Sanford and Son.
Yeah, that was a good one though.
Good.
That was a good
Yeah,
one.
Laverne and Shirley, I remember it being in prime time. It was a big show. Big show.
Cindy Williams, who played Shirley on Laverne and Shirley, has died at age 75. It says after a brief illness. I don't know what that is. It's going to bug me.
Yeah. I remember
But
you,
we'll look into
you
it.
talked about how you loved Chachi Loves Joni. I couldn't think of the name. It was another spinoff of Happy Day.
Yeah.
Joni Loves Chachi. I got it backwards, I think.
Oh, you're something else.
I can't remember.
All right. Also today, I was just looking, and it's Radio Goo, but we don't always do it. Hey, today's national, but I see today's like National Hot Chocolate Day. Are y'all big hot chocolate people?
Y'all
y'all go to hot
Yeah.
chocolate?
I don't dislike it. I
Yeah.
just never really do it.
If I'm out and about, let's say, for instance, I'm out cutting a Christmas tree down with a family or getting a Christmas tree at
You
a
went to
Christmas
Christmas
tree lot.
tree,
Well, that's the
okay.
first thing I thought. It kind of takes me in that mode. And they're serving hot chocolate. I'm grabbing a cup. If I'm at church
good.
before the Christmas Eve service and in the lobby they got hot chocolate, I'm grabbing it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not at home making
You
it.
don't seek it out.
So I've
Yeah.
noticed a theme. It's around the holidays. That's only
If you have-
Well,
if
if
you
you
haven't run
notice,
across
those are
it-
kind of the things that they offer. I mean, sometimes at ball games they'll do that, but I don't get out to many high school ball games much
Let me
anymore.
tell you this.
Does that upset your stomach? Does it go right through y'all? No.
Ball games, when
Yeah.
it finally gets cold, which it never
Ooh,
does
yeah,
now, but when it
yeah.
finally gets cold, as a parent working in the concession stand, hot chocolate is a big item.
Yeah.
How about-
we couldn't keep it. I mean, we'd sell it out every time.
Yeah. How about those cold hands and you're holding the cup and it's warm?
People would stand in line for a long time. They're missing the game, just
Okay.
wanting hot
Yeah.
chocolate.
We've got some of that instant stuff at the house, but nobody ever.
Marshmallows
we never,
or no?
Yeah, I'm a marshmallow guy.
No, just give me the hot chocolate.
I can go either way.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When inflation is high, we're all pros at finding creative ways to save, whether it's driving that extra mile for lower gas prices or grocery shopping on sale days. Saving money has never been so important. That's why we got to tell you about our new favorite way to save, Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, dines out. With Upside, you're not getting slammed by inflated prices because you're getting cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app, use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on that first tank of gas. Next, you just claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside, check in at the business, pay as usual with your credit or debit card, and get paid. Upside users are earning more than $1 million each week. That's probably why they have a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Download the free Upside app, use the promo code BUBBA25, get 25 cents or more back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code BUBBA25. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried the Innovative Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix sleep quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
25 minutes till top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick Bubba Adler, who's on Baby Watch, is joining us right after top of the hour for the main show. So we're hanging out, looking through some of the stories of the day, and have been doing so, recapping yesterday as well for some of us. And so as we continue to move forward, we'll take your phone calls if you would like. They'll be unscreened, 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's always an option for you. Just know when we say hello, hey, you're on the air. So that's there for you. There's a a ton of stories out today, and some of them we'll just leave for the guys. But just one quick update is the 49ers quarterback, Brock Purdy, had to leave the game. We talked about that against the Eagles after his arm was hit in a throwing motion, and he couldn't feel his fingers, couldn't grip the ball. They didn't know what the deal was. Did he just damage his nerve and gonna get the feeling back? Well, it's now come out he actually has a torn UCL. So the 49ers are recommending surgery, but they are getting a second opinion. But he suffered a torn UCL in his right elbow that will keep him out. It says for 6 months. The official Tommy John, which is what you have, the Tommy John surgery when you have a torn UCL, that's normally 12 to 14-month recovery to be 100%. They've got advancements in that surgery that, you could have you back in 6 to 8 months. It just depends on the severity of that tear. And so I'm sure he's seeking those second opinions, but that's pretty optimistic if he's got a torn UCL to say that he's going to be back in 6 months. But with, I don't know with football players and quarterbacks, it's a different throwing motion than pitchers in baseball. So I'm not sure who would do the surgery or who's saying the 6 months, but they do have options that are available that I know that some of the boys have had friends that are like, hey, yeah, my UCL's messed up, but I'm having such and such done, which is not as much a recovery as the full
Well, it's a
Tommy
complete
John.
tear.
I know. So that's that's weird that it just says 6 months, but we'll go with what the story says right now. But
It
he
also
is,
said he's trying to get another opinion.
Yeah. But that is the official word coming out of the 49ers. And I saw where what's his name? I wish I'd have known. The quarterback, the Cowboys offensive coordinator.
Oh yeah, Kellen Moore.
Yeah, he's already the I think the San Francisco Chargers have already picked him up. I mean, LA Chargers have already picked him up as the OC.
Oh,
so
really?
He's going to be over there now.
Yeah.
Well, so he's
going
went out of work long.
That wasn't long at all.
No.
Yeah. Good for him.
I mean, not at all.
He seems like he's one of those guys that gets in there and gets after it.
Yeah, just think about all the Cowboy swag he's got to get rid of and get his new stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just leave that behind.
You do. You leave it for the next guy.
Yeah, maybe we're the same size.
Yeah.
Phones and everything.
I can actually relate to that.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw that, we talk about transfer portals, and I'm surprised Bubba has not brought this. This is right up his alley. Did you see where this engaged couple, one of them plays football, one of them plays volleyball, and they've transferred to Mississippi State from Georgia? From the port, yeah.
Well, how sweet.
I knew you were going to go there. So they got them a nice little picture of them sitting there, and
wow,
they're
love in the portal.
I think the comment was like, it's still going to be dogs or staying dogs or something like that. But
yeah, of course we'll find something we don't like.
I just thought
too.
that's taking it to a whole different level there, where you've convinced Mississippi State that, hey, not only I can bring my fiance who can play football, or either he said, hey, I can come bring my fiance and play. Yeah,
I think the woman wanted to leave. I don't know. That's the first thing pops in our mind. Let's go.
Really? Is that where you're headed?
State. They don't treat us right here. We're not as important.
Right.
Greg.
You mentioned Georgia. The more sad news about that the wreck and everything.
Terrible.
Now there's more coming out in this stories that have a day or two old that the vehicle that they were traveling in was for recruiting only and not personal use and stuff. It's just more coming out about it. It's just a sad situation, man.
Yeah, when the aftermath of stuff like that.
Yeah. Stuff.
People died. That's terrible.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I had not heard that story yet, Helmsy. That's a little package deal.
Ooh, we're
don't
in the portal
start
together.
Vegas,
Yeah,
huh?
we're in the portal together, and we land
a couple
at the
that
same spot.
transports together stays together. Man, sweet. What a sweet story right here at Valentine.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, we got a few. We got a few weeks.
Yeah,
It is.
February.
It is weird that today's the last day of January.
Yeah, it is weird.
There was a story I didn't
Merry
print.
Christmas.
I didn't print yesterday, but I wanted this one, and
Yeah.
I'm pointing to my left for those of you who can't see us, and that's pointing right at Greg. I wanted to get his commentary on it, but they said the secret to marriage is to celebrate Valentine's Day. And it was probably some woke,
Is that right?
author.
No, there's
of
Hallmark.
the story.
Hallmarks who come up with that.
Don't get him going on Valentine's.
You know what I'm saying?
Look at that face.
Nah, I'm just,
Yeah, they said, Greg, the secret to marriage is not just moving on past the days, make it special for your loved one.
Well, good deal.
Greg.
I participate in Valentine's.
The normal response, not from you, but for others, every day's Valentine's Day at our house.
Yeah, which is
Okay.
They're lying.
Yeah.
They are lying. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Right.
Sounds cheesy.
There's a company
corny.
line.
Every day.
Every day
I-
is.
Let's talk real quick about Lunchroom ladies and
All right,
this
time
story
you
you have
How
from
did?
this.
Okay, so I didn't know where
Because-
you were going.
Well, in the break, he was telling us about a story that he wanted to mention, and let's talk more. Let's talk about Lunchroom ladies and what this one woman did during the pandemic, Greg, that you were talking about during
Yeah.
the break.
Oh yeah.
Let's talk.
She stole $1.5 million worth of chicken wings. That's a lot of chicken wings. Basically, she was a cafeteria worker at school, and during
Right.
the pandemic, when it was shut down, they were still serving meals. You could come by and get them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, somehow she's ordering because they looked on the. How did it get that high?
I'm about
somebody
to
knows?
say,
I don't know
good night.
who handles their accounting there, but anyway, they got to looking. They don't even order chicken wings at that. They said because they have bones in them, we don't serve them. But she had $1.5 million worth. I'm like, she must have had a supplier that she was supplying. They were selling them on the market or whatever.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't eating $1.5 million.
No.
Probably ate a few.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah,
she kicked
yeah.
a few boxes
Well,
to the
you know
side.
what you-
But that sounds like got me a little business going here.
Yeah, probably maybe added just a little with each delivery, so it wasn't noticeable. Maybe.
Yeah. But
you know?
what's funny when you go, well, wow, what'd you get in trouble for? Well, I stole $1.5 million worth of chicken wings.
$1.5
That's a lot of
million
wings. I know wings are expensive, but that's quite the bill.
And you say the $1.5 million is just the purchase of them?
Yeah,
that's not her flipping them.
no.
So,
don't think they
I
know
mean,
what she
good
got
night.
for 'em. That's just how
She
much
had her little
bought.
racket going.
And again, somebody ain't watching. If
Right.
it got that long, and we don't even order chicken wings here, and we let that go under the radar, that many chicken wings.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, we don't even have chicken wings.
Right.
And you know they weren't serving as much as they normally do with people just coming by and getting it.
Yeah.
Somebody wasn't paying attention. Of course, then again, she was working. It may have been her. May have been her job.
Yeah,
to
maybe she
check
was in charge
part
of the purchase budget. And
I don't know.
She was just
Maybe.
kind of sliding one on by everybody.
She had a little business going
Good
on.
night.
Talking about taking advantage of a situation.
How is the old lunchroom cafeteria food now? Is it any better?
I don't know. You know, when I was in school, they came up with this a la carte line. We thought that was the greatest thing, where you didn't have to just eat. They had the regular lunch, and then you could go get what you wanted.
Right.
You know, it was limited what they
Yeah,
had on it.
yeah,
Like we get a pizza every day or something.
Right.
But
no flat pizza, squares.
I'm sure maybe it's a little bit. You had controversy when they went to the healthy route.
Oh yeah.
Haven't they walked that
Oh
back
yeah,
a little
Michelle
bit? 'Cause
Obama.
your
That was
kids
her
went
focus.
through that, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean during the Michelle Obama
Yeah.
years, I mean they went from I'm feeding you to here's one chicken finger, and the kids are starving. So really, I think at
And they
that
give 'em
point,
stuff they didn't like.
it turned into in order to eat right, I got to bring my own food.
Yeah.
And so the Rick and Bubba lunchbox was a big hit back in
I
the
forgot
day.
about that.
But so
lunchbox.
the kids have they took their own food. And did you ever, when everybody would bring the food, did you ever do any trading? Like I want that
absolutely.
sandwich. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Reese said that was a big deal with them.
We
They
would
would open
trade
it up and they start trading.
Cookies or something like that.
Yeah.
I'll give me that Twinkie for these cookies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, I took my lunch, and I used to get fired up when I looked and I had tuna fish sandwich.
Oh.
I was like, ooh, because most of the time it's
So
just
that's
peanut
where this
butter and-
tuna fish comes from that you so
I love
love.
tuna fish.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it goes all the way back to
Yeah.
a kid.
Because I didn't get it a lot, but all of a sudden I got tuna fish.
And I got to
that.
thank y'all for something because I never did hot sauce with tuna fish.
Oh yeah.
I do hot sauce with everything.
You
though.
do.
I don't do it.
But
I'll
but I
either
didn't
go-
I didn't drip it. Knock it in there.
If
a
I
little
go
bit.
tuna fish salad, like if I'm putting mayonnaise and relish and all that in
Right.
there, I don't put the hot sauce.
Yeah.
But if I just go straight up tuna out of the can, I put hot sauce
Yeah.
on it.
How about
So,
when
I like to stick it in the
how about
macaroni
when-
and cheese.
Yeah, well, I was going to say we had a little run that we would buy the little mac and cheese.
Remember, I like to burn the
instant-
building down.
Yeah, boy, did you? And then throw the tuna in and mix it together.
That's a good little
Had a
combo.
little something going.
Little
But if
tuna
you ever
helper.
just ate it out of the can, you wanted to open up the can, drain it out, throw a little hot sauce in there, and it wasn't as tough to get
Now, I'm
down.
picky on my tuna. I don't like the dark tuna, the cat food tuna, I call
Right.
it. I like either
Thank you for that,
albacore
Greg.
Yeah, the
or
albacore's better.
I like the gold can.
You're
the
high
select
class
cut.
tuna. We
Right.
get it.
Yeah, I don't just have any tuna.
Speaking of food, I went by the old studio last night.
Yeah.
And there's another restaurant going in,
Yeah.
like right next to the
Standard,
door.
yes, yeah. I
What
was
is
there
it?
Right
last week.
What do they
So
serve?
burgers,
burgers,
hot
and stuff.
dogs, and chicken fingers, and just it
There's
looks
so many restaurants around there.
I know.
I
so
mean, look-
so right now you've got Taco Mama, and then Davenport's Pizza, and then the standard, and we would have still been in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I mean,
It was where was it a physical therapist that was there?
That was
maybe,
a
in that
chiropractor.
location? Okay,
Oh, I know what
chiropractor.
you're talking about.
Yeah.
So it's right there now.
Right.
Yeah. Align your spine.
Yeah, it is. It was really nice, but you know what I was thinking? I think I called you. Remember, I was telling you something about the new restaurant.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and because we had to talk about something
Yeah,
else.
why
but
were you over there working out? And you told me.
I had gone over there. Hobie needed to. He had something. I think he had a hair appointment. Anyway,
Oh,
he had to be
yeah.
on that
Oh,
end
your
of town.
daddy.
So on the back side, he needed to be over there. So yeah, I don't mind riding over because we normally just go right down the road.
True.
And so I walked out, Helmsy, and saw that place. And I
Caught me
thought
off
to
guard. I
myself,
didn't know.
man, this place is really, really, continuing to grow. But then I thought about, could you imagine the noise and the sound of all the construction of all these new places going in? Because remember, that used to bug
we
us.
used to have to deal. They're glad we're not there because they ain't got to wait till after 10.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
I bet you they're getting after it.
Yeah, they can start anytime they want now.
Yeah.
Of course, the other businesses probably are.
But the thing about it, because it was up, above a parking deck and stuff, if they're banging on a pipe
Oh, it sounded like it
half
was
a
in
block
that way.
away, it's like they were underneath us.
Yeah.
So the old place still empty?
Yeah.
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 Hadn't changed since
No,
we left.
no.
Oh, a little nostalgia.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating, but here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other, too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
Today on Hey Culligan, reverse to reduce. Here's Bob.
Hey, Culligan, I love fresh water, but I got plastic bottles coming out.
Whoa, Bob, you are not kidding about the bottles. But did you know Culligan's reverse osmosis and always-on drinking water systems provide fresh, clean, delicious drinking water and help reduce the equivalent of over 15 billion plastic bottles from landfills worldwide?
Holy, fresh, environmentally friendly drinking water. Am I right?
Right, Bob. And we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Here at Boot Barn, our objective is to build the perfect boot. We do take our time ensuring that every step is done correctly. For a boot to last you for a lifetime, you've got to properly build the boots. Hand craftsmanship is, in my opinion, the only way you're going to achieve that. We handcraft our boots. 160 people take a boot from start to finish. We have skilled artisans at every stage of the game. We've been handcrafting boots since the beginning here at Boot Barn, and we'll continue to do so.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund ×2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know that every week over 50 million job seekers check on LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan, or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour, and it's the Rick and Bubba Show. And, this is something, I know, Helmsy, you took it for a while. You probably be back on it. Might still be taken. I can't remember. But I have started Field of Greens.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Field of Greens.
Field of Greens. This portion of the show is brought to you by fieldofgreens.com. And I started taking it because I was like, I feel like there's parts of the day. And, look, sleep has a lot to do with that. But there was parts of the day I felt like I was just sluggish, wasn't moving good.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I need to change something.
You weren't green
up.
enough.
I mean, you try to eat good, you try to exercise and stuff, but you want to make sure that you're getting, all your vegetables and different things. And if some of you aren't fans of vegetables, and I know you, or there's maybe you don't have time to prepare what you need to each and every day, fieldofgreens.com, that's where they can come in. It's science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables that you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you naturally burn calories faster and lose weight, a healthy way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at your next checkup with the doctor. So if you want to wow them, get 15% off your first order. Just go to fieldofgreens.com. That's fieldofgreens.com, and then use promo code BUBBA there at checkout when it asks you for the promo code. Promo code BUBBA at fieldofgreens.com and save 15% today. And feel better.
What I love about it is...
or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Is that there's no way, the way my day is involved with so many different things, I can't sit down from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed and eat the proper amount of fruits and vegetables.
Right.
And where this comes into play.
Yeah. Back in the day, there was a product called Juice Plus, and... The boys took that, and it was that's what it was, but it was in a tablet form or whatever. But this is great.
It is.
I try to get it. We're all about routines.
Sure.
And my routine is I have it sitting out where when I get up and I go to the kitchen, there it is, and I just mix it right before I get in the shower, and it doesn't taste bad either. You would think that something that has that green powder or whatever it's going to.
Yeah, don't drink it around Greg because he's going to comment about it looking like something, and then you're no longer going to drink it.
Yeah.
But it tastes good.
It does. It does.
Yeah, it ain't about looks.
I just fill up little cold water from the refrigerator, and then boom, shake it up and
down the old hatch.
You know me, I kill things. I don't sip them.
Yeah,
I usually mix it with a fruit, like a fruit juice or like my Spark.
Do you really?
Yeah.
All right.
Enhances it a bit.
It's just good I just go ahead and drink it.
That's that weird color you get.
See, here we go.
That's your fault.
So where are you guys when it comes to, look, we're all busy. We're all running pretty hard. Oh, yawning. You all right?
It's too early for that,
Yeah.
Greg.
It was a
the wine.
You know what it was? It was a closed mouth yawn.
Yeah,
that's tough.
I was trying to squelch it.
When you try to yawn through
I didn't
your
want to make noise.
Right, when you yawn through your nose, that's tough.
I didn't want to make noise.
Makes your eyes water.
Trying to be a professional.
Yeah. I know that we are about checkups. Dental checkups are big, right?
Yeah, doctor doesn't he?
And we try to stay on top of that. I know the two of you don't do it because every time I say this, you go, I need to do that. But going to the dermatologist is big.
I do because
That's
I've
the one
I've had them removed.
Yeah.
I've had the Mohs procedure like 3 times.
Yeah.
And I've missed my last
Here we
couple
go.
rounds.
You ready?
Yeah.
I got a spot or two. I need to get looked at.
Yeah.
Today is dermatologist day for me.
So you gonna peel your head again?
You can hear it tomorrow. You're gonna have it
all.
all.
I'm gonna look. Just do me a favor.
Like you've been stung by
Every
bees.
time we came in and his whole head was peeling.
Yeah, just do
Not
me
in
a
a wasp
favor.
nest.
Yeah.
Y'all don't get on me too because it's gonna look like I've either gotten punched in the face or I've got little whelps all over me like
nicks.
I've been stung by bees, and that's where they're gonna start freezing stuff off. But when you're
checking your crack.
when you're fair skinned and bald,
you don't have to go there.
You don't think they will?
Well, I will say this:
There
they
was
do
somebody-
now let you keep your underwear on.
There was somebody just a minute ago that was like,
Dirty
man,
crack.
I'm going to go and get this done. And now that you've thrown that out there, there's no way.
Look,
it ain't
it's
a big deal.
it's no fun, and I mean I'm forcing myself to go and keep it on the schedule. But man, when they tell you, hey, how you doing? Good. Okay, great. Well, look, so and so is going to be coming back in. Just if you would, just
drop your drawers.
Take everything off. You can leave your underwear on, and here's this little cover, and they give you this plastic, like almost like a table cover that's just and it covers nothing. And then you sit there on the edge of the bed or the patient seat or whatever you call it, and you sit there and you're trying to sit like you're cool, and you don't know how to do that. And then there's this big long length mirror right in front of you that you're just looking right back at you and you're like, hey, there I am.
Hey, how you doing? Here I am in my underwear.
And then the doctor comes in, and I guess every female in the market is interning at the time, and doing some clinical work. And so they're like, it's at one point, I last visit, I said, y'all just want to keep the door open and just let everybody come on in.
Let's walk in and out on the way like a procession.
Yeah. Do you think before they come in, they go, hey, look, now we got this one fair-skinned kid.
Yeah,
in.
look.
He's bald, so
we want to blue light him, which makes his head peel.
Right, and so we're going to really freeze him up. You want to come on in and look at it?
You got a lot of work here. You experience a little bit of everything.
And they look at their pad from your life. Oh, wow. So you had that. Okay,
Get the freezing thing out.
So that's today.
Well,
that's
good
today.
for you.
And, Greg, a lot of folks are wanting to know, since today, if you're listening live, is the last day of January. Is this the last day anybody can wish you Happy New Year?
No, that was like 3 weeks ago. You missed it. Yeah. It's done. That was the 3rd.
I will say
the
that
3rd. I added a day this year.
I haven't heard as many Happy New Years.
I haven't either.
Yeah, because people are not stupid.
Okay. All right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sure, we'd love to.
Of stealing a Coca-Cola delivery truck from this convenience store this morning and leading law enforcement on a high-speed chase that ended on the Evelyn Gandy Parkway. He's in custody, facing numerous charges. Man is, however, asking for understanding tonight. She says her son, who spent 2 years in prison for cyberstalking, is a troubled person who has suffered from mental health and addiction issues for most of his life.
We tried all the different treatments. Nothing seemed to work. And people fall through the cracks, and for some reason he kept falling through the cracks.
Man hopes that her son's arrest will be a turning point for him and that he will finally get the help that she says he deserves.
I actually honestly believe that maybe he wanted to go to jail because he feels like he can't survive out here. He doesn't know what to do, nowhere to turn. And he's lonely, and he's hurting. And I guess that's the part that bothers me the most. It's the guilt that I haven't been able to do anything for this lonely human being that's my own child.
Kendrick's charges include grand larceny auto, eluding law officers, and reckless driving. Charles Harrington, WDAM 7 News.
Kendrick's first appearance.
I'd like to know, is a Coca-Cola truck that easy to drive, or did he just have the expertise to do it?
He looked like he knew what he was doing.
I'll tell you what,
He had her up to speed. He had to go through some gears to get there.
Well, nowadays, they're all automatic. So are they? Yeah, pretty much.
How about that Coca-Cola driver that had to call 911 that came in and said, hey, somebody stole my truck?
Don't you know they thought it was a hoax to begin with? They had to.
Yeah.
And I'm not being insensitive.
That means he is, y'all.
I wish you would have
If the mom had not been so nice, this would be a much funnier
Here
story.
comes a rude threat. That, and Speedy, I wish we would cut it off for that part. But her initial reaction, your life's tough when your kid calls you and the authorities call you and go, we got your son for stealing a Coca-Cola truck and leading us on a high-speed chase. You go, whew, boy, it could have been worse. I know. Because you hear at the beginning?
Yeah.
Oh, it's that? Well, that's nothing. Could have been worse.
Well, I understand what she's saying. She's saying he's
I know, but I'm just saying,
Your heart goes
what a
out to
stressful
her.
line. Most people would go, oh, my goodness, my kid stole a Coke truck.
Yeah, you've had a rough life.
She's like, that's nothing.
Yeah, you've had you've had a tough time, and she said he had. You've had a tough time, as Greg said. Most people, their whole day changes
dramatically if someone calls and says that one of our sons has stolen a Coca-Cola truck and has led police on a high-speed chase. That is a game changer.
Yeah.
For her, it was a relief.
That tells you what she's been
what
through.
the other call she's had.
Right.
Good night.
Coke truck.
So I am curious though about the decision for the Coke truck. Was that? She said he had some addictions. Is he addicted to Coca-Cola or?
Okay.
Well, why a Coke truck?
Maybe just any.
It was just
any
it
old
was
truck.
opportunity.
At one point, when you look up,
Could have been a cement mixture. Would he have grabbed it?
At one point, when you look up and you see that high-speed chase, and you see the
sorry.
18-wheeler, and you see the logos,
Right.
it's Smokey and the Bandit.
That's exactly. I have not seen a scene like that since Smokey and the
What if
Bandit.
she said, "My son's had a tough time. He wants to be called Snowman"?
Rick.
I'm just saying.
You can't say that.
That's pretty
Come
good.
on.
Because that's what it looked
And
like.
I'll say this, like we said,
That's
he
what
looked
it looked
like he
like.
was in
It
control.
looked exactly like
I
that.
haven't seen him back the vehicle yet, but I mean, if he straightened out, he could get a job there because
Yeah.
he looked like he was handling that truck.
He
pretty
actually
well.
looked like he drove the truck quite well.
Yeah.
Guys,
He
That
wasn't
may be a
scared to go
job
fast.
opportunity.
Need to shut that
for
door
him.
on the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like it took a little abuse coming out of there.
did.
Yeah.
You know that.
yeah.
What about the driver though?
y'all
He
see the
loads his hand trucks up, and he's in the store, and he comes back out, and the truck is gone. What in the world is he?
Y'all,
thinking?
look at this
I can
right
just
here.
think of that
1,
happening to Rob from
2,
Montevallo.
3, 4, 5,
That-
6,
that is
7,
Smokey
8,
and the
9.
Bandit right
It is.
there.
That's what I'm saying.
I lost count at 10
Y'all,
police
what if it
officers
had been
chasing
Rob
him.
from Montevallo?
I know.
Because when something that listen,
He appreciates that.
He's a Coke driver. I mean, it's the only one I know. Andy.
Well, listen. Think about it. Think about how your mind is anytime you can't find something.
think
If you're
somebody-
driving something as big as an 18-wheeler Coca-Cola truck, that big one,
red
that
white
big red
letters
one, that your mind trying to grasp that it's gone. You know
Yeah.
that thing. It's a whole.
Yeah.
But
Do you
my
think-
truck? My truck gone?
Do you think you parked out back? You can't remember where you parked?
Oh, no.
He crashed the gate going 98.
I said, let them truckers roll.
Hey, yeah, go ahead. Dispatch. This is Rob from Montevallo. I can't find my truck.
Now you're in it.
Rob, you can't find your truck? Yeah, I mean, it's like it's gone. I mean, it's,
And think of the ball.
we continue. Let's go to. Here's Rob.
Oh no, Rob.
Rob from Montevallo. Rob, how about it?
Hey guys, appreciate y'all giving me a shout out, and I'm getting phone calls about people telling me you're razzing me on the air. But hey, on a serious note, has anybody seen my truck?
That's good. Just asking.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hello and welcome. A brand new hour on a brand new day as the Rick and Bubba Show rolls on. Kickoff hour behind us, national anthem ahead. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you very much for being with us today. Much to unpack. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, kickoff hours behind us. Eddie Van Adler settles in. Here we go. The whole team on the field. I be Rick, and sitting over there be the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! That's quick. Whoa. We can't go on together with suspicious minds. Yeah, I was going to start that because of what's going on with Lisa Marie's will now.
Oh, yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Priscilla's moved in to cut the legs right out from under.
Priscilla's come in and says, I think that little add-on there, that little addendum that your daughter put in there, I think that's forged. Mm-hmm. And so
it was leaving it to her kids. Right?
We'll break it down. Yeah, she was leaving it to her kids, and one in particular was going to be the administrator of it, for lack of a better term. And Priscilla stepped in and said, hey, wait a minute, I think I'm do a better job.
Scylla said I was the administrator, and somebody did a little addendum here back in 2016, 2018, something, and she put her daughter as administrator, and Scylla don't like it. Another question. Now, look, let me say this.
Scylla said that's news to me.
Let me say this. We adore our wives. You won't find men who adore their wives more than us. But this may not sound as absurd as when I first heard it. At first I said, now, how can that happen? Then, of course, how can Graceland bring in $100 million a year, and when Lisa Marie died, she was back $16 million in debt again?
Well, it's called budgeting.
Right, yeah.
Which at one time my wife thought was a four-letter word.
There you
go.
There you go.
But actually, there's freedom in budgeting because you have all your little boxes or your buckets. It's one of my banker friends likes to talk about buckets. And there's security in knowing that all those buckets are there and this bucket's for that. And when the bucket's empty, it's empty. Now, if you have something left over in another bucket, you can put it in this bucket. But you don't ever have a runaway train because you've got a lot of buckets there.
Yeah. It's
there's freedom in budgeting.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like we say about what we believe is the great I am, the one and only living God. Boundaries are a blessing.
Yes.
These boundaries aren't there to be killjoy. The boundaries are there for benefit.
That's right. To give you to know, let you roam free and know where the edge is.
I've run out of those boundaries before, and I go, "Oh, I see why you put this here."
Yeah, we've all hit the wall too, not paying attention to where the boundaries are.
Well, it's what, and you were talking about it with money too. The same thing, and it's a lesson to learn. But and sometimes a lot of times the financial stuff that we all know is true is very much like the Bible. I hear exactly what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying. I'm just not going to do
it. Yeah,
I even know what you're saying is right. I'm just not willing to do it. So, it's like what somebody said the other day to me. So tell me how you lost weight. Well, it's something that we've known all along. I eat
input
better.
Output.
Yeah,
it's really that simple.
I eat better and I exercise, and when I don't eat better and don't exercise, I seem to put it back on.
Now, one of the beautiful things about budgets that I was taught by a great budgeteer years ago is you budget like the government, and that is if you run out of money or whatever in this bucket, and you can't find another bucket to borrow from, you borrow from next year's budget.
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
And you said that's how the government works. That's why we're $31 trillion in debt, and no one's happy.
And all
Not a soul.
Zelensky's got to do after he's done this photo layout on Vogue magazine, all he's got to do is ask us for it. We just run to him, give it to him. No accountability. We don't know where it's going. Got no idea. Telling you, there's something not right about that war. And one day I'm gonna be vindicated on that. There's something not right about it. Just
something weird.
Now I'm not saying people aren't being killed. I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm talking about there's something going on above that's working the puppets. And there's innocent people that are caught in the crossfire, but you mark my words, there's something not right about it.
One of the things that's the oddest I think about it is Putin. What are you thinking? What are you still thinking?
Well, see that leads to what I'm talking about. Really, if you look back, I mean, the Ukrainians, I mean, they're basically Russians.
No, they were former allies.
Yeah, and Zelensky. He sure is getting us to give him a lot of stuff. I mean, and we don't even ask about where
he ain't buying clothes with it.
We don't even ask where it goes. All you got to do is get on there and get a couple celebrities in there.
Oh yeah.
Get a few Democrats crying, and then he comes up and says,
"Well, I do think there is some accountability on where it's going. I think we have some inspector generals handling that money.
Probably the same ones that were in Wuhan."
No, that was a whole different deal.
Right. But what I'm talking about, even when you come back,
party.
even when people come back and say there's a problem here, sometimes back to our original point, we don't seem to listen. But something's not right about it. Just everybody mark my words on that.
Rick has spoken.
Everybody's a little too in love with Zelensky, and the people who are in love with him are usually people that I don't run with. And I mean, he's been made.
You get your pop.
He's this big old celebrity now. Just look at the Vogue magazine layout.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we got a war going on, and we're doing a photo session with our wife in Vogue magazine.
Well, we're on award shows via.
There is a
Sean
valid.
Penn's bringing me his Oscar.
There is a valid question here, even though I do think stopping Soviet aggression, because we all know Putin wants to bring back the old USSR.
Sure,
That's his goal. He wept at night when it fell apart. And to prevent that from happening, you have to fence them in, so to speak.
Yeah.
But at what cost,
Right.
and for how long?
Yeah.
There's a point where you go. I mean, how many times are we going to come back to the well here to get another bucket of water? So,
all right,
but people smarter than us are going to have to answer that.
Well,
it can't be open ended.
Well, let's go back to this too.
So, do we have a plan?
Just what you're probably. Let's take everything out. Let's say Zelensky is a hero as he's being portrayed, and if you don't have a Ukrainian flag on your social media, you're a bigot. Okay, let's say all that's true. Okay, and you're a mean person. So let's say all that's true. I'm still back to the thing why this country keeps giving away money that we don't have. I mean, do we just not care about the
Well, we do it every day.
Do we not care about the future of the dollar at all?
Apparently not.
Okay. So and
it's not just right there. It's in everything we do.
And when we give away, weapons that are ours and to never be seen again, we have to replace them for ourselves. So really, that's a double dip. It's some of it just seems kind of
I think
more emotional than logical.
I think the way they structure it, they give them money, but they have to buy weapons from U.S. contractors.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, how you doing?
I'm dandy. How are you, sir?
Well, it was a very, 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 very big, monumental event the day that the Lord called Billy Graham home. Today, his son, Franklin Graham, will be on the program. The book is out, and, of course, it is one that all of us need to put on our bucket list. It's called Through My Father's Eyes, written by Franklin Graham. And this is the life of Billy Graham from the perspective of his son, Franklin. So Franklin Graham on the show coming up next hour, and we'll talk to him about that book.
What do you think, just off the cuff, made Billy Graham so successful? I mean, he clearly had a calling from God to do what he did, and
well, you start there.
He went about it, with a lot of prayer and and surrounded himself with some very talented people. But just in the purest form of his message, what do you think his success was really based on?
Well, you and I have talked about this because sometimes what I say about him when he was older wouldn't really apply to his approach when he was younger.
Right.
So it's when you think about his life, his approach seemed to change as he got older. But I think it's what we've said before.
Would you say mellowed a little bit?
I wouldn't use the word mellowed. I think maybe wisdom. I think he started to understand. I think a lot of us, and this is just total assumption on my part, and I'm sure that's worth a lot to anyone. But watching it, I think what it was, and I heard so many people say this, is that he understood that once you really get to know, and I forget the first person to ever say this, that you understand that who God is, and you also understand that it's not you.
Right.
And you realize how silly it is to think that there's some sort of effort. Now, we need to prepare, and the Bible talks about us being prepared to give an account for what we believe.
Right.
You don't just walk around. We need to know the Scriptures. We need to know who God is because we can answer questions that we don't know the answer to.
Right.
But when it comes to people's response to God, he really doesn't need us. He just says, go out. Really saying who God says he is enough. And for people to respond. I think it seemed like as he got older, he realized God is who he says he is. Here's who he's revealed himself to be in Scripture. Here's what he says about redemption and reconciliation and why we need this. Hey, I'm Billy Graham from nowhere, North Carolina. God changed my life, and he'll change yours. And I don't know. I just think I think he became so confident in the power of the Holy Spirit and the power of God's Word to change people's lives that he didn't think that he had to do anything other than just tell you that.
Dress it up.
Right.
And I think the simplicity of the message and the length of the message and all was critical. I mean, he just laid out God's word. He didn't try to, thrill you with, a lot of the other things. And he threw in a little funny every now and then, but I wouldn't really say that was a key part of his presentation, at least the ones that I saw myself.
Yeah, he openly said that he made some mistakes, as I don't know anyone who's living in a fallen flesh that doesn't. They were not catastrophic like some of the things we see today. Just things about being human. But I think when he developed the thing that all of us have to develop, and I've certainly been on this journey in my own life, and I'm sure we all have, and that is that he was humble. He became his humility became kind of his marker versus his big personality. Now, that wasn't always the case. I remember thinking because I heard him so much in his latter years that he was always that way.
No, it was fire and brimstone early days, which I like that style sometimes.
I do too, but even when he was older, because I got a chance to just think about how God's used him. I mean, satellite radio of all people, when Billy Graham passed away, and you thought, well, his time of impact has come to a close, and suddenly satellite radio does a Billy Graham channel 24/7. So I was able to hear a huge body of work from him. But I think it's wrong to say that he would stand up in cities and say, God is angry about this. God is angry about that. Look what's happened to the family. Look what's going on sexually in our culture. He would take those things on, and I remember kind of thinking he didn't, but he did.
Yeah,
and so sometimes his message would be poignant, taking on the ills of the day, as we saw all those who were called by God that made the Bible.
Right,
they were told to say, because to me you have different kinds of messages, and when I say a prophetic, I don't mean someone who can see the future.
Right,
I'm talking about when John the Baptist was a prophet.
Right.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Somebody say. So we're working our way back. Bubba, I know you're not allowed to say it. Cindy Williams of Laverne and Shirley fame has gone on in at 75 years old.
Yep. I like that show. I watched it and Happy Days.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You got Lenny and Squiggy out of that.
It's a good show.
That's back when you could watch a little primetime TV and not feel like that, maybe you've lost your way.
Yeah.
It was.
I know.
It is. Wow. She always seemed to be anything she was in. What was she in grade? That American
Graffiti, which is a good movie.
Which really gave us Happy Days, right? That's where
I love
that's where that series idea came from, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that is correct.
Remember American Graffiti?
Had a lot of the same
Harrison
stars in
Ford
it.
was in it, and he was a very small part.
Small
It was
role,
like his
yeah.
first role.
Small role.
Have you ever seen pictures of him when he was a carpenter before he started acting? It's
I think
pretty
I
fun.
have.
It's pretty funny to see him with his pencil in his pocket, and saw, you know, and you go,
He had to
well,
make a living.
it's Indiana Jones, and he's cutting wood.
He's building a cabinet.
I wish you could. I feel so bad. Speaking of that, for handymen and people who really know what they're doing when they have to come to our house. You know, anytime you live somewhere, repairs come in waves.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they just come in waves. It's like this begot that, begot that. It's like looking at some of the genealogy in Scripture. And so at our house right now, we have a dryer that rumbles. We have an air conditioning unit that's clogged up because water's coming over the water tray. We've got a dishwasher that isn't that the seal has broke on. You know, that little the rubber thing that goes around.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's broken.
That'll flood.
And it's making noise. And we had the remotes downstairs with the media room not work. They've gone crazy. They've lost their minds. So yesterday and today, it's just one repair person after another. And
Swinging doors.
Load them up.
And what's so bad?
Load 'em up.
And I got the valance in the garage doesn't work. And there's some indoor floodlights downstairs. Those not the bulbs, but the actual
the cans,
where you screw it in. Was that
the
called?
socket?
The sockets are all bad. So all this I'm using everybody who is a sponsor on this show. They're all at my house. Okay? And
No wonder I can't get any of them.
But what I feel so bad for them, so bad, is when I'm the point of contact when they arrive, and you just feel so bad for them. Guy shows up yesterday, you know, because with one call that did it all, and he said, "So tell me where the this rattling in the dryer." I said, "It's not in the unit." I said, "It's in the vent that's trying to go out the duct. I think the duct may be clogged."
Oh no!
And he
Not a
goes,
clogged
he
duct.
goes, "Okay, well," and he then you feel bad for him. Well, now why do you think that? I don't know. It's just rumbling. I mean, it's making a lot of noise. And then the terrible moment. So show me where all that is. And I said, huh?
Over there.
He goes, where is it?
Where does the vent go out?
Where in the house is it? I said, well, I know where the vent is outside. He goes, no, where is it? Like in your house, where do I need to go? And I'm like, I don't know. I thought you would know that. And then he
You
looks
don't know
at-
where the dryer is?
Yeah, I know where the dryer is, but I don't know where downstairs where it's all been.
Yeah.
And then you love this. Look, he looks.
Rick, it's a room. It's kind of small. It's
No.
usually a washer.
No, I got that. But when he went to the back, he's like, "Where does this go? Where does the pipe go that goes out?" Because this is what he loved. I said, "Well, now I remember when they built the house. I don't know who did this. They used to just shoot down into the closet down in the basement into some little box, which was a nightmare." And I said, and then the last time years ago when it was clogged, they redid it, so it now goes at the event outside instead of me changing out this box of lint.
You were so proud that you knew.
And
that.
look, and then he goes, "That doesn't." But where? And I said, "I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna take you to where that box was, where it used to be."
Yeah.
So he goes in there. He goes, "Okay." Look, he looks at me. He goes, "Okay. Well, that's how they did it. Now, where's this go?" And I said, "That right there." And I said, "I don't know." He goes, "So where do you think it goes?" And I said, "Well, I know it where it comes out." He goes, "Let's go there and see if we can find a way to the
back
next
here,
step." And then all of a sudden, we ended up finding it in the garage downstairs. And he walked in. He goes, "That's what I've been looking for right there." And I said, "Okay, what do you think?" He goes, "I don't know what it was. I guess it needed some extra punch from when they built the house.
Yeah.
And they put some little motor to give it a little extra punch. And that motor had gone bad. And that's what was rattling.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so
glad you
found
got
that.
a little booster fan.
So when
in
Sherry
there.
came home, I said, "Fix the dryer."
Got it.
Look, and then I do this. Is that motor down there in the garage?
Yeah.
She said, "Motor? What kind of motor?" I said, "You know that motor attached to when I reworked that duct?" She goes, "When you reworked it?" I said, "Well, those people, when they reworked it." I said, "Undoubtedly, they put a little black square motor thing on the side." And I said, guy came here, and he and I assessed it was probably that." She said, "You and he did together?" I said, "Yep." I said, "Right here's that." And he said, "There's your problem." I thought to myself, well, did it again.
Right there.
Did it again. TV trays, now this.
Yeah.
And
You're
so
on a roll.
So got that done. And then he just turned that off. So I mean, it was rattling to the point that it was like a dinosaur was loose in the basement.
Yeah.
And
something's got to give.
So we got that, and then these other things. I don't know what's going on with those.
Can I show you this picture of Harrison Ford? Have you seen this when he was?
I'm sure I have. I'm sure I have. Yeah.
Look at him on the right there.
Yeah.
There's Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
And look, this is what I like. Look at his buddies he's hanging out with, and one of them's doing circle dodge.
He sure is
in the front.
That's the guy fixed That's the guy fixed the dryer. Yeah.
Ain't that funny?
Oh yeah.
He had no idea he was going to be Han Solo right there.
Yeah. Then I called the electricians, Mr. Burgess. So what is the problem? You got lights that won't work. Yeah, but what? Can you be more specific? Out in the garage, right? But what kind of lights? I said, them long ones, like
them long ones.
Like
Alice.
I said, I think that thing that you stick it in ain't working because we keep putting new bulbs in there instead.
That's the way to explain it, right?
That's it.
And I got some lights downstairs, the ones that go up into the ceiling. There, some of them are blinking kind of bad.
Do you think when right before they call, they go, "Now, hey, look, do you know how to speak Rick?"
No, I think what they say is, we hope his wife answers. Because she actually does a better job of just going to the location. At least her explanation makes more sense than his.
Just show them to where it is.
Yeah,
let them
it's right over there. We got something right in there.
Well, they want to bring what they need.
What's wrong with the air conditioning unit? Which one is it? That right there. Look at that water. So I was able to show that one to him.
You were. That's good.
I tell you, Greg, when he was proud of me, he said, so where is this actual thermostat? I said, I think I can take you to that one because I'm pretty sure this is our heat pump. And he said, what now? I said, yeah, one of my units is a heat pump. And is that what it's called? Yeah. And I said,
it's all electric.
Yeah. I said, so I know where that thermostat is.
Okay.
I said, it looks a little different than the others.
So the others are gas.
Okay. Yeah.
You're so proud of yourself, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, you were a lot of help, Rick. I'm sure he's glad.
I said,
I'll
get this one unit just for this one little area right here.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
And when he would preach, he gave a prophetic word that said, God sees this going on, and he's angry about it, and you need to repent.
Right.
Then there's the evangelist that says, Jesus loves us, and he was sent here, and here's your chance at redemption.
Right.
And at times throughout his career, he delivered both type messages. But toward the end, it seemed to be more of the latter.
I thought, too, I remember the New York crusade that was it in Central Park? It was after we were already doing the show, remember? And
was it
I want
Yankee
to
Stadium?
say Dawson went to it. I want to say it was out in the park.
It may
or
be.
something.
I think you may be right.
And I was kind of expecting
it was supposed to be his
that,
last big one.
Yeah, on calling out a lot of stuff, and the whole thing, the way it hit me, or the way I took it, and the way I remember it was, it really wasn't that. It was about hope.
Right.
And he just really focused on hope, which was kind of a curveball to what I thought he was going to do.
Yeah.
And but yet very effective.
Well, he was scared. He had a healthy fear of God, and he always was afraid to do anything that wasn't covered in prayer.
Right.
And he felt like the most powerful weapon that God's given us is prayer, and he used it. And I think sometimes I find myself that being the last thing I go to instead of the first thing I go to. And so anyway. It'll be an interesting because I like the perspective of this book. It is the history of Billy Graham. You go, well, people have done that, but this is Franklin saying, I'm going to tell you about my dad's life the way it looked from being his son.
Right.
So that's kind of a little different.
Very unique.
Yeah. So Franklin Graham coming up next hour. We'll look back over a busy weekend. We'll look at the stories of the day. We'll all try to figure out what's going on in the world. Your phone calls are part of it. All that's still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A number of things that happened with various individuals that make up the show from the weekend. We'd been talking about it for a while. Greg and I were honored to be asked to be on the Drop the Mic tour with Jason Crabb and Brad Stein. We had a great time this past weekend. I will tell a lot of you that are going to work today or whatever the case may be, I warned you that if it was coming near you and you could get there and you didn't do it, the people that come in that win are going to be like, man, you missed it. And it really turned out to be a lot of fun. A lot of great stuff went on. It's always fun being, on the tour with folks like Jason Crabb is just funny without trying to be funny. You know what I mean? That's what I like. Jason's just personality is just so. When he got up there, the way that the promoters set this tour up, there were opportunities for, this is the new thing. I remember they were talking to us about this. Now, if you go on a tour, they always talk to you about this new thing they'll have different names, VIP ticket or whatever this is. And you pay a little extra, which means you get the best seats, and then you get to do some sort of meet and greet or something ahead of time. And maybe they throw you a little gift or something and all that to try to justify the ticket costing more. So in this case, we really came out and did a pre-show before the show for those people before everybody else was let in. And so when he started talking about the things that we had done to him over the years through the crowd, like the first time he ever met us and he couldn't sing, and I gave him I'm sure Jesus was tired too.
Right. Yeah.
He told that one, and then he said, and not too long ago, that wheel of meat.
Yeah.
And he
still don't know what that is.
He said, I don't even understand what happened.
He looked at me at one time and said, "Are we on the air?
Yeah, are we going to do that again?" So anyway, hey, if you're going to sit around and tell stories of the road and you got Jason Crabb with you, you might as well just sit down and say, "Sir, you have the floor."
You just give him the floor because how many miles you think he's traveled with his family over the years?
Well, we saw some things happen, and he would just look at Greg.
Did he talk about the big farewell concert we gave him?
Rick and Bubba say goodbye to the Crabs. Yeah. Well, and I didn't think this opportunity would ever present itself again. So I sang through the fire a little bit with him. Now, he didn't know I was going to, nor did he desire that I did.
Right.
But
he didn't call. I find most people we do duets with don't know it and don't really care for it.
When I screamed right at the big crescendo, "Look, I'm a crab," and so it was a great moment to be a member of the Crab family. Not one that Jason or the band, I think, desired, but it was. So we had a lot of fun, but things would happen at the tour, and it would be maybe a little off the beaten path, and he would just simply look at Greg and me and go, "Happens all the time." Like we can talk about the various callers we've dealt with and things. If you've been a member of the Crab family and your daddy's had y'all on the road and the places they've been, and then the whole things he's done by himself with other people, and I mean he has quite a catalog.
I bet he's traveled 1 million miles.
Oh,
don't you think?
Yes.
And at least.
So anyway, we had a lot of fun with that. And Brad Stein, if you've never heard him, I'd forgotten how funny Brad Stein was because when comedians on the radio, all you get is just maybe a line here or there. Mm-hmm. But to watch him come out and do his thing, uninterrupted. "35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We mentioned that the dollar has got some problems as it continues to weaken, and if we continue down the road we're going, spending like a Saturday night drunk, and all the inflation woes that are going on, we had the stock market drop about 24% last year. So if you're wanting to weather this storm, hedge against some of the negative results to all this, buying gold is a good opportunity. And let me tell you, we've got soaring predictions. Now remember, these are predictions, and so we got to let you know that. But let me tell you this. Let's look at what's already happened in the history. Right now, we have analysts that are predicting gold prices will continue to soar. $3,000, maybe even up to $4,000 an ounce. And Lear Capital's gold prices, the profits could be life-changing. But again, these are experts. They know a lot of times what they're talking about, but nobody can guarantee gold's going to hit $4,000 an ounce. Still, here's what we do know. The recession and inflation, as I mentioned, is continuing, if not worsening. The stock market crash, could happen. Major corrections, certainly possible. Owning gold will help you hedge against all of this, and this is what we also know. Gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the last 20 years. That we know. So it's a good strategy for protecting your savings and retirement, but you need to be a wise investor, so that's why you need LearBubba.com with over 25 years of experience, thousands of five-star reviews, and a risk-free purchase guarantee. They're the choice that you can trust. And right now, you can get up to $15,000 in free bonus gold based on your purchase. So get your free Wealth Protection Investor Guide by going to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. You can call them if you want to, 1-800-707-4575, and also simple link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, as we work our way back, Tom Brady, will he come back? He's getting older. Some of us are screaming, get out. All you've lost now is your wife. Please don't lose, more. And Tom is, he got upset when somebody, well, they were kidding around because I think these guys are friends, but he got a little edgy when his friend said, look, just tell us what you're going to do. And he said, if I knew what I was going to do, I'd be telling you. And he was very adamant about that. But he seemed to drop a possible hint with Stephen A. Smith.
Well, he said, and I think this has been known, that he has a 10-year, $375 million deal on the table from Fox Sports whenever he retires. And that's been on the table for a few years. So whenever he quits, he's got him a nice job. That'd be making $37 million a year for 10 years. Probably get by on that.
Right.
But, I mean, I guess a lot of it has to do with how he's feeling physically. Does he think he can go out and make the throws and take the hits? Does he want to stay at Tampa Bay? Does he want to go back and finish as a Patriot? Does he want to play for another iconic NFL team? Does he want to go and be a Raider? Does he want to go and be a Dolphin? Does he want to try to be a Cowboy or something? I don't know. I don't know what his thought process is. I don't know that he does, Rick, really.
Well, Stephen A. was basically saying when you do it, I'll paraphrase, it will be great for everybody because you have a wealth of knowledge. You'll be helping a lot of people. And he's basically saying, I think when you're an analyst, you will be one that we all will enjoy and we will benefit from. And Tom.
Like Tony Romo?
Tony is very knowledgeable. He really is. And I give him credit
Y'all
for
seen
that.
the story on Tom?
Yeah, he's in some hot water.
Oh, is he?
He didn't do anything.
I haven't seen it.
He really did.
I
We'll
haven't
talk
seen it.
about it.
I haven't seen it, yeah. Looks like I'm in some trouble, Jim.
Somebody suggesting a misspeak or almost a misspeak.
The word police are out there.
Yeah.
When I say things, I'm excited. Don't mean anything by it, Jim.
For Romo to be a quarterback and played at the highest level, he really gets into some of these close games. I mean, he legitimately sounds like he's excited.
Right.
Has a passion for it.
Almost to a fault at times.
Yeah.
So he goes on to say to Smith, he says, I'm sure that that's one of the great things you feel to do when you hear that out, what Stephen Smith just said about how beneficial he'll be and how much fun it'll be. When you're walking around the streets, wherever you're at, I'm sure people really appreciate you being part of what their mornings are talking to Steve, meaning you have impact in people's lives every day. You're educating them, too. There's so much to learn. There's so much to teach. It's ever evolving. Believe me, as much as you think I'm willing to teach people, I'm really looking forward to learning as well. So the headlines again, bottom line is he said, I hear what you're saying, and that does sound inviting. When I'm walking around, I do think about that, and I appreciate you saying I'm going to be able to teach people, but I also look forward to learning myself because I've never done this before.
Right.
It's something new to learn.
I've got to tell you, I'm enjoying Gronk doing his thing. He's brought a little excitement to the bench. Now, what's funny about these pregame shows, and they sign people as they become available, as they retire, right? So they all are. Every time a big name comes available, they're all trying to get them. Well, all of the shows have like 8 people on them now. I mean, there's just a whole bunch of people up there.
It's too many.
Get rid of any.
It's too many.
But they just keep adding people on, and it's kind of funny. It's like, every network is just grabbing as many of them as they can.
Well, the problem is, like on this show.
No, I want him. No, I want him.
On our show, and I think this is a problem with these panels that I've noticed. On our show, yes, there's 6 people here. And there's been time that we talk on top of each other and all that, and we try to work on that and get better. But every time there's a topic, and I think this is the good thing that the 6 do, all 6 don't think, well, every single one of us has to have our moment to comment on what we just said. You couldn't do 10 minutes that way, a segment. I think these panels, unlike us, we kind of let maybe either Bubba will talk the most, I'll talk the most, we'll both talk, somebody will chime, or somebody will get the floor, and everybody else may sit here and not say anything about that topic. But on these panels on sports shows, they have some sort of feeling, it must be egos probably, that every single person has to get a comment in on whatever the topic is, and there's just too many of them.
Way too many.
I mean, and then you find yourself kind of wishing this person who seems to be on a good narrative could continue, But he's feeling obligated that the guy to my right and left, they hadn't said anything yet. They got to get their chance, and they jump around to every single person to get their comment on one question. It's too many. And then they start repeating. Then they start repeating because there's only so much you can say about it.
Right.
Yeah. I too feel like the pass rush is going to be important.
Right.
Like the last three of you said.
Right. Well, and what that is, and I've been guilty of that before because it is nerve-wracking when you start trying to decide when I'm supposed to talk, what I need to say.
Right.
And it takes time to learn to listen to what the other person is saying while you're thinking about what you're going to say. Because if all you do is think about what you're going to say, and I've done it throughout our time together, I've tried to learn,
too.
You didn't hear what they said, so then you just repeat what they just said because you weren't listening to what they said because you were preparing what you were going to say. So you got to learn that too. That's a learned talent to listen to the person who's talking while you're preparing what you're going to say. Because if they've already said what you were about to say, you need to switch to something else, or don't say anything.
Yep.
And so these panels are just too big. But I haven't seen Gronk.
It's funny. They're just adding, but he's come in with a little excitement. Yeah. You know, you can tell he's having fun.
Right. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
And he's knowledgeable. I mean, he's done it. He's been there. He's caught passes. He knows what the locker room should look like. He knows how Tom Brady is in the locker room.
Sure.
So it's been kind of I think I've enjoyed him when he was on. He filled in for somebody on the NFC that had to – was it Sean Payton was supposed to be on there, but he had a job interview.
Right.
So I think
you had him over to Chargers.
Well, he's – listen.
Right. Yeah, I thought that was a done deal.
Do not count those Chargers
No,
out.
absolutely
Don't count
not.
them out.
I can't call them the Los Angeles Chargers. Can't do it.
It's hard. It's hard.
Speedy even called them San Francisco Chargers.
Yeah, for a second I had to correct myself. I'm like,
well, you
where are
corrected.
they?
You know why? Because you want to call them San Diego.
I know.
Because we all do.
Yeah.
Or San Diego.
Yeah.
San Diego.
We all know what that means.
Right.
Sure we do.
Absolutely.
Brock Purdy, the 49ers quarterback that got hurt, and Rick, we were talking about defenses have made a conscious adjustment to go for the release point of the quarterback's arm, and we're not having the knee surgeries. We're not having the concussions, but now everybody's tearing their arm up.
Well, it goes back to what we've said all along. This attempt to make football the way it's designed to be injury-free, you're just trading one injury for another one.
Yeah. And they're saying he's going to have the what's commonly called the Tommy John surgery to fix his arm.
Yeah. And, I hear all this about Purdy. I know he did well, but he was still the third-string quarterback, wasn't he?
Yeah, at the start of the season he was.
Yeah, so are we –
But he won, 7-8 games?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Set some records.
But, I mean, will he come back and beat out the two guys that were in front of him? If they're
Trey Lance is who they've got their money
Trey
on.
Lance is the guy, right?
Yeah, supposedly.
And he
got
hurt.
Took him with the first round pick.
He got hurt second game, right? Yeah. But they went a long way. That means they got a good team.
Got a real good defense.
Yeah.
And McCaffrey, pretty good.
Yeah, he is.
He's held up better than I thought he would. I did not think he could take the hits.
Well, he's been hurt a lot, but this year he did good.
For his size. I think of the NFL back as more of the bowling ball type.
Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. He's just so funny. I mean,
I noticed in the pictures he had blonde hair. That was kind of a new look. For
yeah,
him.
that was of course he also learned and said to Greg one time when his pitch for Compassion International went a little long, and he looked at Greg. He goes, "Wow, it's really brutal in here." He goes, "Will he just continue to do this the rest of the weekend?" And Greg said, "Oh, absolutely."
Yeah, Rick wouldn't let him up.
Yeah, I claimed that when he started his Compassion International pitch that I had shaved, and when it was over, look. But anyway, it's so. Listen, and we started laughing, and he said, he just got away from me, so I couldn't get it reeled in. I said, well. I said the good news is some kids got adopted because they thought if they went out and sponsored one, you would stop.
Right.
But anyway, so anyway,
whatever it takes.
Yeah, but so and it just became the one-liner of the rest of the weekend. And of course, now he was really short that last night. But anyway,
yeah.
So Brad did an incredible job, and of course Greg, and I got to cut up a little bit, and him doing the MCing, and we just had a blast with it. It was a lot of fun, and. Those that came out, I hope you enjoyed it. There was a few things. Nothing is positive from top to bottom, and it was interesting to watch because Jason has a vast audience. I'm talking about Jason.
Oh
Brown.
yeah.
And Jason on this particular album has about 3 songs that you might hear at any rock concert. And
yeah, he turned it up.
And he's got a band of these young
good.
guys out of Nashville that is just phenomenal.
They're ready to jam. Huh?
Yeah. And, buddy, look, I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to admit this. From my standpoint, I was backstage the first night, and Greg goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Crabb." And they do this little intro, and all of a sudden I hear, and I hear the guitars wailing, and I looked at Greg, and I'm like, is that Jason?
Oh, yeah.
So anyway,
Oh, no.
there were some.
Honey, what's he playing?
Some of our seniors that love the Crabb family. Some of our seniors were not overly thrilled with the
new sound,
with some of the newer sounds. Well, we can't even hear Jason. Them guitars are too loud. And I was like, "Ma'am, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can really do about it. Can somebody do something? We can't even hear Jason. That music is too loud." And so I didn't know what to do. And then I'm helpless. Ma'am, I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And then Greg's wife, we're going to come back and talk about this because it was a special Lisa Burgess.
Well, how did Lisa like the new sound?
Loves it.
She loved it.
Oh,
but
she pre-ordered the CD. She already knew all the songs.
But got cornered by two of the seniors in the women's bathroom.
They wanted to know if she could do anything about it. Could you tell somebody? Like,
somebody do something.
I can't hear Jason's voice. And you could. I mean, I don't know where they were. Where I was sitting, it was a really good mix.
Listen, but the way they described it, when I went out in the audience, I expected to go out there and think, man, this thing's falling apart.
Right.
And I go out there and sit, and the mix is just...
It sounded really good.
Well, it's what that kind of music would be like.
Right. But I love the fact that they wanted something done.
And why would they think Lisa was going to do about it? She did good to get off the plane.
Can somebody do something? Jason.
Greg, I'd really like to talk to Lisa about her first plane.
Call her. We're going to call her. Lisa Burgess up next, if we can get her on the phone.
Oh, boy. I got to watch this.
Lisa Burgess, some people thought that she'd never flown on a small plane. No, she'd never flown on any plane.
At all.
And said she was never going to do it.
Never.
And my wife got involved in this of saying,
yes,
the next time Rick and Greg or Rick or somebody goes on these short trips, this is where you need to get this out of your system. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we've been talking about this past weekend. I know Bubba's got stories. Adler's got stories. We're looking back on the Drop the Mic tour this past weekend. One of the featured moments, and I remember us talking at a family gathering about Greg's wife, Lisa, and her fear of flying. She has never flown in her life on any airplane.
Never.
Wow.
So it was my wife, Sherry, that brought up that a good way to kind of dip your toe in the water, she said, wait till Rick and Greg or Rick or somebody, I'll go with you. We'll do a short flight, and you can kind of get a feel of it. That way it's not very long or anything like that. And so two things happened this weekend, the perfect storm. Greg and I were needing to fly into one of the dates and back out, and Jason Crabb is in the lineup for Drop the Mic, who Lisa Burgess adores and just is a huge, huge fan. So we played the Jason Crabb card to get Lisa Burgess on an airplane for the very first time, and she joins us now. Lisa, hello. Ten minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big, the number. As we make our way back. And we'll chat with you on today's program. Looking forward to that. Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Coming up Sunday night, First Baptist Church, Man Church. I'll be speaking there at the next Man Church, and I am jacked about it. We've got dinner for you, 5 to 6. That's provided by the folks there at First Baptist Tuscaloosa. And then we'll roll in and we'll do a little praise and worship, and I'll bring you a little message, and then we can dial you into the small groups, and they're walking through our second curriculum from themanchurch.com. So, Bubba, let's talk a little bit about Tony Romo. I did not know that somebody's going after Tony.
I didn't either. That's news to me.
Well, this is the new thing. Remember,
Tony.
You can get in trouble now, not for saying anything, but us thinking you might have been about to say something. And then, of course, now, first of all, I do think when you make these kind of accusations, and I have a little fun with Tony, but he's very knowledgeable, and I don't see anything in his life whatsoever that would indicate that he is a bigot, a racist, or is so careless that he uses one of the most offensive of course, unless you're a hip hop artist,
Yeah.
racial slurs out there.
Or comedian.
I mean, does anybody think that Tony Romo is the kind of person that this is a word he uses? I don't see any evidence of that in his life. But that doesn't matter. And, Greg, you made a point that the guys who first broke this, I think they were kind of kidding around.
Yeah, they were laughing about it.
But of course, it doesn't now they all the woke have it now. So once they have it, then new narratives begin. So here is Tony Romo doing his job as color commentator, and this is the quote that people are trying to give him trouble about. But we'll see. Here we go.
The extra yards, the tough yards, the finish on the play. Right there, you got three. And you talked about it. This is the best tackling team. They don't miss tackles.
There's no, I mean, he
is
just got
not.
hung up trying to talk.
He is not.
Trying to make his point.
Look, he's excited. You know, we love Tony's excitement. Yeah, I believe street tacklers.
He was trying to come up with something, and he got hung up.
Just like that wasn't nothing but a lockup.
Do you really think that his mind went there? No way.
Does anybody think that he would say that these are three N-words?
No.
Anybody?
Rick, the entire defense, I think, is black. So why would you say that?
Right.
Even if you were trying to be
The
racist.
extra yards, the tough yards, the finish on the play. Right there, you got three. And you talked about it. This is the best tackling team. They don't miss tackles.
Yeah, because one of the
Is
guys
this where we
tackling
are?
was white.
Is this where we are?
You're very irresponsible for doing this, because nowadays what this carries with it, the the backlash you're going to get.
Yeah, right.
That people are looking for something anyway. I mean, you may be laughing, having fun with it, which they were, but it's really irresponsible, because now you're stirring up something that, I mean, today is considered, like I say, unless you're a rap star or a comedian,
right?
Something you can't go. You
I
can't
got a
go
Twitter
there.
handle though, Greg. I want to get I want to put that out there.
It just
Come
and
on,
you guys and we got more of this to come today. And honestly, I'm just going to say this, and I know this is not popular, but it's honest. This narrative is getting tired.
It
Okay?
really is. It's losing its.
And it's so disrespectful, as I said, to people who truly were mistreated, who truly went through what this country had to go through, not just with slavery, but the civil rights movement. And we're taking something that is a very serious, dark evil, and we're becoming so careless with it. And you know, when and it's such an overplay, you're chasing things that only hurt the cause, and we need to be concentrating on addressing the real problems that still exist. And Tony Romo is not one of them. Okay, all white people are not inherently evil. This narrative is not going to help. Okay. Because it's going to, instead of someone becoming sympathetic, they're going to think that now they're the ones that are being mistreated. Because, can I just break this to everybody? For you to say that someone is inferior because of their ethnicity, that's wicked and evil. But it is just as wicked and evil to say someone is evil because of their ethnicity. You're just born evil because of the color of your skin. And just like it's wrong to say you were born inferior because of the color of your skin, both of these are equally evil.
Yeah.
And those of you that are playing this narrative that all white people are evil and wicked, and no matter what happens, somehow whitey's to blame, and it's their inherent evilness that's at the root of every single one of them, this is not going to play well. It's not going to go well. You're not going to accomplish the things that are still yet to be accomplished. And you also need to at some point acknowledge the things that have been accomplished. Also being hung in things that we've already moved past and refusing to let them go, that's not going to help. We have real problems that still exist, and we need to address those. And what's happening is there's such an overplaying of the hand on this that people, instead of wanting to be part of the solution, are turning away from it and saying, there's nothing I can do, and if I'm just going to be called inherently evil because of the color of my skin, then that's not going to win me to this either, because that's no fun either.
No.
Well, hey, man, that's the way it goes. Yeah, that doesn't mean make it right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you go after people that had nothing to do with any of this, and you chase people that have no evidence of being bigoted or racist, and you say, yeah, but deep down he wanted to say the N-word right there just because he's white. Just the fact that he's white.
He made a noise that sounded like a
that's
hen.
that's enough for us to fill in the blank on him because he's white, Rick. Don't miss that. Every white person is not evil. That's just not true. And they're not all bigoted, and they're not all racist. And frankly, I'm tired of being told I am just because of the color of my skin. I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Okay? So I'm still all for solutions to problems, and I'm not going to abandon that. And I'll stand up for what's right when people are being mistreated. But I'm not going to be part of this. You're going to talk me into. Let me tell you why I'm inherently evil. Not because I'm a racist, because I'm a sinner. Okay? Yeah, human beings, every color, are inherently evil because of the original sin. That's what makes us all have the potential for evil. And that, by the way, is equal across the board.
Yeah.
And that's probably what we need to understand.
I would say, too, just by definition, if you're going to be a racist and inherently a racist, I don't know that I'd get involved in sports.
No.
Yeah,
that's not going to really be a haven for
you.
You.
No, you're not going to be comfortable at all.
A true bigot doesn't have anything to do with sports that now have become dominated by African Americans, except when it's their team and they want to win a championship.
I mean, from playing to the booth.
Right.
I mean, it's if you're a racist, you're going to have a hard time.
Yeah. What racist
You're
is
putting
that?
yourself in an environment you're not going to thrive in.
What racist says, I tell you what, I wish I could be more involved in the NFL and the NBA.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, it doesn't even make sense.
Right. That's the point.
And show me one thing in Tony Romo's life that would indicate he's a racist. And if you can find it, I'll go, well, I didn't know that. But I haven't seen it. Has anybody else seen it? Right.
And he's called a lot of games. There's a lot of footage out there of him saying, talking, a lot.
Can't believe I'm being called a racist, Jim.
On the field, in the locker room, at practice,
Yeah.
there'd have been plenty of chances
There's
for
a lot
racism.
a lot of material out there if it was there.
Rear its ugly head.
Hey, Greg, 54 is the mic, and I don't know. To me, he's no color. He's just Mike. Hey, come on.
Tony's had a tough week. A few weeks ago, the people were starting to get on this bandwagon. How he gets on everybody's nerves. And then now this.
Did you see the thing I sent where they had the big tuba and had Jim Nance up against the wall? And Tony Romo's the tuba.
Good.
Not a bigot, Speedy.
Okay.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
What a weekend.
Good morning, Lisa.
Wow, what a weekend.
Hey. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was. I'll just say this. Usually on Monday morning, I have to put my positive pants on. But I woke up wearing them this morning. I have never been so excited. It was not about the plane, but about Jason Crab.
Yeah.
The
The plane you were
pants.
Well,
I like that.
I tell you what.
We need some of them around here.
Yeah, we do. You don't have any extras, do you?
Greg, you need positive pants 7 days a week, not just on Monday.
Well, I go maybe 3 out of the 7.
Here's one of the things that hit us. So we were using Jason Crab as the Lisa, if you'll just fly at the end of all this is Jason Crab. Then it dawned on us Jason wasn't in Birmingham. How are we going to get her back?
Yeah.
So we had nothing waiting on her back in Birmingham to get her back.
Listen, we kept having, and of course, she said I wouldn't let it go, but I kept going, look, you do understand, if you say you're going, you have to go. We don't have a plan. I said, and worse, if we get to Mississippi, you really got to come back.
Yeah.
We may can get you home from Bessemer, but it's going to be tough to get you home from Meridian.
So Lisa.
I had a plan. I figured it out myself because I didn't know what I was going to do when I actually seen the plane and knew that I was going to have to get on it. You know, talking about it's one thing, but actually making it happen, I mean, I knew that it was going to be a struggle. So I didn't tell Greg, but on the way to Bessemer, I texted my brother who lives in Pell City, and I said, okay, I might need you. If I can't get on that plane, will you come to Bessemer and get me and take me home? And he said yes. So I was covered. I
had a backup plan.
I had a plan. I did. Greg had already harped on me for 2 days. Don't you be no handle.
Well, I mean, there was no choice. We had to go.
I heard it. I heard it for 2 days, that I couldn't be a handle. I mean, God forbid that, I might have got, in need of a paramedic. That didn't matter to him.
No.
You just can't make us late. Okay.
So, Lisa, when you drove up and you saw the plane, what did you think?
Honestly, Bill, I really don't know. I think I just kind of zoned out for a minute. I kept my focus on Jason Crabb. Jason Crabb will be in Meridian. He will be in Meridian when I get there, you know. Oh, and he was, and he gave me the best hug ever. So it was worth it. It was, you know, to just get to hear him sing and I literally sat there and just kind of talked to him and hung out with him, showed him pictures of my kids on my phone. And, it was, oh gosh, it was great. Yeah,
right.
It was worth it.
So you and Jason Crabb and your positive pants all made it to Mississippi.
Yeah. All right, listen to this. So I get home late Friday, so I don't talk to Sherry at all. So everybody's asleep. So we get up on Saturday, and we're all having coffee, and I said, hey, there's a chance that Lisa Burgess may fly today. And Sherry came alive. She was like, this is the perfect opportunity. I'm going in there to text her right now. Because I think Sherry thought you were going to back out.
She was.
And so
I was.
So and so you got a text from Sherry, you said, that played a huge role?
Oh, yeah. I had already told Greg that I said, well, you know, I think I'm just going to stay here and wash clothes. Saturday's my house cleaning, my washing clothes day. I said, I think I'm just going to stay here. I had already kind of just, you know, psyched myself out. And then I got a text from Sherry, and it was so, you know, she was all encouraging, and, you know, the Lord's going to take care of you, and this is your chance to do it, and, you know, make Chandler proud, show Chandler that you can. And I thought, gosh, you're using my kids, pulling my kids.
Yeah, she'll do anything to get you to do something. Trust me on that one.
Yeah,
she had her positive pants on.
She did.
Yeah.
She did, and I thought, gosh, you know, I got to step up and do this, you know. But yeah, I had just kind of already shut it down. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. But then after she sent me that text, and you know, and I just prayed about it. I mean, I stayed prayed up all week about it, because it for anybody that has a true fear of something, I mean, it's a big deal. And I knew you, Rick Burgess, because you can't help it. I knew that you were going to start going, oh, what was that? You know. And so I was trying to be mentally prepared for dealing with you. Right?
That's wrong, Rick.
Yeah, well, see, Lisa, you knew what you were up against, so you prepared for it. And look, that's the world we all live in here.
Rick, let me tell you the phases we went through that morning. Wake up, I'm staying here. I'm going to wash clothes, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay. Then she gets the text from Sherry. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get dressed. If I don't like the way I look, I'm not going. I'm just going to get my comfortable clothes back on, stay home with my makeup on, and wash clothes. It went to that. Well, if I get there and I see the plane, I don't think I can handle it. I'm not getting on it. We had all these different steps we got through.
Yeah. And what was Greg saying to you, Lisa?
Well, don't you be a handle.
So
Lisa,
we can't wait around. We can't wait on you while you make up your mind now. You can't be a handle. So, yeah.
I love her Greg voice.
So, Lisa, when you get in, you're ready to go, they shut the door, and you start taxiing. How does that feel?
Oh, Bill, Bubba, Bussy. Whew. Jesus, take the wheel. I'm going to tell you right now, the fact that we landed in Meridian, Mississippi, and my britches were still dry was huge. Because
every bump.
Your positive britches, right?
I wish you would have seen every bump. She go, every bump.
Did you look out the window?
No.
Oh, no, you wouldn't look out the way she shut it. She said it made it worse.
So, like it made you feel like you were on a bus, did it?
And it was a beautiful day to look out the window. We weren't going too high so you could see everything.
I love that feeling, you know, because it's a little bumpy on the runway. And then when it gets smooth.
But, you know, it takes a minute to get there.
And it was a windy day.
Oh, you had some jumping around.
Yeah.
Let's see, Oscar.
Six minutes past the hour.
Like 1950, half drunk and hollow eyed.
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you as we continue to celebrate 30 years of Rick and Bubba.
Oh, and year number 30. Got 29 behind us, working on 30. Well, here we go. More arguments, disagreements when it comes to the old COVID-19 virus and the variants and the conspiracies and the vaccines and treatments and all this. It has now made its way to a disagreement with John McEnroe and Chris Fowler.
Yeah, we just finished up the Australian Open, the first major of the year, and they're having a little disagreement about I think probably the greatest tennis player in the world right now, Novak Djokovic, and
he's no Bill Bussey.
I think he's the GOAT for sure, and he's 22, so he's tied with Nadal. This is not really an argument that you're going to hear. What I think is Chris Fowler. Time and place probably shouldn't have. What he was doing, what McEnroe was doing, was talking about how he was kicked out of the country last year, Novak, and because he refused to take the vaccine, he couldn't get in the U.S. Open, and he didn't get any points for Wimbledon because of the Russia-Ukraine deal, and all of that having to sit out when he won Sunday is now again the number one player in the world, which is remarkable if you think what happened to him last year.
And
so
he's
McEnroe
tied on the Grand Slams most ever, and should be ahead now.
And so McEnroe is explaining what kind of accomplishment that is to overcome all that and still be number one. And Fowler takes an opportunity to say something like, "Yeah, but he made those choices," or just something like that.
Okay.
So yeah, little frustrated with Fowler.
Well, Fowler's got his talking points.
Yeah.
And the people that write him checks and all the little gang he wants to be accepted in, you have to tell everybody to get a vaccine. If they don't, they're evil.
And I think in this moment, Fowler, it's time and place.
Don't bring it up.
Don't bring it up right here, Chris, is what I'm getting at.
All right, here we go.
He got defaulted in the Open when he hit the linesman's mistake. He gets deported out of Australia, doesn't get any points at Wimbledon, can't play the Open.
The product of his choices, to be fair. He made choices that led to that, some of those things.
I think he should have been permitted to play.
Okay, well, that's a debate, but he did make choices that led to that. That's forgotten for the moment.
Maybe that's it.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't really an argument. It was just Fowler taking the moment to talk about those choices when McEnroe was trying to go because they had just what the big you don't get all of it. And before that, they were talking about it's remarkable that he's now the number one player, and it is that he's now the number one player after fighting through all that.
Yeah, because what you could say is what McEnroe was trying to say is, which he and Chris apparently do disagree on. Yeah, but he shouldn't have been forced to make those choices.
Right.
And the fact that he was done that way, and really the more we see, and I would say this to Chris in the debate, and I'm not anti-Chris Fowler, don't misunderstand me, but
I think he does a great job.
Yeah, but I don't know him, but I mean, I like the way he does his job. But what I would say to Chris is, the point is, I believe now, and this is the part I don't get.
Yeah.
I honestly do not get it. I saw Tom Hanks wearing this out the other day. I do not understand how the entertainment left can't just say, I was really all in on this when I thought the vaccines were the answer, but now that I see they really weren't, I'm not going to stay with that narrative anymore.
Right.
At the time, I don't even have a problem you saying at the time with the information I had, I thought I was right.
Yeah.
I could see why you would be so passionate about it based on what we were all being told.
It's wise to make adjustments as more data becomes available.
But still saying that you're evil if you don't wear a mask and you're evil if you don't take the vaccine and people should be forced to take the vaccine. Why are y'all staying with this? But I think what McEnroe was saying is I think the results are in on the vaccine, and really this phenomenal player should have been allowed to play whether he was vaccinated or not.
Yeah.
Well, it shouldn't have kept him out.
Yeah, look at the inconsistencies in the U.S. We have hundreds of thousands of people coming over the border unvaccinated.
Oh, yeah.
But we're going to take one of the world's top athletes and not let him come.
That kills the argument right there.
It really does.
I mean, that is a non-issue at that point.
Makes
and then
no
even
sense.
if you think he is bringing in the bug from somewhere, I mean, there's ways to isolate and still play. I mean, tennis is not something like they're in a huddle with each other.
Yeah.
Especially playing single.
But we said this at the time, and it's what McEnroe was saying, and I just wish some of the entertainment left would just acknowledge this. When it comes to us keeping you out of the U.S., when you go to the U.S. Open, what we're saying is all he had to do was go to the southern border and walk in, and he could have played.
Yeah, I know.
I mean that
Isn't
didn't
that
even.
crazy?
We're so inconsistent.
Yeah.
If everything you're being told, and I was being told about the vaccine and mask and all this, that it was end of time stuff, that alone would have been a place that if I was a leftist, I said it really breaks my heart to shut this border, but my goodness, we just have to.
Oh, it'd be lockdown.
Yeah, I mean
that's one area you could.
So you
control.
want to lock down all these businesses, lock down all these people, but you don't lock down all these children, but you don't want to lock down the border.
Ban this guy from coming to this country.
It's just, I mean, what's next? You gonna get on an airplane to go tell us about global warming? Oh, I'm sorry, you do that too.
The inconsistencies are numerous. Adler, let's look at 9 right quick while we're on this. Victoria Azarenka, she's former tennis #1, Belarus. She's from Belarus. And she's talking about a lot of the athletes are catching on that the left-wing media will ask them political questions so they get a soapbox to stand on their liberal causes.
Correct.
And how they've got to be on guard for
Correct.
I don't know what you guys want us to do about it. Like, talk about it. I don't know what's the goal here. That is continuously brought up, and these incidents that, in my opinion, have nothing to do with players, but somehow you keep dragging players into it. So, what's the goal here? I think you should ask yourself that question, not me.
Just to clarify on that though, does it frustrate you that, particularly last night, for example, there was a clear sort of pro-Russian demonstration happening within the grounds of the tournament, that these people are coming and using the Australian Open as a platform for these kind of demonstrations? Does that frustrate you?
Exactly what she's talking about.
She just told you, and there you
walk
went
right into it.
Whatever the answer I'm going to give it to you right now, it's going to be turned whichever way you want to turn it to.
Right, exactly.
So, does it bother me? What bothers me is there's real things that's going on in the world. And I don't know, are you a politician? Are you? Are you covering politics? No, I'm a sports journalist. Yes, and I'm an athlete. And you're asking me about things that maybe somebody says are in my control, but I don't believe that. So I don't know what you want me to answer. And if it's a provocative question, then you can spin the story however you want.
I've always liked Victoria.
She wearing Gooders?
No, those are not Gooders. I think those are Joe Biden's Ray-Bans.
Oh, really?
Can I tell you something?
Reflection to them.
What she's saying is so
dead on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what are you? Shouldn't you be covering politics? No, I'm a sports journalist and I'm an athlete. So let's talk about sports.
Yeah. So why are you asking me that?
Right. We'll be back. Phone calls next. All 10 lines available. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oscar, the pilot, gave me a heads up, and he said, look, it's going to be a little bumpy, which, I really didn't want to hear that, Oscar. But he said, it's going to be a little bumpy because it's windy. So I thought, okay. But then when you start out and you can feel yourself, I knew we were going up, and then we kind of start going kind of rocking just a little bit. And bad thing was, last week I watched La Bamba. So I'm thinking, oh my God. Buddy Holly and Richie. Yeah. So that was all in my head.
I don't know if you should have watched it.
Please tell Bubba what you said, because there's nothing funnier than for her to be thinking about that and then get a name wrong. Tell Bubba what you came to the conclusion.
It was serious.
It was real serious.
I said, I told Greg, I said, I can't quit thinking about La Bamba. I said, so basically it's going to be like the three of us and a pilot. So I said, okay, so Rick's like Buddy Holly, Greg, you're Richie Valens, and I said, and I'm the Big Dipper. Well, I thought it was the Big Dipper, but it was really the Big Bopper.
She goes, no, I'm the Big Dipper. I said, the Big Dipper.
What, the constellation? What are you talking about?
I'm the Big Dipper.
Funny. I thought that's what his name was. And then Rick had to make fun of me because I said Richie Valens like a curtain. I was nervous.
Well, I'll be honest. Early in the flight, I thought you were going to melt down when you couldn't handle the bumps, and then we got in the smooth air. But then all I can think about is when we descend, we're going back into the bump.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, hey, look, and listen, the landing gear came down. What's that?
What was that? Of course, you know what I did. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You're thinking, uh-oh.
Hey, it'll be fine as long as you hear some noise right here.
Hey, as long as that beeper doesn't go off, we're fine.
But you did good, Lisa.
You did, Lisa. How about this? We are proud of you. Say, we are proud of you.
Listen, on
Boy,
the
Lisa.
way back, we didn't have a lot of bumps, and it was dark, and of course, she had her window shade down.
Yeah.
But the way back, you were a lot more calm than you
Well,
were.
I spent the evening with Jason Crabb. If that don't calm you, I don't know what will.
Lisa, what should have taken your mind off of it was imagining me climbing over Rick, pulling the curtain, and peeing in a trash can in the back.
We showed them where you did that, and they couldn't believe it.
I still don't know how you got back there.
Oh,
I saw it.
It was something. It was something.
Well, you can't stand straight up in there. I mean, once
No,
you
you
get in,
can't.
gotta,
No, you
you gotta
can't.
stay bent over till you get your seat. Yeah, but it was scary. I'm not gonna lie. And my friends were like, "Oh, well, hey, now you can get on the plane and go to Hawaii." Not gonna happen.
So this didn't cure the whole thing?
Lisa, I'll be honest.
Well,
Starting on a little one to me, it was probably, I think, tougher than the big ones.
Yeah, big ones are not that bad.
Oh, I clearly get extra points for that. I mean, I do. I mean, to get on that small, yeah. But I feel better, but no way will I just start wanting to fly every single week. I'm not.
But if something came up and you had to, you could pull it off.
Yeah, baby steps.
Well, yeah.
Proud of you, Lisa.
Proud of you.
Proud of you.
All right, you did
Some
it.
people call her the luckiest woman alive.
I'm headed to work with my positive pants on. Happy Monday.
13 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. We've got all 10 lines available for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and you can join us right now. If you move right now, you'll get in. The real Greg Burgess taking phone calls. Not a time to visit with Greg, minions. Not a time to visit with Greg. But if you want to get in and let him get you lined up and ready to talk, we'd love to chat with you. At 866-WE-BE-BIG. Talk about the things we've already discussed today. Bring up a new topic. Ask a question. This is the time to do that. Ballard will get us started. He is in Sweet Home, Alabama. Lines are available for you if you want to start moving now. So, Ballard, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you this wonderful day?
Good morning, you guys. I'm doing just great down here in Montgomery, Alabama. A bit misty down here, but other than that, everything is good.
Good.
I'm calling about that Tony Romo situation, and I'm gonna be as politically correct as possible. I'm so sick and tired of people finding something to bicker about. I don't think at all that he was about to say the N-word. How can you say the N-word when you played with African Americans for so many years?
Right.
Pictures of African Americans in your home, attending your wedding, and now all of a sudden you pick a profession that your voice is your livelihood, your commentary is the way you make your living, and now out of all of these years, all these Super Bowls, all of these greater achievements, now you want to throw out the N-word. I think, in my mind, I don't know why I think this, I think he got caught up in games, and he was about to say 3 Niners were on the was on the guy,
correct,
and not the N-word.
Right.
It's so much else going on, and I'm going to say this. You may have to beep it out, but I'm going to say it. Why aren't they concerned about the black on black thing that's going on in Memphis? And I'm African American.
Yeah.
You can tell by the ethnic of my voice.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, why aren't they concerned about that black on black situation in Memphis? Come on, let's talk about that. Let's put that out there.
Yeah.
They said the N word. They said the B word.
Yeah.
Let's put that out there. And leave this guy alone. This guy, he was not about to say no N word.
Right.
Really? Tony Romo? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's crazy.
Well-
I'm going to tell you, it's the fabric of America, and it was done this way. I better not say that. It was done this way by leadership. I'm not going to mention any names. It was done this way by leadership, and leadership of the United States at this particular time. And I'm going to say that, but I'm not going to call any names. But leadership has divided, not our former president. I shouldn't have said that. But anyway, this leadership now has divided this country, and I say a lot of things I shouldn't say.
No, I
But
agree
anyway,
with you. If
and
they
that's
can,
not
if they divide us, they grab ground. If they divide us, they grab ground, and they know it.
It's horrible. It's horrible. It's horrible. And you're going to listen to the whole country, the whole game now.
Right.
And you're going to take 3 seconds and say, hey, listen to this. And just put it on social media, man, get out of here.
Thank you, Ballard. Yeah, because what you did is what we talked about. You actually went through Tony Romo's life, and you said things that were readily available information to all of us, and you put together a benefit of the doubt based on how he's lived his life. What a strange concept. So thank you for your insight.
Yeah, he might have been.
You're a great American, sir. Thank you.
We've had some emailers, not just one, that they thought he was going to trying to say near. Like 3 near the ball, and he changed what he was going to say.
Yeah, that or what Ballard said. There's 2 teams playing. You're calling them. You can get confused on which team does this, and you've been saying Niners the whole game, and you realize it's the Bengals. But you can still make the mistakes. He's got 3, and then he corrects it and goes, "It's not the Niners, it's the Bengals."
Yeah, the Bengals were playing the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, but I'm talking about he's been doing all these
all
different
the games.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
You're right. It
could have been that. Could be near.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It wasn't what they were insinuating.
What it wasn't is what's being portrayed.
Exactly.
Let's go to Josh, Birmingham, Alabama, ZZK. Josh, go ahead.
Yes. Thanks, Rick and Bubba, for having me. This weekend is my 6-year anniversary on Saturday.
Congratulations.
And my wife's never been hunting, and she wants to go hunting with me. And I'm trying to make sure I tread this the right way where I continue to get to hunt.
Yeah, you got to be careful with this. Josh, is there any way she'd be listening right now at all?
No, sir. She's already clocked in.
Okay.
I just started a business a year ago, and so I'm in the truck headed to a job. So.
I'm gonna say this to you, and I want you to hear me because I cannot be as direct as I need to be, for obvious reasons. Sometimes when somebody wants to try something and it's not a positive experience, they don't want to do it anymore. Okay. So be sure we're real early. Be sure. I don't know what the temperatures are going to be this weekend, but
you're on the right path.
Yeah,
it needs to be a cold one. Though.
Needs to be cold, and I hate to say this for you, there doesn't need to be a whole lot of action. It needs to be a struggle, and not the best of experiences. But at the same time, let me tell you what you have to do. You have to be all in on her going. Because if she's watching, if you flinch whatsoever, that looks like you don't want her to be part of it, be real careful with that. Say, yeah, this is great. Let's do it. Most of the time, there's a lot of exceptions. I admit that, but most of the time, there's things that people think they want to do. They like the idea of it, but actually doing it isn't all that pleasant. Example: riding a bicycle on the beach. See, my wife thought she wanted to do that. and I went all in, and it was such a miserable experience. See, that won't be brought up again. And so, paddle boats, another example, things that look like they're fun, but they're not. Disney World, things that look like they would be fun, but they're not. So you need to let her experience hunting at the most the highest level of commitment.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you should be okay.
Good luck.
Good luck, Josh. Tread lightly, my friend.
Appreciate it.
Okay, buddy.
I'll tell you another thing that looks good and it never really lived up for me was a weed eater. You see that and you go, wow, you can just knock weeds down. It just spins around effortless. All I got to do is pull the trigger.
Right.
But after you've been doing it for about an hour in 100-degree heat, it's not fun either.
No. I remember a moment where you said you like to watch people exercise. You just don't like to do it.
Of course. Yeah.
That was a great one. I think it had to do with aerobics or something.
Oh, yeah. Exercise.
That was a very funny moment.
Yeah, as I said Friday, exercise is a necessity, but the people that really love it, that's odd to me.
Yeah.
Michael, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, I got a quick question on music. I love y'all's behind the music stuff that y'all do. And but I have a question on some of the old music that you guys listen to. Do y'all ever listen to them nowadays and you're like, oh, man, that kind of vexes my soul? It affects you different now.
Correct.
In sanctification.
No question. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's music that I used to listen to comfortably that I can't listen to anymore. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. So I've definitely had that experience. And let's go to Jan in Alabama. Jan, go ahead.
Well, I can tell him some good advice, but they don't dog hunt much anymore. But years ago, the one and only time my husband took me hunting, it was a dog hunt. My job was to hold the dogs they had collected at the end of the hunt while they went out to hunt the other ones. Mm-hmm. That was one and done for me, honey.
Well
played. See there, I hope he heard that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's give it a shot. But it didn't have to be positive. It doesn't have to be a great experience. Hold the dogs, baby. We got to find the other ones. Mm-hmm. One and done. That's funny. All right, we'll be back. Bottom of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More stories to cover. We'll get more phone calls in, too, before the day is done. Check our website. When's the last time you went there and looked around? Everything you need to know, all the different ways to get the show live and archived. Shop the Rick and Bubba store. Check our YouTube channel. There's a lot going on there at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And there's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yeah, how about it?
Bubba, how was your weekend, buddy?
Well, Rick, it was a great weekend. Hate we missed the Drop the Mic tour, and maybe next time we'll be available, be able to do that. We had some scheduling issues, but it sounded like y'all had a great time.
It was great, and we talked about that in the first hour. If you missed it, including an interview with Lisa Burgess, who flew for the first time.
That is amazing.
Go back and pick that
amazing.
Up in your archive if you missed it.
So as the schedule ended up shaking out, we ended up down at the lake this weekend, doing a little work, doing a little moving, which is always fun and a story in itself.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of fans of the show everywhere we go, and we appreciate that. Yeah, I'm honored. Yeah. I mean, if we don't hear from some folks, I get worried. That's what we do.
Oh yeah, Bubba and I've talked about it. Whenever we feel like the show is slipping, we'll put on Rick and Bubba shirts, logoed shirts, whatever, and walk around in a crowded area to see if anybody will say something.
Oh yeah, I head straight to the mall.
Yeah, right.
So it's a busy weekend out on the waterways, Rick. A lot of boat shows going on, a lot of events, and it just so happened this weekend was what they call the in-water boat show. So all these marinas have these boats out, and I love going to look at them. I mean, they're impressive, the way they build these things and the latest features they have, and all that they can put on a boat now is just amazing to me. Yeah. So we're down there, but we're there to work for the most part, so we have a very limited wardrobe. And we had a friend say, well, what are y'all doing for dinner tonight? And I said, well, we don't have any real plans. They said, well, why don't you come with us up to one of the marinas because they're having a boat show. And I thought, well, this is what you normally have at a boat show. You have boats parked out, and you go look at it. They said, oh, no, this is like a boat fashion show. The boats are actually going to drive by, and you get to see them.
Oh, in the water.
So, and the most important part, Rick, they have free food.
Yeah, well,
so if you got boiled shrimp, then that's the place to go. So, we go up to the event, and we're kind of lost at this. It's I'd never been to this particular event, and sure enough, we get set up there, and what is so funny, the boats come by, and they've got a guy with a microphone, a big PA, and they're telling you about the boat as it drives by.
What?
And then it stops, and it does a circle like it's on a catwalk.
Come on.
And then goes on back by.
Not
I
true.
had never
A
seen
boat fashion show?
I had never
This
seen a
boat's
boat
favorite lake is-
fashion show. I thought that was the coolest thing, and they got music playing in the back. It's just like you're at a fashion show, but it's boats.
It's a Catalina wine.
Are they trying to get you to buy the boats? Or are they trying to just show off the boats?
They want to sell boats. That's why they're there.
That's what it's about,
And
yeah.
all these vendors come in, and all these manufacturer reps, and all this. So they got the latest, greatest, all the toys and all that stuff. But it is just so funny to see a boat go floating by. Now this year's
buy
model is one. Oh no, and it spins around though. That's what was so cool. Just spin it right around and drive off. I thought that was so cool.
That's interesting.
So we met some folks there, and this one lady was a big fan of the show, and she wanted to get a picture. So, we lined up. We got the water behind us. All this got somebody to take the picture, and we're hugged up there to take the photograph.
Watch it.
And Rick, she grabs me right in the butt. Just
What?
right. I mean, like palm in a basketball.
What?
And then pulls it out to a pinch.
Well,
Well,
Yeah,
got your little grope. A pole pitch?
and you thought it was one of us when we do in the studio.
Yeah. I mean, the last time
Did
I got
you-
grabbed that good, it was Speedy.
Right.
Well-
I was about to say, did you get your picture made with George H.W. Bush?
Who was her favorite magician?
Was her favorite illusionist David Copperfield? What, Bubba? What did she grab your leg like a basketball?
So I said,
and pitched it.
I said, how about that?
How about
good
this?
to see you too.
Hashtag me too.
Well, Greg, thank you for jumping ahead. But
I'm sorry.
I got to thinking, after it was all over, and we had a good time, laughed it off. But
Wait a minute.
when it was all over, should I check into hashtag Me Too? Have I been Me Too?
Wait a minute, Bubba.
Did she acknowledge
y'all
that-
laughed it off? She just said, yeah.
Wait, hold up. This was
About
not
that?
this wasn't a mistake or something.
No, this was not a mistake. No way.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Should you be talking about this?
Well, it was just funny to me. It was. That's why I got to thinking, should I be offended by this?
Let me ask you this: did you have it going on? What was up?
Yeah, did you have it turned
I
up?
had my work clothes
Did you
on.
wear
It
that
wasn't-
musk
it
stuff
wasn't-
you wear?
What'd you
No, it
have
wasn't
on?
that.
What caused this woman to stumble?
I don't know. I don't know. May have been
you
the
have your-
evening.
Now,
I don't know.
you're telling me.
Did you have your
that-
pawn shop
you're
watch
you-
on?
you're
No, I didn't have that on.
You didn't have a couple buttons down, did you?
No, I didn't have that.
Were you a
I
court
was-
low? What? I mean, did you report? What? You're a court low, young man.
But you're, wait a minute. So this is this woman palmed your rear
Oh,
end,
it
Rick,
looked
and
like
snapped it.
LeBron James going in for a dunk.
and gave it a pinch coming out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. I like when she snapped it. Snap.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Here we go. All right, so I know the guys, y'all may be like me. I'm getting a lot of emails about the Upside app, and why not? I mean, we're all looking for places to get some savings somewhere. And you can't believe, Adler said it the other day, and I agree. I mean, even if you grab the basket, you don't even have a buggy, and you bring a basket up to the register right now, it's like, what? $93. So upside.com/Bubba, and that was just for a carton of eggs. Upside.com. Go there right now and use the code Bubba and the number 25. Bubba 25. That gets you 25 cents or more back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. And then that kind of gets the old app rolling. Now we're rolling. Here we go. Now after that, you just go and whatever purchases that you make, whether it's on your debit card, on a credit card, or however you work that, you're going to start getting money back. So the code is Bubba 25. Do you realize that Upside users are averaging getting back, I should say, because it is money back, getting back $1 million every week? Yeah, that's how many people are getting money back. It equals $1 million a week all over the country. So it's got a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. You can see why. So use the promo code Bubba25. It's a free app, upside.com. Just download it, from the App Store, and you also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. It's just simple as it can be, and so start getting cash back and helping on the price of things out there. Good gracious, I can't believe what I'm about to say, and this is something you see. Where did he go? Where did he go? everybody.
Everybody
Hey!
knows Basement Joe.
All right, so
Basement Joe.
if you have relatives and or have had relatives, and it unfortunately is going to hit just about all of us at some point, people who are losing their cognitive skills. One of the markers of people that are in this world, they just repeat stories over and over again, as if they're telling you for the very first time. Now, and they will make up stories. They'll start making up things that really didn't happen, but in their mind, they think it did.
Right.
Well, our president keeps on doing this Amtrak conductor story about when he was vice president in 1993. Now, this has been widely debunked that it never happened. Okay, it's been widely debunked, and he keeps on using it. And so, again, now this could be that he's losing his cognitive skills, or he's just a lifetime politician. But anyway, so I will grant you that they do tend to struggle with the truth, and will
Can I take
make
both?
up narratives that never happened.
Can I take both?
Both is a good quote.
Okay.
That's a good one to land on. Bubba, I hate to say this, and I know you can't believe it either. He's going to tell it again.
Not Joey,
It
baby.
varies. I saw a clip of this story being told over and over, and he changes some of the variables in different stories. At one point, it was 1.5 million miles. At one point, it's 2 million miles. I don't know which version we're going to get here, but
Okay.
here it is again.
When I was vice president, I flew over 1 million miles on Air Force Two.
Here we go.
And I was going home as the United States, as vice president. One of the conductors said to me, "Hey Joe, big deal, 200." You said you've traveled over 1 million miles on Amtrak. I said, "How the hell do you know that?" And they added it up at there. But folks, look.
Well, he left a lot of
Okay,
details out.
he's getting tired of the story too.
Yeah.
Oh my gracious, he's getting tired of it too.
Because I know the story. I've heard it enough.
He
that
couldn't muster
he
through
left.
it.
Big deal. Have you ever done that? You go to tell something, and then in the middle of it, you lose your effort.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is.
I can't tell this.
The earlier versions, the conductor is much more animated.
Yeah.
Hey, Joey.
And
I don't want to hear it.
Hey, Joey.
Yeah, remember
Big deal.
they did the timeline that there's no way it could have happened
No,
then.
it
'Cause they
didn't
got
happen.
retired.
It didn't happen.
Maybe
And he
that
doesn't-
hit him in
and
the
he
middle
doesn't
of
know,
it.
he doesn't know the real mileage, so he goes. He just starts.
It'd be like me going, look, 82, we had a pretty good season.
Yeah.
You know,
Secret Service nearly shot.
it's like, oh gosh, he didn't take us through the season anymore.
When I was
You know?
vice president, I flew over 1 million miles on Air Force Two.
Is the guy's
And
eyes
I
closed?
was going home as the United States, as vice president.
Not sure.
One of the conductors said to me,
He can't
"Hey
even remember who
Joe,
it was now.
big deal, 200." You said you've traveled over 1 million miles on Amtrak. I said, "How the hell do you know that?" And they added it up at there.
Right there.
Folks, look.
They added it up right there. I think that's one of my words, Rick. He added it up right there.
How about this? Let's go back to this. The fact that he's at Amtrak again. If there's anybody on the planet who's heard the story, it's everybody at Amtrak. I mean, don't you know they're the honest good? Oh, not again.
Guys, he's never done it that way. You think it dawned on him? Oh, that doesn't prove it. I made this up.
Yeah.
Let me just end it.
Yeah,
I think he took it out of rotation and he I'm on it. I'm on it.
Halfway through, he realized, wow, they told me not to say this again.
Yeah, right.
Because he used to give details about Joey Baby.
Yeah,
and Secret
Joey
Service nearly
Baby.
Secret Service nearly shot him.
Yeah.
Remember when he one time he grabbed his
grabbed his
cheek?
cheek.
Yeah, Joey. What happened?
He
to
didn't
that
call
guy?
him by name.
No, he did. Now he just said somebody.
Remember, he called the guy by name and come to find out the guy was already retired.
Yeah.
The time that this supposedly
Sure,
happened. Or
of
something.
course. Kind of like when Hillary Clinton said she was named after the guy who got to Everest, but she was already born when it happened.
Right.
But do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't really wash.
Right.
So Secret Service really didn't almost shoot him, and he didn't all like, Joey,
Oh,
baby.
Joey!
None of that happened. I'm so surprised.
Let's just have a little more effort. I mean, come on.
Guys, I've never heard him
Phoning that one
He
in.
phoned
Joe.
it in.
They added that
I mean,
up.
I know you got 1 foot headed back home, but come on.
Yeah, they added it up.
When I was vice president, I flew over 1 million miles on Air Force Two.
Okay.
And I was going home as the United States, as vice president. One of the conductors said to me, "Hey Joe, big deal, 200." You said you've traveled over 1 million miles on Amtrak. I said, "How the hell do you know that?" And they added it up at there. Folks, look.
He says it right there, doesn't he? It added up right there.
Wow. He didn't have to cuss at the guy. I mean, my
Oh,
God.
that's his edge.
yeah.
That's
What
his
in the
edge.
world?
That's his edgy.
You know, we've got the State of the Union coming up, which that's going to be exciting. And then right after that, they're saying within 2 weeks he's going to announce he's running again. I don't think he wants to run again. I think the people who are actually running the office of the presidency right now want him to run again so they can keep their job and be president.
That's it.
Right there.
Next,
I added up right there.
video two right there. He's going to claim that Catholic bishops are not demanding that federal tax dollars not fund abortion on demand, nor the Pope. And of course, this Pope may not. But
he gets mad. He gets to point here, Rick.
Okay, all right. So here comes the reporter.
A while ago when he arrived back at the White House.
Catholic bishops are demanding that federal tax dollars not fund abortion. No, they are not all doing that. Nor is the Pope doing that.
Well, they didn't say all Catholic bishops. They said some Catholic. There are Catholic bishops, and they are that are demanding, rightfully so, by the way, that federal tax dollars not be fund abortion when they would be, in their religious convictions, opposed to abortion on demand. So they don't want their tax dollars funding something that is in conflict with their religious convictions. There are Catholic bishops that are demanding that. There's a lot of Christians that are demanding that, and when they're not all doing that. Nobody said all of them were doing it. And I don't know what the Pope's view. This Pope, you never know. But the fact that he see how he tried to twist it. Not all of them are doing that.
Right there. Will you
Of course,
go back
he claims
to
be Catholic too, and he's all for it. But anyway,
where the video started and you had it frozen, Adler? Could you go back to that? Does he not look like Jeff Dunham's Walter right here?
Oh, exactly like him.
I mean, Speedy, he looks like him all the time.
Yeah, all the
I
time.
know, but this
But when
one
he
here,
does his
some-
mouth like
something
that,
about that shot right there.
No, you're right, because that's the mouth that Walter has.
Right.
It's the same
Yeah,
mouth.
yeah.
Everybody look, see if you see Jeff Dunham's arm behind him.
He's got an arm going up his coat.
Yeah.
Right there.
Right there.
We added it up right there.
They added it up right there.
He was done with the story.
Yeah, for a minute I thought he was going to do, you might be a redneck. You know, he's going to do a little funny for us.
Oh, my gracious.
I've never seen anybody get so fatigued with their own story.
Yeah.
It was like I don't have it in me. I don't have it in me to tell that lie about Amtrak again. I can't do it. When we come back, Eddie Van Adler.
Oh, boy.
Eddie Van Adler. Big week for the Adlers. And we will ask him about the preparation for he and his wife welcoming their son this week. Wow.
How'd that sound to you,
How'd that
Adler?
sound to you, buddy?
Sounds good.
That's it. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I think you.
So I got to thinking,
think
do I need to hashtag me too?
I think you do.
Do you need some counseling?
What, did your press conference today?
No, I really need any counseling.
Are you the Brad Pitt of the marina?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I just think she was a big fan of the show.
Are you constantly asking yourself, what did you do to give her that indication that you were open for that?
Yeah.
Huh?
Bob, I think you need to speak up for the rest of us and make a big deal out of this.
Really?
I'm tired of this stuff
Right.
happening.
Did she eyeball smile you when she did it?
I mean, I'm not a piece of meat.
You are not.
No.
Was there a little hint of alcohol coming off of her?
There's probably some of that in the
Yeah,
area.
okay.
Probably some of that. Yeah.
Rick, it was the Catalina wine mixer.
Now this is starting to make more sense.
Yeah.
Now it's starting to make a little more sense.
Bubba, I got to know something. Did she look at you and go, how about that? I mean, did she did y'all?
You know, I don't remember
The term Palma basketball really drives
I
really
really
does. Huh?
I don't remember the exact wording, but
Right. Did you?
but I mean, several people were there. They saw it. And noticed it.
Was there one of those moments where there's one of those moments where you like? Did that?
I bet the picture turned out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you?
I sound like Lisa. Woo!
Let me ask you this: was there a moment where you thought, "Well, I'm mistaken. That didn't just happen"?
No.
You know how you have to get your mind together, going, "Did that really just happen?"
Yeah, she's
You know
not
what I
palming me here.
mean? Right.
It was
Wait
pretty
a
funny.
minute.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
Surely
I
not.
took it as a compliment. So,
Well, that's good.
Well, there you go.
That's good.
one of the other folks there asked me, said, "Well, how did Betty take it?" And I said, "I think she's just glad somebody else is helping to shoulder the load."
All right.
Have you contacted Gloria already? Is that her name? With Bubba stand up every Saturday.
Bubba, do you need to?
You know what? I'm just glad she listens to the show.
Do you need?
Boy, does she ever?
Do you need any counseling?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I wish that had a scene.
Stay in it.
So you said so you said it was complete with a pinch at the end?
I rolled it out to the
Rick, snap!
Come here, Rick. Come a piece.
Snap! Was there a little...
I'd never seen about that. It was quite a combo.
Yeah, right. So it was this and then out.
Yeah.
Okay. No, any cup under the cheek?
No, it was just a quick,
Okay.
just a quick palm pull out. I don't know what you call that move, but no, I appreciate her listening to the show. I noticed I hadn't got the pictures. I asked her to send me the picture. I didn't have it.
Well,
funny.
Yeah.
That look on your face.
Bubba, I want you to know.
Bubba's surprised? What's
Bubba,
up?
I want you to know you're not to blame.
It's not. I mean, it's not my fault.
You didn't ask for that.
You didn't blame. Hey, you are not responsible in any way.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was hashtag Me Too or hashtag What About Me. I couldn't remember.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We are thankful and looking forward to spending some more time with you today. Got phone calls. We'll hit it later. Eddie Van Adler has a big week coming up. Coming up this Thursday. Is that right? This Thursday? He and his wife, Erin, will welcome to the world their son, child number 2, and first son. So how's everything going, Mr. Adler?
Are y'all ready for the big event?
Are we ready for the big event? How's Ruby? What's going on?
Guys, I'm going to have 2 kids in diapers within a very short amount of time. That hurts.
Yeah.
2 kids in daycare, that whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
Just 2 kids.
2 kids.
Just 2 kids in general.
It's a game changer.
It's a big change.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not having to go to zone. I'm still capable of doing man on man.
Right.
But now you're full time man on man.
Oh yeah.
You gotta have press coverage now.
I used to be able to go and sit on the bench.
Your involvement.
Rest up.
Yeah, your involvement goes way up now.
Yeah. Get some Gatorade.
You could do Tampa 2 and have somebody over the top, but not anymore.
Yes, absolutely.
I think adding the first multiple may be as big, if not a bigger adjustment than 0 to 1.
I agree.
Well,
but like I was telling you, I always thought that the second time around could be more enjoyable because you knew what to expect. I mean, the first time you're just terrified, and everything is new. But now you kind of know the drill, and
you're right. The hospital experience is actually not as dramatic, but life becomes more dramatic.
I agree.
Yeah, I've had less sleepless nights leading up to this one for sure. Just when you just wake up in the middle of the night and your adrenaline is just spiked because you realize what is coming toward what's coming for you.
Just keep talking, buddy.
It's all right.
It's all right, President Biden.
Walk it out
right there.
Yeah. Hey,
I got my hospital bag packed.
Yep.
Got that ready to roll. That's good.
Yep.
I got my toiletries and everything.
Yeah, and this will be baby by appointment, which is very modern. I've done that many times.
We did
still
twice.
got some time.
Yeah.
That's right. You still got a couple of days. It could be no appointment. You're right.
Yeah, Aaron said that a couple nights ago she was having contractions and stuff, and she was like,
"The second one comes quick, boys."
Yeah, yeah. So we gotta hold the line for just a couple more days here.
Yeah. Better be ready.
It's gonna be good, but I'm gonna be very tired for the next 6 months. That's
Yeah.
just
You are.
I'm accepting
You
that.
are.
I'm
You
gonna be unbelievably tired for the next half a year of my life.
Yes, you will.
You will.
And then,
well, really 6 years, but yeah, it's good to think 6 months.
yeah, I'm getting kind of old too. So really, for the rest of my life, I'm gonna be tired.
I just
think by the time that, that this child starts school, your hair will be down to your knees.
How about that? How about that?
So, yeah, do you guys have any tips for me? Any life advice as I welcome this second one? As it's a son, we got Ruby, and we got unnamed boy coming next.
Little man.
Oh, I think it's good to get in the baby years and have what you're going to have because you got all the equipment.
Yes.
You got the diaper genies and the baby beds and all that. So I think y'all are doing it the right way.
You have a very emotional wife that's got all kinds of things going on with her body right now. Any help that you can give with Ruby will be like tenfold important.
Yeah, that's where you're going to be.
Oh yeah.
Than what it was before.
Yep.
You thought you and Ruby spent some time together,
right? And then you got to police the Ruby, feeling left out because everybody's just goo goo gaga over the baby.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to watch that.
Yeah, talk it up.
We've had a lot of things come in the mail, and we've had to pick up a lot of things for this new baby boy coming. And Ruby's like, "This mine? This belong to me?" And I'm like, "Well, no, that's a baby's boy's blanket. But if you want to play with it, you can."
Oh boy.
So it's she knows something's coming, but she doesn't know exactly how it's going to be. We're trying to let her know, like, hey, when the baby's born, it's not going to be able to do anything. Like, it's going to just sleep and cry, and that's it. And, and she's like, it doesn't know how to do anything? I'm like, no, nothing. Can you believe it?
Not a thing.
But
can I hold it?
Oh my goodness! And gentle hands.
Right.
How many times am I gonna have to say
Easy,
gentle hands?
So many times.
Easy.
I'm gonna have to say gentle hands so many times. But I think I'm up for the task, you guys. I think I'm ready for this whole, dad thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, which is good because I have a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
But I have.
But the multiple's a game changer.
It is. I have a video that I want to show you guys, but I actually don't want to show the rest of the world.
You must be in your underwear.
I'm in my underwear.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is we have we have a little camera, what's it called?
Do you video
baby
everything
monitor
you do?
is the word.
Well, this is a
baby monitor.
This is a security cam in your daughter's room.
We have a baby monitor in there, and I'm gonna put it on the screen for you guys, but not for the rest of the world to see. So y'all are gonna have to tell everybody what's going on here. Let me kill my bed music here. All right, now I'm good. All right, and so it does have audio. You do want to hear that.
Okay. All right.
So just tell everybody what's going on.
All right, so this looks like Ruby's waking up in the middle of the night.
Yes. And notice the timestamp here, 2:42.
Hey, 2:42.
All right, so I'm going in.
Okay.
And
now here you come.
Here I come.
Greg Burgess. Oh yeah. Look.
First of all, I'm looking for little pacifiers for Ruby, right?
Right. You want to check on her.
I'm leaning over to pick what I think is a pacifier.
Yeah.
Not a pacifier.
I see it.
So that's a fail.
There it
That's
is.
a fail. There we go.
Atta boy, Daddy.
Loading up the pacifiers for Ruby.
Okay.
She's laying back down.
Looking around.
Laying back down.
Giving pats.
Well, rubbing Ruby. Poor little Ruby.
I'm gonna give her a little kiss before I say
well,
bye.
precious cheek.
Say, please.
Yeah, on the precious.
Excellent.
Oh, I heard the hit.
Wow. Look at him shake it off.
So,
You are somebody's dad.
Look, Ruby woke back up.
she's like, did he just hit his head?
Yeah, you'll wake back up. You'll wake back up when your dad rattles your bed by hitting you. Watch him shake it off. Hey! Watch him shake it off right here.
So, Adler, is it just a frame or is there a top on it? You go in from the side. How does that?
Yeah,
is it open top too?
This bed is pretty cool in that once she gets a little bit bigger, we can flip the entire thing over and it becomes a bunk bed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then you can kind of play underneath it too. So that's why it's got the bar above it.
Oh,
but I go in to give her a little kiss and I'm like, all right, baby, you can do it. You can go back to
you
sleep.
Go back to sleep, sweet
so
angel.
I give her a little kiss.
Well, Daddy loves you.
And I'm ready to head back to my bed.
Yeah.
And it just.
Oh, there you go.
I could feel it that time. Could y'all on your
I
head?
love how he shakes his head while some reason limping. Yeah, now you really look like
Because I'm a dad. I'm old.
Dad's
I'm
limp.
Greg,
Dad's limp, and they get injured trying to do the kind things.
Did it hit your ponytail bun, or did it miss it?
that did not. It gave me no cushion.
So no bun. The bun gave you no cushion.
Yeah, I think it caught it right underneath it.
Hit you right on the cranium.
Yeah, so that's got all the dad stuff in it. Underwear, limping,
Oh, yeah.
being tired at night, all that stuff, bonking your head.
Oh,
so
yeah.
there you go.
Yeah.
I love when you walked out and she looked around like, what's going on?
Yeah.
What was that noise?
That'll wake you back up when Dad bonks his head right on the frame.
Yeah.
I was, the thing I'm worried about with you going forward, dads get to a point where they no longer care how they dress anymore, but you've never cared how you dress.
Where do I go
So
from
where is
here?
this going?
That's a good point.
Would it be weird if also you started dressing nice?
Yes.
You went in the opposite direction?
Yeah. What's
There
with the
you
suit,
go.
Adler? What? It's Tuesday. What's the problem?
What do you mean?
Wait a minute. That's like some slacks and brogans.
Yeah, what are those shoes, Rick, that are like, I forgot the name of them. They're white and got the black on the side of them. It looks like
Yes.
cheerleading shoes.
Yes,
But,
yes.
a lot of times you'll see dads wear them when they dress up. or something.
Seersucker suit, nose on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the New Balance dad shoes.
Now, when Ruby was born,
No,
it was,
that's not
hospitals had all these COVID restrictions and
Yeah,
stuff
you're
like
gonna have
that.
a baby without that.
I mean,
Yeah.
you feel free maybe a little
I do.
bit.
We're only allowed to have one extra person in. now.
Still?
Still, yes.
For
yes.
what reason?
I don't know. But we're looking forward to not 19 hours of labor. Well, that's going to be great. We are able to have the mother-in-law in the room, so it won't be just me. Guys, I was looking out over the busiest road in Birmingham during rush hour while Ruby was being born, and there was not a single car.
Isn't that weird?
It was a weird time. So I'm looking forward to hopefully a slightly more normal baby dump. And thank you for your thoughts and prayers so much, everybody.
Rick and Bubba.
The book, your father, wow, first of all, know that there's so many people are with you. I understand that your father had a very, very long and thankfully, and praise the Lord, a very productive life for the kingdom. But still, regardless of how long it is, when they're gone into eternity to receive their just reward, those of us that are still left here, that separation is still difficult. So I know you guys are still mourning, and the days are different, and that those responses to thinking about I'm going to talk to Dad, and you realize, wait a minute, I can't right now. So we know that that's hard, regardless of how your father lived or not. It's still tough. So know that we're all thinking.
But he lived to be 100, and he was born in 1918 in November. Wow. November the 7th, and he lived to 2018 to February the 21st. You say, well, that's not quite 100. You count 9 months.
No, right.
You're into February. He lived to be 100.
Yes, he did.
So
no doubt.
From February to November. But he's But listen, no question, we miss him, and but I've learned so much from watching my father.
Oh.
And and I was about 12 years ago. I was challenged by a man by the name of Sam Moore that said, Franklin, you need to write what you've learned because no one has the perspective of knowing your father like a son.
And I thought to myself, that's correct. There's a life of lessons that I need to begin to write down. So over the last 12 years, we've worked on this, and I want people to benefit from what I've learned. And he was a remarkable man, incredible man. And what the world saw on television was the same man that we saw at home. There wasn't two Billy Grahams. Many times well-known people are one thing when the cameras are on them.
So true.
But once the cameras are off, they're different people. That wasn't my father. And I wrote down these lessons that I've learned, and these are lessons that others can use and that they'll benefit from, because he was a man of God, and I just thought it'd be important to write them down while I still remember them.
Well, no doubt, and I talk about this a lot, and I'm honored and do a lot of men's ministry, and you can see the room anytime I have a chance to speak to men, because it applies to all of us. I have 4 children that are still with me and 1 child in heaven, but the ones that are still here, you think about, I ask men all the time, if I were to take your children right now and sit down with them and let them tell me who they see you, how they see you, what would they say? Yeah. If I asked them who's the most godly man would they say you? And you can see when men start thinking of it that way, because no one really knows us better than our wife and our children. And there's no pretending for them. They're the ones that tell the truth. So that's why I think this book is extremely important.
Well, I learned about forgiveness from watching my father. And, of course, our Father in heaven, he offers forgiveness through his Son, Jesus Christ. But my father, I just learned some incredible examples, just forgiveness toward me. And when it comes to the Bible, I learned about the Word of God from watching my father. My father believed the Bible to be the Word of God from cover to cover. He didn't understand it all, but he just accepted by faith that it was God's Word. And so now this became his anchor in life. It became his authority. And when he would stand behind a pulpit, he would say, and the Bible says, and he would have a Bible in his hand. And people want to know, well, how did Billy Graham become so famous? How did Billy Graham speak to so many people? Is because of his humility, which I learned watching from him. And he always lifted up the Lord Jesus Christ. And he always held on to that anchor of the Bible. And so this book is, just a lot of things that people can apply to their own lives. And if you use them, you'll live not only, I believe, a better life, but you'll live a much more godly life, because these are things I learned from my father. Now, every lesson I learned, I didn't practice them at first. There were times,
Sure.
I just didn't listen. I was stubborn.
Right.
But I just thank God for a godly father and mother. And I've got a great chapter on my mother, because my father would not have been where he went in life if it hadn't been for having a strong wife.
Amen.
Who believed like he believed and was there with him at every turn.
Well, it takes a team. It really does. Franklin, I can't imagine either the places you go. The number of people you run into that say to you, your dad changed my life or influenced my life. And even though we never had the pleasure of meeting him, I don't think you did either, Rick. But, I was became a Christian when I was 10 years old, but so many times I watched his crusades and, came under conviction and needed to fix something in my life. And, he touched so many people. I just can't imagine what that's like to you everywhere you go.
Well, my father understood technology. And as a young preacher, radio was young and new, and he got on radio. And we had one of the first nationally syndicated radio programs. And then in the late 50s, he was challenged to film his crusades and put those on television. And the first one, they actually did live.
Hey, 6 minutes. 6 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, it's more Rick and Bubba. With Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. Things you need to know. Looking forward to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, coming up Sunday night. I'll be there representing the show, speaking at Man Church. They got dinner for you, 5 to 6, guys, and then we'll roll at 6. Just come. First Baptist Church, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Looking ahead, West Georgia, Bremen, Georgia, at the West Georgia Worship Center on February the 10th. Rich Wingo will be speaking there. February the 11th, West Mobile Baptist Church, as they continue to roll through the strategy from themanchurch.com. Jordy Henson will be there. February the 17th, Prove Yourself a Man. That comes from Polycarp. Prove Yourself a Man 2023 conference at First Baptist Church in Chipley, Florida. Rich Wingo and Scott Dawson from Team Man Church will be there speaking at that. Then, of course, the sold-out Man Church Conference the 24th and 25th of February. Looking forward to seeing all of you there. So all of those are available if you want to plug in at one near you at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for sharing a little time with Rick and Bubba.
Celebrities.
Well, we big.
We got golden fingers. Bubba, you want to start with Lisa Marie or Steph Curry?
Let's start with Steph Curry, Rick. NBA superstar Steph Curry, who publicly endorsed Joe Biden for president in 2020, is now opposing a low-income housing development near his $30 million mansion. We hesitate to add to the not in our backyard rhetoric, but we want to send a note before today's meeting. Safety and privacy for us and our kids continue to be our top priority, and one of our biggest reasons we chose Atherton as our home. Steph and his wife wrote in a letter to the officials in Atherton, California. It was an attempt by Steph Curry, who is the 5th highest paid athlete in the world, according to Forbes, to prevent undesirables from crowding the area around his home in Atherton, California. Atherton is one of the most exclusive communities in the U.S. Forbes ranks it as the most expensive zip code in the country this year. The Curry family also petitioned the local government to build fencing and shrubbery around their home to protect the family from watchful eyes if they couldn't block the new families from joining the neighborhood entirely.
Well, Bubba, are they saying that all the people that want to visit them are a bunch of evil, criminal, backward people? I mean, are they just saying they need some security because they're not sure who would try to get to their home? I need them to explain that for me, because it's kind of the way I feel about the border.
We're asking the town commit to investing in considerably taller fencing and landscaping to block line of sight into our family's property.
Well. So not just anyone should be able to look in or come into their sovereign property, because this is they need to be able to vet people out as not to put their family in danger. And you know what? They're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Of course, that's also kind of how the border works.
Yeah.
And then we're a little inconsistent on that. And we're also talking about how evil the right-wing people are, because they don't care about poor people. Even though that's not true, because everyone having access to the free market and to capitalism and maximizing their God-given potential through maximum liberty actually helps poor people. Now, I know that doesn't play well at rallies, but Steph Curry went out and endorsed a man who claimed that rich people were evil, and that his party, even though he's quite wealthy, loves poor people. The right does not. And how dare us not let them live in the people, whoever wants to. We got sanctuary cities everywhere. All about that. But Steph Curry says, I really want to be able to decide whether undesirables get to live close to me or not.
Right.
That just feels a little inconsistent.
Oh, it really does.
It makes a lot of sense. It just feels politically inconsistent.
Yeah. And you have to kind of wonder, Atherton, California, what kind of planning, long-term planning or zoning they have that would line these two pieces of property up to each other.
Feels a little xenophobic. Feels just a little xenophobic.
Yeah. Let me tell you, it's really not fair for either side, and I'll tell you why. You have this mix, it is going to bring the property value of Steph Curry's place down. it's also going to jack up the price of the low-income housing, so a lot of people can't afford them. Remember, that was one of AOC's big claims when she was trying to run Amazon out of her district because it was going to run the prices up. So, that's why we have an attempt at zoning and, have planning and planning commissions. That just seems that's a strange two bookends to get together in it.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it actually came to that.
So I say one thing, but
Remember, saying something is easy. Actually living it out, and I would say this on a lot of issues, not just this. That usually
harder.
How we live is what we really believe, and that is undeniable.
But I can't imagine the concern though that Steph Curry has for for his kids and their safety, and you just by being who he is, it's always going to be a problem. Keeping an eye on his family and trying to keep them safe.
Would you say people that live along the border may share in those concerns?
I would say
about their
absolutely
families?
they would, yes. Yeah.
I would say that. So really, the concerns make a lot of sense. We totally understand those, don't we?
Well, again, I go back. This idea of no fences, no gates, no doors is unrealistic. We know good and well heaven has walls and a gate. So how do you get away from that example? Never really heard anybody explain that real well.
I know that they can't afford tickets to go to the actual game, but I bet the TV's turned on by a lot of low-income people who love Steph Curry.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And they're about to be his neighbor.
And that TV audience is the one that really brings in the big jack.
Absolutely. That is correct.
So, anyway.
We mentioned earlier at the beginning of the show about Lisa Marie Presley and this ongoing Presley issue with Graceland and money and all this stuff. Apparently, Lisa Marie Presley left her assets to her daughters, and one in particular that was going to be the trustee, Riley. Well, Priscilla has come in now and is making legal moves to invalidate that will. She is saying that some of the paperwork that was done doesn't feel like is the real deal. She is challenging a revision from 2016 to the will that removed her and Lisa's former business manager, Barry Siegel, as managers of the trust and replacing them with Riley, who is now 33 years old.
Right. So
here comes
Mama. I just want to say this. Unless they can prove, and this is what I heard yesterday in the story, and it's here too, that Priscilla and the business manager are trying to say that this was not done in a way that would give it legal standing. And they're going to suggest, which is really going to lead to a lot of, I know, closeness in the family, that Riley went in there and put herself there, that Lisa Marie didn't put her there. And I know that's really going to bring the family close together for somebody to make that kind of accusation, especially when, Lisa Marie just died.
Yeah.
And you'd like to see this thing breathe just a minute, but I think Priscilla knows I better grab ground while I can. And
while the movie's still in everybody's mind, I'm going to keep moving. While we're winning awards.
Yeah. But I will say this, if they cannot prove that Riley put herself there, and they confirm it was Lisa Marie that put her there, Priscilla can have a Coke and a smile.
Yeah, it says, according to Priscilla's petition obtained by People magazine, Lisa had a living will that dated back to 1993, which was amended in 2010 to make Priscilla and Siegel co-trustees in case of her death. But following Lisa's death, her mother learned that another amendment had been made in 2016 that removed her and Siegel as the trustees and replaced them with Riley and her brother Benjamin, who Benjamin is the one that committed suicide in 2020. So it would be all Riley now.
So the debate is, did Lisa Marie put Riley as the new overseer, or did Riley put herself as the new overseer?
Right.
That's where the argument's going to be.
So it's going to be granddaughter versus grandma.
Yep. It will be ugly. UGLY.
Do you think because of his humble beginnings, I don't pretend to know where they are today. I'm not going to speculate, but if they are together and they are having a conversation about it, do you think Elvis regrets a lot of that now?
Do you think he would even come back and go, I wish I'd never picked up a guitar. Look at what it's cost.
Or when I picked it up, I wish I had gone about it differently. There's no doubt if you die at the age Elvis did, in the shape he was in and on all the drugs he was on, and your family is gone, and
you see what's happened to your grandkids.
Yeah.
Suicide.
Yeah.
Your daughter dying early, you know?
Yeah.
And now they're going to fight, your wife and your granddaughter.
It's an ugly legacy.
What a mess. What a mess.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And there was some here in New York in Madison Square Garden. And he used television in a remarkable way in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s to reach a far larger audience than anyone has ever done in history. He understood the power of modern technology, and he used modern technology for God and to take the gospel of Jesus Christ to the ends of the earth. No preacher before him had ever done anything like that. I don't think anyone since him has done anything like this. And I don't know if you could do it again today. You have 200 channels on cable. Back then it was just ABC, NBC, and CBS.
Right.
That's all the choices you had.
Yeah, and my wife and I were just talking about this the other day, how now we can, following his lead, use the technology of today on how you can take, Bible studies in a room that has 40 people, and by the end of the day, 4,000 people can hear it through the various social platforms and SoundCloud and YouTube. And so, he really set the standard on how to use these things that Satan tries to corrupt. We'll use them to advance the kingdom of God. God allowed these things to be created to glorify him.
Rex Reserve.
All right.
Hard to keep them quiet, isn't it?
It really is. Bubba, how are you today,
I am
baby?
great. Glad to be here, sir.
Thank you, by the way, for being so brave today.
Thank you,
And
Rick. I'm
pushing
working through it.
And pushing through after what happened.
The
You're a very brave man. You're an example to all of us.
We just call it the incident.
The incident.
All right, so let's get. We also have a story from the weekend with Eddie Van Adler.
Oh, yeah.
I like that one.
That's a good one right there. Y'all like it, a little snappy?
I like it. That is. That's got a little toe tapper.
Right there at work.
A little toe tapper.
It wasn't that long ago. In the last few weeks, I got an email from somebody. When you got your Rick and Bubba experience, there's all kinds of ways that if you feel like getting on a binge with Rick and Bubba, my gosh, there's a YouTube channel full of so many videos and so many documentaries, and you can sit there and roll through them. And I had somebody say, you know what? I went back and I watched David Nasser on the program, and I was very moved by his story. And hey, I'm glad I saw it. And da. And all of a sudden yesterday, I get a text from David Nasser. He says, "Hey, by the way, I'm coming to town, and I might drop on in and see you boys." So he's going to drop by this hour. So
I miss David.
Yeah, I do too. It's David's one of those people. It's always a juggling act when you're friends with us. There's places that you go if you've got any sort of platform where you openly acknowledge it, and then there's places you don't bring it up a lot. They're like, "Hey, aren't you the Rick and Rick and Bub? What? I'm not familiar with him." But then there's times if you're in the right group, you go, "Oh yeah, those friends of mine." You have to pick and choose when you acknowledge us.
Oh yeah, I hadn't seen him in a while. I wonder if he brought his tennis racket, Hams.
Probably not. Greg, what is it, that word you used for Bubba the other day and whatever about cotton? If you really done well.
Yeah. And
Oh,
He was in high cotton.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you said something the other day. You
I
threw a little
did.
something else
He
in
was,
there.
He was dumping in high cotton.
That was what it was. Yeah.
Dumping in high
Yeah,
cotton.
but
Well, I
yeah.
said it different.
He did.
You've heard.
Oh.
You know the saying.
Yeah.
I don't know that one. I know the high cotton.
You don't know the saying?
I didn't know that other part of
Well,
it.
you know,
Yeah, you never heard that.
yeah, you know, Nasser, he runs in some runs some pretty big circles.
Well, he's a pretty big deal.
He
up
is.
there.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Huh?
so
Up
anyway,
at Liberty?
Liberty U.
He's a wheel.
He's a wheel.
He's
So
never been to a boat beauty pageant, but he's pretty important.
well, that's true.
Right.
He ain't never done that, has he?
No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
High
tell you
cotton there,
that
fellas.
you know that was pretty cool. I kind of want to see another one.
So anyway, we have that Roseanne Barr last night on Jimmy Fallon. She is not concerned about what you think about who she voted for. Let me be clear about that.
She go ahead and make it clear.
it's almost like the comedian that everybody's talking about that was so crude at the correspondence dinner, which of course now they're blaming her behavior and her language and the things. It is 22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. A shot rings out. So Greg Burgess, we all have our expertise.
I really like that song.
Here, I do too. On our on the team, everybody has their expertise, their areas of expertise,
Yes.
and we try to keep everybody in their lane. But Greg was the one who has done the most in-depth study on the phenomenon known as Munchausen, and of course, its cousin Munchausen by proxy.
Exactly.
And
it's a really
bizarre,
strange deal.
I've been educating Sherry on this because we may be closing on a case, but I will say this: so
No filter.
Munchausen is when someone pretends to have some sort of ailment or tragedy.
They crave the attention that comes with being sick.
They crave that attention, and they may even manipulate you for money. But they love having some sort of tragedy that puts them into.
They may be the hero.
Yeah, and then by proxies, when they pretend a child is sick.
Yeah,
they
and actually make the child sick. They do things to it,
right?
Which is just
because again they get that
it's
attention.
a mental disturbance. Yeah, yeah.
What? I know.
I know,
the
Greg.
highest order.
Well, they're not mentally
That's
stable.
unreal, is what that is.
But we have a case today that looks like, Greg, it may be a pure case of Munchausen. So I'll let you and Bubba handle this.
Okay, so Adler, you may be able to find some of her posts online. Her name is Madison Russo.
Mm-hmm.
She's 19 years old. She's from Iowa. She falsely claimed to have leukemia and pancreatic cancer to bring in tens of thousands of dollars in donations.
Which puts a twist here. It may not be Munchausen, just may be a crook who looks for a way to raise a little capital.
So Munchausen would be the attention is enough for me.
Yes.
Okay.
Her getting
Thank
the
you.
money. This may just be a scam artist.
Okay.
You're
Okay.
dialing
This is
in, Rick.
Munchausen with a layer of scamato on
Right,
it.
right.
Could be a little of both, but it also
now-
may be this is the way I want to make money.
She has been charged with theft after purporting to be suffering from leukemia, stage 2 pancreatic cancer, and have a tumor the size of a football wrapped around her spine. Okay?
Let me
She's
just say
throwing too
this.
much
If
in.
you're going to do that, you're eventually the odds are not good that you live very long, right?
Correct.
When you
Not
name
with
all
all
the
that.
things she done. So
Not with all that.
What was her end game? Did she was she going to say Benny Hinn cured her? at
Well,
the
she
end, or-
would. Greg, remember, then I'm also miraculous. People love that too.
Well,
She was on social media documenting her journey, Rick, talking about how tired she was, about how happy she was to be done with a chemo treatment, and it's going to be so long to the next one. But
got a lot
here's
of
the
hair.
problem: medical professionals observed terrible, life-threatening inaccuracies of her medical equipment and the way it was placed on her body, according to court documents.
that picture there, the way she won't saw the tubes coming out of it. That's what you're talking about.
Some of the photos appeared to be taken at her apartment instead of a medical office where she would have been getting some of this chemo.
Okay.
There's a flag.
Right. There's one.
Doggone medical experts.
So
Do we not have family members stepping up going, no, she's not sick?
Probably nobody.
I know. Yeah,
So-
does she not have any?
yeah, and you would think
Who's
too,
taking her to the doctor and everything?
somebody, all it has to be is one person to ask what doctor's treating you, and, then where you're going to
again,
go from there.
What's the family situation? Like you said, there's got to be somebody, that
Brother
would-
or sister
that
or
would be
somebody.
concerned unless they're in on it too. They're getting a cut.
Right. Greg, is it Munchausen if you make up something because you think you're about to get in trouble and you try to make people sympathetic to you so they won't jump on you?
Well, that may be a little different.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another version.
I think Munchausen, they just do it for no apparent reason.
Okay. For the attention.
The attention, that's it.
Yeah, love it.
Well, Rick, before she was busted in this, she had raised $37,000 from 438
How much?
donors. $37,000 from 438 donors. She's 19 years old. We mentioned that. But Rick, I mean, she's young. She could go out and do other things. I don't. Why do you resort to this?
Well, because
what's the end game? It's going to catch you eventually.
She's not right.
Or do you just eventually, at some point, go, "Well, I'm cured"?
Yeah, I guess.
Is that your out?
Well, you say that, or you move off? And
yeah,
just
that's
say,
true.
I'm leaving?
We saw that.
But boy, she picked a tough one to be cured.
We saw somebody declare they'd been cured. I mean, they can just do that.
Yeah, you're right.
Just declare it.
Right. She almost made it too bad, though.
No, you're
she
right.
almost overdid it.
That's my point. She almost made it where this isn't very survivable.
Right.
But wow.
If you had to come up with something, and
all right.
I mean, this was pretty hard here. What would you come up with?
Oh, it's got to be something nobody can see. I mean, it's got to be something that you just keep telling everybody. It's.
I'm trying to make my mind go there.
I can't even
hard.
do that.
It's
I
hard.
can't even do that
because she came up with two.
She did.
Yeah.
I mean, but
and that, guys, this is not uncommon. We've heard this before.
Well, and it goes back to what I said about everybody's saying Tony Romo's trying to say something that we're just speculating. He's saying there are people that really are the victim of true racism and bigotry, but now they won't be taken serious because we have so many cases that cannot be confirmed. And there's people who really do need people's help that have medical problems.
Absolutely.
And they don't know how they're going to pay their bills, and people are kind enough to come along and help them. But when people start thinking that, this is even possible, that people are so sick and twisted they fake this kind of stuff just to get our money, it makes them be suspect of everybody.
Yeah, because when you're giving away money, you don't need a lot of convincing that it's there's a reason not to give it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? All they're going to do is lie about it, and everybody's going to use the
think
one
how
example.
much the panhandler now. No one thinks the panhandler is real anymore.
No.
It also said she took real shots from other cancer patients online and posted them as her own.
No.
That's what it says.
What kind of effort have you put? I mean, come on.
Like y'all said, just put effort into making a living straight up.
People are wanting to research this, so I got the correct spelling. Okay, Munchausен.
What, Munchausen?
Yes.
Y'all don't know about Munchausen?
Guys,
You ain't been
But
on the show very
how to
long.
spell it? Yeah, because some people think we're saying moon like the moon.
No.
It's named after the doctor that came up that came up
Munchausen.
with it.
It looks like
Munchausen.
Yeah.
I call it Munchausen because that's how I say
I
it.
do too. I like to say moon.
This social media world is just it's a weird place
it's
to
added to
live,
it.
guys.
Yeah.
Don't live there.
She has I've found some videos where she's like, "Hey guys, today this is happening," and this. So she was giving people.
Can we see one of them to see how
updates.
good she was selling?
Well, that's the important thing to do. I mean, if you can keep everybody updated, they just can't get enough of it. So if you want, we can look at some of those.
Yeah, let's look at it when we come back.
She kept a full head of hair the whole time, though. That was
Greg, do you know?
You just declare that's a miracle.
Yeah, there are documented cases where you don't lose your hair.
Bill Cersei. Yeah. So we've seen it. But bottom of the hour, we'll be right back. But it's not normal.
Rick and Bubba.
Said on Donald Trump.
Sure.
She's not responsible for it. I don't know how to break this to everybody. Donald Trump is responsible for anything he says, and so is everybody else.
Yeah.
So
Well, I'll tell you what they really don't like. If you just want to get down to the bottom line on it, they don't like somebody who opposes them. They did the same thing with George Bush. They did the same thing with Daddy Bush. They did the same thing with Reagan. It's just Trump is in their face about it.
Yeah. Right. So then the way he behaves.
So they're really not used to that.
Well, what it shows is the hypocrisy, because the way he behaves is now making them behave in a way that shows that they're really, this is what they really are.
Yeah. Now, these are the people who are supposed to be covering the White House fairly and objective and giving us the story. And you see where they are on this. I mean, it really pulled a big cover back, I think, even more so to what they're really about. But that's why a lot of us elected Donald Trump. We wanted a bulldozer to go in there and clean up a lot that was overgrown, and the weeds don't like it.
Well, I just wish that we could agree. This is the problem. Really, when you look at politics, if you don't fully understand people, it's really no different than sports. It just take the political party and make it somebody's team, and you'll understand it because there's no consistency with it whatsoever. If somebody really hangs on to it and it's really important to them. Now, if you're somebody who the politics of this country, you realize they're important, you realize they're a necessary evil, and you kind of have it in that world, then there may be some consistency with you that you actually judge both parties the same.
Right.
But when people hug on a party or a worldview and that defines them and that's who they are, well, then their political party does everything right, yours does everything wrong, and that's on both sides. That's on the ones that have R's and the ones that have D's, and I guess the ones that have I's. I never really know what they're doing, but anyway, I'm independent. Okay, what do you stand for? Well, I'm independent. Okay, well, but I mean, give me your.
You still got to have a position on something.
What's your position? But what you find is, I just like to come to an agreement that if somebody lacks civility and is foul. Is that okay or not okay in these situations, or is it just okay when one party does it, it's not okay if the other party does it? I love to watch the left, and their response to Donald Trump being rude and crass is to be more rude and crass.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and then I don't want people to say that Donald Trump's behavior is, hey, that's part of it, man. We'll bulldoze, and then somebody on the left is a bulldozer, and now you're mad about that. So
I think the left has been pretty uncivilized for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't want my response to that to be just as uncivil, But so I'm just saying that the behavior of the woman at the correspondence dinner was repulsive, regardless of which party she represents.
It's the very behavior they get on us about.
Yeah.
Period.
And
or getting on Trump about.
But because now the comedians going, well, it's comedy. Well, let's play by those. We can't play by those rules either, because if you make a joke about a liberal situation, you can't say, well, it's just comedy.
Yeah, that's the reason why comics can't play college campuses anymore.
Yeah.
But then they'll turn around and say when she does it, well, that was fine. So she can come to the college campus and say horrible things about the opposing view, but if somebody comes in and makes a joke about your view, they can't be on the campus.
I think
everybody's just got to decide, is there certain behavior that we as civilized human beings find repulsive regardless of who does it?
Well, I think, too, it's not just topic, but it's presentation. And I don't know the exact rules to draw it up on paper to say, yeah, this is good, this is bad. But I've seen people who I thought were very funny, and it was comical, and they may have been taking shots at my side or my view.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
but it was
George Carlin, I thought, was real good.
Carlin, even.
Carlin was real good at that.
George Carlin wasn't that good. Judge Carlin.
It goes back.
Don Rickles was all, and Don Rickles was as vicious as anybody.
Well,
but
that's
he was
what
funny.
he was known for.
It goes back to what I said.
It was horrible.
I said this yesterday on the show, and I stand by it again today. I said it yesterday. Even when the joke was on my views, my culture, whatever, there was a time when someone would use humor to say a truth, but at least they did it. They were clever,
right?
And
I think the clever part,
and they had some class about the way they did it,
right?
When you're up there saying "Don't knock abortion till you try it," you got to get that baby out of there. See, that's just animals. I mean, that's like animals talking.
Exactly.
You're being so insensitive to anybody, regardless of their worldview, that may have had to go through that. That's not something to make light of, even if you believe it's something that women should be allowed to do, and you don't think it's immoral or anything like that. Even any woman that goes through that, regardless of their worldview, it's a very traumatic experience.
Yes.
And I hope we never get to the point that we're so animalistic about something like that we laughing about it like it's no big deal. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
"35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up in the next segment. Wow. Commitment right there. Let me point you to mypillow.com/Bubba. Our URL really makes it simple. 9 years we've been with mypillow.com/Bubba now, and with that URL, you just go straight there to where all of the savings are now available. We have a massive overstock sale that is going on at mypillow.com/Bubba. This is speedy kind of savings right here. Savings up to 80%. 80%. So make the move now to mypillow.com/Bubba. If you want to refresh your bed pillows, my pillows right now are only $19.99. The sandals are $19.98. There's about 200 other products that you'll also save when you have the code Bubba there at mypillow.com/Bubba. So if you're like us and you try to make your purchases mean more, then to go further, how about savings up to 80% right now at mypillow.com/Bubba? You can also go to rickandbubba.com, find it right there under the sponsors button. So we talked about the Munchausen situation here. Greg says the fact that she's trying to make money may just mean she's a crook.
She just may be a scam artist.
But she pretended to be a cancer patient of the highest degree. People were giving money to her GoFundMe account.
Leukemia, stage 2 pancreatic cancer, a tumor the size of a football wrapped around her spine. She's 19 years old, Madison Russo.
She went for the gold.
We wanted to see how good she was selling this.
So she had. She said that she was given 11% survival rate for 5 years, and she had raised $37,000 until medical experts began to notice in some of her posts that something wasn't right, and they blew the whistle on her. But here she is, because the key to a successful scam program or Munchausen is to keep people updated on what's going on via your social media channels and platforms. So here she goes.
Keeping it real.
Keeping it real.
It's days like these that are hard, and I try my best to stay positive and think that, after my chemo is, after my week of chemo is done, after, round 3 is done, and I get, a break until the next round of chemo. But sometimes it's hard to think like that when you're in so much pain and discomfort, and everything is just going the wrong way. And it's just kind of, I just have different mixed emotions, and, with my hair and stuff like that, that's obviously a big fear. Obviously, as a girl, it's, girls, like, hair is a big part of everybody's lives, but to think of the potential of losing it, or it's just kind of one more thing in the fire that
she's good.
It's hard. So
you're good.
Hopefully nothing else falls out.
I'm gonna skip forward real quick here to she says the words that really stood out to me, and that was, "I'm not gonna lie."
And then, your immune system is so weak because you have no immune system when you're going through treatment. So then I have a fever.
Got it.
And still doing round 3 of chemo. And
she don't look sick. Look the way she looks. That's ridiculous.
It has been a rough night.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie.
Except when I'm talking.
Except when my mouth is moving.
All
right, so
she could get a job acting.
So mentally ill,
what she
or
claims she
devious,
had, and
mentally ill or devious.
I think it's a little of both. I think I'm mentally ill, but while I'm at him, we'll get paid for being mentally ill.
Yeah.
The way what she claims she had and been through, she didn't even look.
She didn't look sick.
The worst she looked, she didn't have her makeup on, and then the other one she actually did.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're gonna sell it, at least shave your head and try to starve yourself and make you look weak or something.
Well, that's your plan.
Well, if you're gonna do it, I can't believe she got away with it as long as she did.
What you're saying, Greg, is she's not a bad actor, but she needed a makeup.
Someone should have questioned that early.
She needed a makeup artist could have helped.
Yeah, or shave your head.
Right.
So does she get to keep the 40 or the 37,000?
Or say she had a wig on.
I doubt it.
Yeah, she should have wore a wig.
She could have said she had a wig on.
I tell you who. What about the cut that GoFundMe gets? They get a cut.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you remember the great scam that we called from day one, the homeless guy with the buying gas for that idiot. Remember that one?
Yes,
right?
that was fake.
And then they raised him all this money.
Right, and
they were working together.
Well, what happened there? They got greedy. If they'd kept splitting it 3 ways, they'd have been all right. They tried to cut somebody out. They tried to cut somebody out.
Singing like a canary.
Somebody was a tattletale, and nobody likes tattletales.
Wait a minute.
If you want to talk about more fake things, have you seen the picture of the president?
Oh, yeah.
So, and I know we've already had a president moment.
Yeah, but
Joey,
Rick, how do you look over this?
Joey.
Hey, Joey.
Hey, Joey. The president is going to try to tell us about the electric vehicle tax credits, okay? And he wants us to know all about them. But unfortunately, just like the leftists of our country always do, they want us to live one way while they live another. Is there anybody I mean, I have a son in Atlanta. He's already working, but I'd be happy to. Does anybody have anybody any good in public relations anymore? Anybody? How can someone let these kind of obvious things go? If the president is going to talk to America about electric vehicle tax credits, he can't be in a luxury Hummer that wouldn't qualify. You can't have that happen.
You should be. He
needs to be in an electric car. A
How many
vehicle.
checkpoints do these things have?
Do y'all run anything by anybody?
So this thing he's in is not electric?
It wouldn't qualify for the tax credit.
For the tax credit,
about.
yeah. So
for some reason,
and he's got his mask on pulled down to his chin. You see a lot of that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, and he's talking about on my watch, the Great American Road Trip will be fully electrified. And then he's in a GMC Hummer EV that ranges in cost from $87,000 to $110,000, depending on the model. But this particular model that he's in would not qualify for the tax credit that they're offering.
I don't know if it's because it's not electric or it's out of the price range.
It's electric.
Here's what it says.
Whatever.
Here's what it says. Here's the answer right here. The Hummer EV that he is in is not eligible for the credit since SUVs and trucks must not exceed a manufacturer's suggested retail price of $80,000. So this vehicle is too expensive to qualify, but yet that's the vehicle we put the president in to talk about the vehicles that qualify.
Yeah, this one runs.
Put him in one that qualifies. That's not hard, man.
This runs from 87 to 110,000, so it's over the limit. But here again, in the name of imaging, they messed up the image. Because if you see that, you think, well, if I go get one of those, I get a tax credit.
You know why I would think
lied
that,
to.
Bubba? The guy who's telling me to do it is in one.
But I guarantee you, they didn't think he looked good in the smaller cars.
They did.
That's right.
They did.
I love the fact that on Twitter here, you can see there is a reader's note. Readers added context they thought you would want to know. The credits for and it explains everything that y'all were just talking about directly underneath the president's tweet, which is something I love to see. This has happened. This has never happened in the past to folks on the left, like President Biden, media on the left. But now we're seeing it on Twitter, and this is awesome. This is open. This is transparent. And I saw it happen to a recent tweet from Elon as well. So they're actually going for a free speech, truth-centered social media platform, which is amazing. We need this kind of stuff. And I love seeing that.
Are you saying that that Twitter ran a truth test on Elon?
Yes.
I'd be careful doing that one.
Yeah. Readers added context. You'll see this little note a lot of times on some tweets.
Yeah. And so the readers are doing it. It's not Twitter.
It was something about them two guys that he'd let go that he hired back.
It wasn't about that, no, but it's a feature on Twitter.
Right, it's called readers.
Right? It's like notes or something like that.
What Adler's saying is now the way Twitter's been set up by Elon, everybody has a chance to comment on what anyone puts up, including him, and correct things they say are factually incorrect.
Yes.
But how does this miss the handlers and who's in charge of
Well, Bubba's right. They didn't like the look they were getting.
No, you're 100% right, because we
do that on everything.
Well, and this is the one that gets me, is when they get up there arrogantly and they tell somebody who's got an inexpensive automobile that runs on gasoline, on fossil fuels, well, if you don't like it, just go get your electric car and you won't have that problem. And like this person, here's the all-loving left that stands up for the hard-working folks. And this person goes, I don't have $87,000 to $100,000. I finally have this car paid for, and you want to take it from me over something you can't even prove. Go get an electric car. You won't have to worry about it. Okay. You know how arrogant that is? As if they have the kind of money.
I believe it was somebody from the South mad about it.
Yeah, well, it's always people from the South that try to save the world. I mean, you look at modern day, and you're just like,
oh, yeah.
I know y'all made fun of us. We got kind of a rocky past, but right now we make a lot of sense when it comes to the state of the left.
The Corvette that had all the classified documents beside it in his garage, that didn't look like an EV to me.
No, not even close.
Yeah, most of us generationally left the Democratic Party. You're all the ones that are staying with them. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
It's making news today, and again, how dare someone just have their own point of view regardless of everybody. Everybody today has to be putting all these neat little corners, and if you step out of your corner and you're a little bit diverse in your views on things, it's almost it's just not allowed anymore. You must go over and be in your little cartoon corner, and you must not violate the cartoon image of yourself. Roseanne Barr, I don't know that we would find 4 or 5 things we'd agree with Roseanne Barr on, but she did vote for Donald Trump. She's been open about this, and she also brought her show back, and on her show, she actually has the audacity to present every worldview you can think of as opposed to just one.
Yeah.
And of course, she's garnering tens of millions of people watching the show. And she was asked by Jimmy Fallon. Now, there is language that is beeped out in this, Roseanne, she's got.
We hope it's beeped out today, Rick.
As Greg would say, she's a classy broad.
Yeah,
but anyway, her very crass comment, but her attitude by all those in the entertainment business and the Hollywood left being angry with her support of Donald Trump, Jimmy Fallon asked her about that on the show.
Then also with the big hit comes people that aren't so happy as well. If you say that you're a supporter of Donald Trump or...
Oh, yeah, people are mad about that.
Yeah.
But, I don't give a
Yeah. I mean, is that how you deal with it?
everybody had to choose for themselves, according to their own conscience, who they thought was the lesser of two evils.
That's it.
Everybody chose that, so I'm not going to put anybody down who didn't vote like me. This is America. It's a free country, and, when you weigh it all together, I just felt like we needed a whole new thing all the way, bottom to top.
And there it was.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Roseanne fan.
How's she
Never
feel?
have been. Didn't watch the old show. Hadn't watched this.
Yeah,
one.
me
But
too.
she's a character now.
I'm going to tell you the truth. The show's funny.
Well, the thing that she's taking on is it really doesn't matter what we agree or disagree on. She says, I'm supposed to be living in a country that candidates come before me, and I can pick either candidate I want, and I really shouldn't be, tarred and feathered or taken out. They shouldn't. Nobody should show up with pitchforks and torches and drag me off and say that I can't be, represented. I can't still work in my field because I didn't line up, like I said a minute ago, in my little cartoon image. Yeah. Oh, I'm in the entertainment business. I've had some success. I socially say some things that are socially liberal, so I can't vote for Donald Trump because I think that the American government has become so ridiculous that I'd like to bring in people from the outside to see if they can't go in and change some things fiscally going forward to maybe put our country in a better position around the world when it comes to some of the ways that we enter into these deals that are not good for the American people. And I think this guy would do a better job at it. And I find Hillary Clinton to kind of be a repulsive candidate. And she's done enough things to me that I really wouldn't want to put her in there. That doesn't mean anything other than in this particular election, I picked Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. Why is that such a big deal?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what she's saying.
Yeah.
And she said, and if you didn't, that's fine. That doesn't mean we can't, work on the same show together, or we can't, why has this become so, this, I have to be treated and people screaming at me and calling me all kinds of names. So it just shows.
Or putting a hit out on you.
Yeah, what about Kanye? I mean, he's got the gangs looking for him now.
Kanye West can't support who he wants to support without a hit being put out on him. Is that we really are turning into? We said it a minute ago. These are more examples. We are turning into a bunch of animals. Yeah, a bunch of animals.
So it's like a third world country where warlords are in charge.
You're gonna put a hit out on somebody because of the political candidate? Yeah. Do y'all hear how that sounds? What do y'all know the kind of countries that have that kind of that goes on?
Ignorant.
I mean, it's not a civilized country.
No, Rick, it ain't even close. Ain't even close.
So anyway, but the good thing about all these things, as I said yesterday, I've said it before, is when people get upset, you get to see who they really are. When everything's going wonderful for you and everything's smooth, anybody can hide from you who they are in those things because they're thinking clearly. They're not responding emotionally, and they're calculating what they're going to do and not do. But when people get pressed and pushed, then who they really are comes out.
Yep.
I wasn't the first person to say it. People think that these things create character. Really, they just reveal whether it's there or not already. People who respond.
Maybe we need to work on the things that build.
There goes the phone troll music. If you're watching on YouTube, that's what's playing right now. The phone troll music, 866 We Be Big. Now, this is a little different on format. This is when all callers fire in. We screen them up. We get them ready to go. We narrow you down to a 30-second question, comment, bringing information to the table. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Unless Bubba calls a timeout, he's toting 2 of those today because Helmsy is on the phones right now at 866 We Be Big. But we do not allow meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, nothing like that. Baby predictions won't work here. It's just not the format for it. What it is designed for is for you to get an opportunity to come in and join us at 866 We Be Big. And a lot of you can get in easily here. And then, of course, not only do you get in, but if you're in line, the buzzer also makes it a little easier for you to continue, moving to the line to get up to the front quicker. It's almost like you being in traffic. All of a sudden you look and the traffic started moving, how good that feels. I do want to say this, a couple things that we haven't hit, and this is something that you need to know if you're in Dallas. Did you see the Dallas Zoo has reported the disappearance of 2, I guess you say this, Tamarian monkeys? Or Tamarian?
Sure area, Rick.
Yeah, no. Multiple animals have gone missing. I'm not that familiar with this monkey, but it looks like a monkey that has one of those, like when Kung Fu was being trained, the guy who trained him, the mustache they would wear, the long.
Long and thin.
Grasshopper. Yeah, grasshopper. And they said that these 2 have been reported missing. So if you see them, please contact the Dallas Zoo.
Now, is this, and I don't know that it is, but I heard just the tail end of a news report where someone was releasing animals like they were.
They've had more than one incident here.
Yeah, right, and they think it might have been. Them. Yeah, is that what this is?
Of course, freeing them in.
Somebody let a leopard out.
Yeah, freeing them into the human public. If you want to go grab them, get them out there successfully, and free them somewhere where they're indigenous, they won't make it very long. But I mean, that I guess I could see that, but.
Yeah, I really don't see a leopard doing well against the interstate system.
No,
they're fast.
No, they're.
Picture seeing that.
Yeah. To the phones we go. Christy in Spartanburg will get us started. There's a line available for you, too. Christy, 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys. I got my first set of contacts yesterday. I wanted to let you know that I had to go back to September, and I wanted to thank Helmsy because he coached me along with Greg to get my contacts in.
So you were able to go back and watch the YouTube video. It's almost like a contact master class.
There you go.
Absolutely. So he's saving my contacts right in for me.
All right. Well, that's good, Christy. Good. We need to start that.
Greg, did he ever?
Nah.
Yeah, did Greg ever get?
No, and we all called that, Christy. We knew Greg Burgess was never going to make it in contact world.
No. I kept having to call my daughter to come to my house and get them out. I thought, well, I can't live like this.
Greg,
Neither can she.
Greg, we're not contact people. I'm sorry. Get your glasses on. I'm sorry. Let's go.
I hate wearing glasses.
I know. I do, too. Look how torn up mine are, but I keep wearing them. Dave in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Dave, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen. Common sense scenario here. With the men's race statute, the culpability of being guilty of a heinous crime, so you have to be a certain age to be charged. So it's like the little kid that got the teacher in Virginia, 6 years old, can't be prosecuted criminally because of their thoughts. At 6 years old, how do they know that they want to change their gender? If you apply one standard, how can you not apply it to the other?
Yeah, that's a great point. If you're not to the point you can be responsible for your actions, how can you make a life choice like that?
Yes.
I mean, it's totally contradictory.
Well, that's the inconsistency of a worldview that is based through emotion and feelings. It's not going to be consistent. And we catch them in so many inconsistencies that they don't even think about it. 866 We Be Big. Lines are available. If you move now, you'll get in. Lisa in Coleman. Listen to ZZK. Lisa, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to know if this is bad of me. Got behind a Tesla on the interstate, and their personalized tag says, ha-ha, gas. Is it bad of me to want their battery to go out?
Tesla tag says "ha ha gas."
Oh, okay.
And so she wants their battery.
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, if you're bad for that, now we're all bad with you because we just heard that. And
well, I don't think I see some of them with some clever tags on it, but I don't think you want to taunt the other gas people around you. Probably not a good idea.
We've said it 1,000 times, got no problem with this being the future of transportation, the way we prefer to move around.
Your choice.
Supplemental. But there are problems. If you're a tree hugger and you think this is all about saving the world, you got some real problems coming.
Yeah. I got busted. I don't know why I do this videoing things and people catch me.
Oh, it happens a lot.
I pulled up to a remote that I was at, and the location had like 6 to 8 Tesla charging
exactly what you're
stations.
talking about.
And so I videoed that to send to the family, and I forgot they sit in the car to get it charged, and they just started waving at me like, "I see you, videoing me. I'm right here."
Well, that's not as bad as that last one you got caught on.
Wow,
that is really true.
Felt pretty silly. I ran into the store.
Satch, Autauga County. Satch, go ahead.
I have a solution for these fat boys that can't stay in their chairs. Cut the table legs off and let your chair down.
What is this in reference to? What do you mean, fat people that can't stay in their chairs?
Fat people.
Maybe we slide.
Y'all struggling.
Oh.
Huh?
We reposition ourselves.
I wrestle my chair quite a bit.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that was an important part.
Well,
Sometimes I'll slide to the edge, just depending.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I do wrestle.
Yeah, I'm not moving around because where the console is. I'm moving around because I can't sit still for 4 hours without adjusting and moving because a hip goes numb, my lower back starts hurting.
Right.
I do that at home in every chair I sit in.
Yep.
She told you, buddy.
She did. God love her. Didn't expect a woman going by the nickname Satch. Jim.
Satch don't put up with nothing.
Yes, Jim in Alabama.
Straight up.
Jim, go ahead.
Well, Satch will tell you what she thinks.
She did. She's sassy.
Hey, Rick.
That's why she's called Satch. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Hey, so back to the EV stuff and the lady talking about the battery going dead. So a year or so ago, I was in Foley. I pulled up at a gas station. Lady pulled up. Right behind me, I had my big diesel truck with my big gooseneck trailer behind it. And she said, "Sir, can you please tell me where so-and-so appliance is in Foley?" And I'm like, "Ma'am, I don't know. I'm not from here." She said, "Well, my battery has 19 miles. I'm about dead."
Oh. Well, I'd be trying to find a charging station.
Right, yeah.
How about I'm falling out of my chair and I don't want to adjust it? If you see my chair go
Satch, that made you
firing off behind me like it's been shot out of a cannon.
Kevin, go ahead.
Crash into the wheel.
Kevin. Yeah.
Our daughter is one of the unfortunate ones that has leukemia. She got first diagnosed in 2011, and she's relapsed twice. And she has had to go through a CAR T-cell thing, and now she's in remission again. So that lady that's asking for money, that's the hope.
Yeah, that's for people like you out there that are, which is an obvious thing that she certainly didn't care about.
And I was going to give you a timeout, but we're up against the hard break, so it wouldn't have done any good.
Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up, hopefully for a lot of you next hour. If not, remember you can catch the TuneIn app to stay with us or catch the archive later today. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But there's some people that don't care. They don't think that's important.
Oh, how dare you talk about things that build character, because all those things have been vilified. If we were to present the things that build character now, people would just cry in the streets.
Well, it's turned. We're not a civilization of laws and order. We turned into the law of the jungle.
Right.
And it's just anything goes.
And you can get yourself in a lot of trouble. Next thing you'll say is that Jesus called sinners to repent. Then you're really going to get in trouble. Now the church going to be mad at you.
Yeah. Man, it is good to be here. I flew in yesterday. I had a meeting around Huntsville. I went up there. Actually dropped in on the unclaimed baggage store.
Oh,
that place is insane.
Yeah. Don't you
so
love
good.
it?
Such great people, too, by the way.
Yeah.
Christian people.
Oh, yeah.
Do a lot of charity work. And then from there, this morning I get to speak to the staff retreat at Church of the Highlands.
You're speaking to Church of the Highlands staff? That may be the biggest crowd you've ever been in front of.
Actually is. Probably is.
That's good, by the way.
Now, David, are you live or are you on a big screen?
Today?
Yeah.
No, it's not a drop screen. It's live.
I was just wondering, Nasser, if you're going to speak to the staff at Highlands, why don't you have them just come up to the arena there at Liberty U and do like the convocation format?
Well, man, we had Chris Hodges, Pastor Chris, come and speak for us.
Yeah.
And he just blew the top off the Vine Center. By the way, God used you and your wife in such a tremendous way as well.
Oh,
Rick,
thanks.
when you came
What
to
an
speak.
honor to have us do that. That was very kind. Thanks.
Man, I mean, literally, like one of the most impactful convocations of that entire year was just your honesty and your transparency. And this continue to see dividends from your son's death. I mean, think about just the hundreds and hundreds of people who come to Christ because you continue to tell that story.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
We saw some of that again even this past weekend. But that, if you want to go watch that when Sherry and I were there, you can go to burgessministries.com and click on media, and you'll see when we spoke at that convocation. It's still captured there.
So, David, how long have you been at Liberty? Because you were here in our city before you went.
Right.
And how long have you been there?
Yeah, I've been there about 4 years.
Has it been that long? It doesn't seem that long.
Yeah. We really thought that we were going to spend the rest of our lives in Birmingham. We loved this city. We loved Christ City Church in Birmingham, which is a church I got to be a part of planting. And literally the week that Jerry Falwell Jr. called and said, hey, would you pray about coming? We had broken ground on a beach house down on 30A, which we saved all our lives for. And so in my mind, I thought, this is it. I'm going to go to staff meeting on Monday, be at my beach house by Tuesday, be back on Thursday. I mean, we had it like we liked it. We really, our children loved their school. Everything was just tracking. And then, isn't that just like the Lord? And then he just called me to Liberty. And we went there about 4 years ago and really saw it as an opportunity to be at the intersection of influence for the next generation. Liberty University is the largest Christian university in the world, fourth largest undergrad in the world, by far the largest school in Virginia, right at 15,000 on campus, 91,000 online, and 91 nations represented. And so it's not really a school. It's not really an institute of higher learning. It's a movement. And what God's doing right now, it's insane. And so we felt like this was an opportunity to go there and train up a generation of people that wanted to be about kingdom and wanted to be about the work of God. And so that's why we went.
So give us an update on that because, and I'm as guilty of it as anyone, when you look at the millennials, you hear that come up a lot, and you really need to talk about whatever they call that next generation because they're getting older too. So you see the college young men and women, and frankly, in most cases, in general, that's not always a very positive thing that we've been seeing.
Right.
It's been very negative. I've heard people talking about now that, feels strange. Not talking about liberty because you're going to open, but we'll see. But people saying it feels so strange to save all this money or to get into all this debt to send your kid off to an institution that's going to try to turn them away from their faith.
Right.
It almost feels like, what am I doing? I feel like an idiot doing that because the campuses have become so far left and godless and all this. But then there's liberty.
Right.
And I'm not saying that Liberty, every person that goes to Liberty is some wonderful person. I'm not that naive. But have you seen a remnant? Like Bubba said in the break a minute ago, and he was 100% right. We were discussing some of the depravity going on, and we discussed Jesus saying, as in the days of Noah. And, that was the time that God said in the book of Genesis that he regretted making mankind because everything in their heart was evil. And they were bent on nothing but evil. And he killed everybody but 8 people. Okay? And so when we were saying, how has he been so merciful as he looks at today? And Bubba said it, and he's right. He said, because we're in the church age. And the church is salt and light, and it's preserving. And I don't think people understand that.
It's a linchpin.
When you sit there,
holding back everything.
Exactly when you sit there and mock the church, I don't think for some of you the only reason why you're alive is that the earth is holding back. I mean, the church is holding back the wrath of God being handed down on everyone right now because it's the church's job to preserve and to hold it until enough people have come in that God says, now I return for the second time, and it won't be the lowly servant this next time, and there'll be no confusion. So are you seeing some of that at Liberty U, some of the salt and light we're talking about?
Absolutely.
Even in the millennials?
No, absolutely. We have a bit of a distinctive there. We call the younger, almost the freshmen and sophomore that are coming in, Generation Z. That's a generation that really doesn't want to be attributed to millennials. But then, honestly, our upperclassmen certainly don't mind being labeled that, being called millennials. But our students are the most gracious, the most inviting, the most active in their faith.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. A brand new hour of the Rick and Bubba Show has begun. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There he is, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Thank you very much.
So a couple of audios to look at. Now, Bubba, this next one based on your fall at a major box store that helps people with home improvement.
Yeah, don't read into anything there.
This may be how was your hip and your
it's every day's been
your
much
hip
better.
flexor.
Still a little sore.
You really just had a strained muscle, basically.
Yeah.
Right. Which is good news.
Yes,
that was it. Because once somebody's hip breaks here, it's the beginning of the end.
Well, when you're in that golden hip zone, and I'm right there, I mean, it's you got to, every fall could be your last.
Sure, yeah. So glad to hear that was, traumatic, but not something that was ongoing from a major injury standpoint.
Yes, we're back. We've recovered.
Right. So, but now, can you watch something where guys are recreating the Home Depot commercial theme music by using pipes?
Yes. I love
trash
these kind
cans,
of things, by the way.
Hammers and tubes.
I love when somebody beats on different things and it, they put together a good groove,
Yeah. Now, is this the area you were in when you see this? Or is that you over there around the piping?
No, that's a little different. I mean, like trash cans and buckets.
Right. This guy's ripping the blue men off. Don't they the ones that hit PVC pipes?
They do, yeah.
Put the
I like
broom in there.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. I was going to say, I like the broom.
Started out a little slow.
That's a pretty cool deal, but that's a lot of pipe in
It's
there.
a lot of pipe.
A lot of pipe.
Is it bothering you to see pipe now?
I'm good.
That makes sense. I saw somebody.
Do you see the piece of pipe you need in there anymore?
No, it was out it was outside, Rick. That's over in electrical plumbing there.
Somebody help me! Somebody help me! Help me! With me! I feel I can't
Now he's just making noise.
I know, just noise now. So
let's say it again.
But I did. Somebody did send me this. It was on the It was on the voicemail at this major big box store. It was just. They said it was a weird message. They said they went, listen.
Don't be mad with me.
What are they hitting the top of those pipes with?
Are those
what is
spatulas or something?
Well, it's going to have to be sold in the store, so I don't know what it would be.
Looks like something you do. What?
I mean, they nailed it.
I love how they duct tape the trash can.
They got that pipe down, don't they?
Okay.
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
man.
How about I want to see him play some more songs now?
Probably got a little too much time on her hands.
You think's kind of slow this time of year?
I wish
Before the
that
big
was-
garden rush.
I wish that was this staff doing that.
No wonder won't nobody help me lay here on the concrete. Then they're playing with pods.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm struggling like a turtle trying to get up.
Don't be mad with me.
Greg, that was mean.
Well, he was on his back.
Yeah, right.
We got it.
My favorite is laying on the cart and wheeling yourself out there.
I like my favorite.
I kept shopping, you know. I thought
That's the
I'd
way he
walk it off.
described how he grabbed the shelves and pulled himself up.
Yeah.
Speedy had a version of that.
Right, he did. All right.
We were playing it out when you weren't here, Bubba. We were trying to figure out because at the time we didn't know.
If you'd have seen Speedy acting out the various scenarios,
we were, speculating.
It was all speculation.
That was Greg right there.
So basically,
Told you, Blue Man.
Yeah, the Blue Man. They were the king.
They'll play some PBC in a minute.
Oh, look at me.
Okay, that ain't that good.
Does it interest you that Blake had to learn how to do all that? You know,
Yeah, it does.
I picture Blake with the blue head.
He tried out for the Blue Men and actually got down to the finals.
I wish he could have been a blue man.
Yeah, he almost got there.
What a gig. That'd been a good gig.
He made like an alternate or something. All right.
And they were like, "Sir, we can tell you were actually on the football team, not in the band. You're out." So.
Right.
You're
that's
out.
true.
Sit down.
That doesn't help. All right. So the next one, that's where I lose Bubba for the rest of the hour. He's gonna be watching one video after another of cats and snakes. Who's faster?
No, the cats and the
Oh, this is pretty impressive
Yeah.
from a science standpoint.
That's
on the
fine.
list.
I wasn't gonna bring it up. And now
You know I
got
don't
it
really
all
want
in.
to. You know I don't really want to see no snake. I mean, on
Right.
Satan's hand puppet. I don't
I
spend no time
know,
on it.
but
we've always had this saying, "Quick as a cat."
Right. Quick as a cat.
But if you just went and asked somebody on the street who is quicker, a snake or a cat, I bet it'd probably be about 50-50.
I
Don't you
guess,
think?
yeah. I mean,
maybe more so with a snake.
cat's pretty quick.
Cat's
quick
as a cat.
Yeah.
So
Agile as
you
a
got
cat.
in the story. Where is the story here? It gives the actual numbers on their
Cat-like
reaction
agility.
time. Let's see where I've lost it.
It's on the
Yes, we're good. Bubba.
yeah,
But they
number 7.
Yeah.
no, I mean there's a story that actually tells the reaction time.
20
But
to
watch this
7
right here,
milliseconds.
Rick. Watch right here.
Who set this duel up?
Boom.
Slow motion. Snake.
Wow.
It's
Slap.
like the cat is waiting. He's just waiting for the snake to make a move so he
Yeah.
can pop him in the head.
Yeah, he was locked and loaded the entire time. He knew what was
Oh,
up.
Orange
Snake already
Tabby there. He's pretty quick.
So they think the reaction time of a cat is 20 to 70 milliseconds, which is faster than a snake's, which is 44 to 70.
If you notice, Rick, the cat
Human's not good. Less than 250.
Rick, the cat is baiting the snake to strike at him. Look, he puts his nose up there like, "Come on, get me," and then when he does, he pulls it
Greg,
back.
come over here and act like a snake. Let me slap your head.
Oh, boy.
It's like Ricky Ticky Tabby.
Let's see who's got faster reflexes.
Who gonna blink?
That snake thought he had dinner.
He did. That's
He
great.
about to get him a nose, wasn't he?
What if the cat did that, knocked down the snake, and then all of a sudden, unbeknownst to him, a dog picked him up in his mouth right behind him? Slung him left to right.
Not good.
Yeah, it's one of those things like I've seen, unfortunately, and you don't want to see it. I saw a dog a couple times catch a cat. How do they ever do that? The
cat has to make a miscalculation.
Yeah,
I think.
right.
Listen, Mr. Buddy got after one. It was I come in, he was barking. It was up in a tree, and then it came to he turned his attention toward me. When it did, the cat hit the ground, and it was on then. He was close, but he couldn't get him.
Couldn't get him.
All right, Greg, let's do a reflex test. You and me, buddy. Come here. We're gonna do the slap.
What are y'all
Slap
doing?
game.
I'm not doing that.
We're up on the break. We're up against the break, Greg. Hurry.
This is the hand slap.
Yeah. Okay. What you do? Is this the one?
I got him! I got him!
Gosh, you said you.
One, best out of 3. Here we go. Oh, my God!
All right,
This is it.
This is it.
I'm one on top. Wait. Here we go. On your mark.
That's funny. All right, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
We used to play that with our
Have you
dad.
ever noticed, like, when a cat will slap at something, it'll go like 3 times
sorry.
before you go, "What? I'm not looking at
Sorry,
videos
Rick.
of it. I'm not looking at
sorry.
videos."
That's it. Relay links.
He can't
Bubba, we'll
wait.
see you tomorrow.
I'm not looking at it.
Hey, Greg's tearing up. He said his hand's stinging.
That
Nah.
computer might as well be a piece of birthday cake.
Our dad used to play that with us, and he never let us win.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
in my life. And I've got to tell you, as much as you see people, turn their kid into a college, and get into debt, and then 5 years later see them worse off than they found them.
Right.
That's certainly not the case, I think, overall in places like Liberty. We're certainly not the only ones who are seeing this idea of training champions for Christ, raising up a next generation of leaders, that are salt and light, that are ambassadors as our mandate. But goodness, the way that I've seen our students grow, I think a lot of that for us is that we actually don't over-chlorinate the pool. Honestly, we don't. I think a lot of college students have just become emotional hemophiliacs. I mean, they've just become so tender. No one can ever have a discussion without them just losing their mind. They've been celebrated their whole life. They got they got trophies for things they didn't earn. They got told how awesome they are. They have 17 people on social media and think they have a tribe that is instantly looking for their opinion on everything. So, and they got fuzz on their antlers and want to hit it up against everything. And a lot of times we'll get a student like that and we'll bring him into our context. And what we do is we sweat out their faith. I mean, this spring break, we went to Rwanda. We took 120 students to Rwanda, and they went and met their sponsor child. They came back ready to, just tackle the world. When you go there and you see what genocide did, when you go there and you become friends with a little girl who lives in what's smaller than a walk-in closet, with 6 people, you quit thinking about little tiny things that you can complain about. And then Convocation for us. Convocation's the largest weekly gathering of young adults in the world, and we'll have everything from Bernie Sanders to John McEnroe to Jeff Gordon to Jeff Foxworthy to President Trump to just all these world leaders that come our way, and every single one of them come and present an idea. And what I love about that is that a lot of times our guests will come and they'll be very much in friendly territory. They'll come, like a Ben Shapiro came last week, and he was certainly among friends there. He left going, single greatest group of people I've ever been around. These are my people. But certainly that's not the case when Bernie Sanders comes. But what we've tried to do with our students is we've tried to say, look, how you listen and how you learn is just as important as what you learn. Learn to sit in a room and learn to disagree. Hold serve. Hold your convictions. Not saying you to waver, but learn to disagree without being disrespectful. Learn to listen to 4 points in a sermon and go 3 of them I can really apply, and the other one, I don't think I like it, but I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to go and research the word a little bit longer, and I might come up with a different conclusion, and it might even be I'm even more firmed up that I disagree. And so we continue to set our students up to sweat out their faith, continue to let everything be sacred. So many of our guests that come aren't even people that share our faith. We always say we don't have to go to heaven with somebody, that we can go to Africa and build a well with. Or we can go to an abortion clinic and stand up for the unborn with. And so find commonality with someone and work with them. And honestly, we even in that, we do evangelism with the people that we co-labor with. And so there's that in the mix. There's the Institute of Higher Learning in the mix, where what people don't understand about Liberty is that our School of Divinity is our 9th largest. It's not even in the top 5.
Right.
And so, man, we got lawyers and doctors and aviators and nurses. We got people from all walks of life coming in. And my job as the campus pastor is to train them up to be on mission for God, to say wherever you go, if you're a nurse, you're at an intersection of people's life and death moments.
Yep.
Pour into them, And then we teach little bitty principles here and there. And so, we've seen our students just blossom. I mean, just bloom in that. And honestly, we've just kind of we've just raised the standard and said, live up to it. And they've really stepped into the moment.
Well, just think about how the harvest is there for those you send into law.
That's right.
I mean,
we need Supreme Court justices who are wise as serpents, gentle as doves. We need all these people.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. A couple things we'll hit, and then we'll get to some phone calls coming up next segment. Lord, you're mighty. So, I didn't even know we were still officially in a COVID-19 emergency. Did you? I had no idea because I actually live my life, and it does not appear to be an emergency. I have people who test positive for it, and they are sick, and then they come back, and people have the flu, they get sick, and they come back. People have this upper respiratory bronchial thing, RSV or something, that's what it's called. They get sick, they come back. You certainly want to watch these things, but I think we're pretty much now on the point of it's called getting sick. Now, I do not understand some of the things I still see out there, but apparently President Biden has now been criticized by conservatives because Associated Press reported that he would end the COVID emergency on May the 11th.
Right.
He previously stated in September before the 2022 midterm elections that the pandemic's over. Now, that's 8 months before the White House will officially recognize that declaration. So
once again, they're not really paying attention to him, Rick.
No.
What did he say?
I don't even know how we can possibly keep saying we're in an emergency.
But the Senate passed legislation, bipartisan legislation, to end the state of emergency in November. And if I'm not mistaken, the House is going to be debating that this week. So,
well, he said he's going to do it on the 11th, May the 11th.
Wonder why he picked May 11th.
That's. But anyway, so I don't. This is one of those things that like somebody is taking the time to plan and announce that no one's paying attention to.
Right.
Is there anybody really? I mean. Now, we live in a different culture. I get that. I mean, there's places where we live that you would have never known the pandemic ever even existed.
Right.
And people just continue on to live their lives. And then every now and then you walk over into – we're in a weird place right now where you go out through your everyday life and there's people still terrorized by all the manipulation of our lives, which I understand why that would terrorize you. And then there's people that – it's like it never even happened. And then there's a few things that are kind of somewhere in between. But anyway, so I don't know why we care about May the 11th. Does that release some restrictions in certain places maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what the ripple down effects of that are or how that plays into insurance and government guarantees on stuff and all that kind of good thing. There was a story today. I was trying to find it of a guy who is. I mean, he is still all in on this, and said that he will wear a mask the rest of his life. Rick.
Yeah, and then 95.
Did you see that?
Is that the guy
that story?
Is that the guy that was out there screaming at people that were killing children? Because we won't wear masks anymore. I saw some guy.
He was a doctor.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, obviously he has been scarred by this. He says he's going to wear N95 masks.
That's fine
from now on, no matter what.
If he wants to, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just don't ask. Just don't ask me to.
Yeah, don't make us
right. Especially when I ask you to explain why we have to, and it doesn't fare real well. But if that's what you want to do, then do it. And certainly, if you're out there and you're going through cancer treatments and your immune system's been compromised, you're not faking it. You really are.
Right.
You probably want to take some extra precautions because you really don't want to get sick of anything. The flu could kill you. Pneumonia. If COVID-19 goes south with you, yeah, sure, it could. So anyway, I understand that, but I don't know why. I don't want to cause any issue. Like I don't understand why the Adlers can only have one person with them for the birth of their child. That makes no sense to me.
Right.
How do you scientifically support that requirement? Well, I'd love to hear somebody scientifically walk that out for me.
Right.
So anyway, but
I was like, there's 12 people in the room already. What's like 2 more?
Yeah, and where's the proof that it matters? I just.
How do you personally make that decision,
guys? I remember being at the hospital looking out, and there were people holding up signs in the front yard of the hospital saying like, "We love you, Grandpa."
Oh yeah,
a lot of people, not just one person, a lot of people.
Right.
It was
well.
wild.
I mean, just in general with infectious diseases, let's just say day in day out.
Yeah.
The hospital has to go the extra mile. I mean, we can have things there break out you wouldn't have normally. They have people in there with stuff. So I don't like it if I have to put a mask on when I go in. But I understand it. I mean, that's kind of a little hotbed for things, non-COVID. You know, your run-of-the-mill stuff.
Yeah.
So, but you know, I just hate it. You don't get to have but one person, Adler. So it means all of us can't come up there and have fun too.
I know.
Right.
We could.
We were either going to have Aaron's mom or you, Bubba. So
That's tough.
I know.
It's still deciding.
It's a toss-up. I know my role.
I'll
got
take
it.
you 10 years back. When Maddie was born, every one of you came up to the hospital and hung out, and it was so much fun.
Yeah.
And goodness, I just hate Adler can't experience that.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing I don't get, if these magic masks do their magic job, couldn't everybody just magically put on the magic mask and come up there and be fine?
And Adler, here's the good news. If for some reason baby's running late, I may be up there for another scan.
Okay,
stop by. You know, I can just swing in there.
That's a good point.
Yeah. You can't keep me out. I'm a fellow patient.
You're on the Bubba wing.
That's funny.
So I went by yesterday, stepped into Dad's cardiologist to get something, and everybody had to have masks on when you walked in. I mean, it was a requirement. It said at the door, mask required. Okay, I understand it. You're there. I'm gonna wear my mask. But everybody is so done with it. No, maybe two people were wearing it correctly. Maybe two people. Everybody is so worn out with the mask thing. Half of them are at the chin. Some of them are like just above the lip, below the nose. It's just, and some just declared I'm not wearing one. And so it's just all over the road.
Well,
it's tough though. Everybody's just worn down on it.
Well, honestly, I'll just be quiet about it. Chin strap. Just send us pictures. I'd hate to be in a position that I have to pick the only family member. I guess you have to say.
What a decision.
I guess you have to say, Mama of the Mama.
Yeah.
Is the highest ranking person in the birth process.
That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, I get because she's the one that's going to go through it.
Yep, it was either that or Chris Wood, and we went with.
You know
Aaron's
what?
mom.
It was close. It was a tough choice, but probably the right.
If he could give play-by-play of that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Saw him the other day
in the hockey play-by-play voice.
Right.
Yeah.
With hockey analogies.
16 to 1.
I'll never forget that.
That's great.
That's right. It's awful real, Adler.
Oh, yeah, boy, it's coming up.
It is. Yeah, I mean, it's when somebody says something's day after tomorrow, it's a game changer.
It gets here.
Put this way, Friday gets
it's on
here
you.
quick.
It's on you.
When all of a sudden it fits where you don't even have to say the date the day of the week anymore, or the date. You just say day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Then that turns into tomorrow. Then today.
Yeah.
And we're down to those words now.
I'd like you to bring your bag in tomorrow and let us go through it on the air and see what you need to add or take away.
Okay.
That's good.
All right, my hospital bag. All right,
Yeah.
that sounds good.
How far out do y'all go to? Does anybody go to using days any further out than day after tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't go. Or maybe a week from. If I say
you
it's going to be a week from
I'll
today.
say Friday week. Or Saturday week.
Yeah.
How about this? On Tuesday, if
weeks
something's
out.
on Thursday, are you still calling it Thursday? Or do you say?
Generally.
Or do you
Day
say?
after
Or do you?
tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll wait till Wednesday and say tomorrow.
I do. I do day after tomorrow. Now I'll start it day after tomorrow. Anything other than that, I'll still keep calling it the day of the week. But day after tomorrow, I start using those phrases. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, now I got an email last night, and I couldn't believe what I was reading because I was out of the loop. And I guess we did mention it. We always do. If there's a new lineup on Dancing with the Stars, and we laugh about the people that are going to be in it and all this. But I guess I just don't recall it, which is very possible. But Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is on Dancing with the Stars now. Was
Formerly known as Luau Cinder.
Was he removed? Was he removed on the first round? Because
isn't this an athletes only version?
See, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know that.
I don't know. I mean, good for him. It was uncomfortable. You know, again, I don't know what it is with. 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Your phone calls are coming in. Calvin Speedy Wilburn is on the phones, and whatever you want to talk about, you can right now at 866 We Be Big. So what is a biopic versus?
Isn't that like when you? I mean, it's like when you tell somebody's life story, right?
Like a biography. So the film version of that would be a biopic,
What does the OPIC part stand for?
Does that mean that we get approval from the family?
Or would that be an autobiopic?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. That's an auto.
So if it's a biopic, does that mean
biopic.
a third party?
It's biopic.
Yeah.
Ain't that
Third party does
It
it?
looks like biopic, but I think it is said biopic.
Biopic.
But
here,
I said it biopic my entire life because that makes sense. Life movie.
Biopic. 100%.
Yeah.
So a biography is when somebody says we did the research on you ourselves as a historian. An autobiography is written by the person themselves. And sometimes a biography, they'll actually interview the person. But I guess a biopic, as y'all call it, or a biopic, is the film version of what a biography would be. It'd have to be.
Yes.
So anyway, Michael Jackson's nephew, Jafar Jackson. Now, whose daddy is Jafar?
Is that
some of Jermaine? No, that's Your Majesty.
He's
got more than one.
Is that some of Jermaine's bunch?
But you got a bunch. You got Tito in there. You got
okay. I don't know who he's
Marlon.
It's Jafar or Jermaine.
Is it Jermaine's?
Is it Jermaine's son?
Jermaine Jackson is Jafar Jackson's dad.
Okay.
How old is he?
Who, Jafar?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No. So
but he's mad at Aladdin and Jasmine, I'll tell you that.
Right. So that's funny.
I bet Your Majesty's mad about it because he didn't get to do it.
Who gets the name Your Majesty? But Michael Jackson's nephew, Jafar Jackson, is going to play him in a biopic.
Oh,
so there we go.
No, we've had those before, hadn't we?
We have. Plenty of Michael's. Let's go to the phones.
It'll always be an interesting topic.
Oh, here we go. Jafar Jackson is 26.
Okay. Kansas City. Steve is standing by.
Steve.
Go Steve.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
We're really good, yeah.
Calling from beautiful Kansas City, Missouri, where it's 17 degrees.
You fired up about the game this weekend?
Or next weekend?
Next
Oh,
weekend.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let's go. Need to get the Chiefs.
I got to quit.
Got to get them well. They a lot of limping around. All right, so, yeah, go ahead.
Got to heal that ankle up now. Yeah. Drop a couple more of those bath bombs in that hot tub. It's fine. So I got a quick question for you.
Okay.
In our wonderful woke culture that we're moving into further and further, and it's getting harder and harder to use words like he or she or man or woman, or the words I'm concerned about right now are male and female. How in the world are these plumbers going to order fittings at the supply house?
That is a great point.
Mm-hmm.
Or electrician.
Yeah.
Just curious.
I haven't thought about that.
Every
trickle down. So we don't think about that.
Every connector we have is male and female.
I've always thought that was weird.
Mm-hmm. Well, it does kind of help you know. Though.
It does,
it
but
did
it
make the point. But you're right.
Yeah,
Right.
And
weird
and how they fit together.
Yeah.
Well, it goes back to
which kind of answers a lot of questions.
It does.
There you go. It goes back to, as Bubba has said many times, and I've said before.
Well, it used to be. It's a question now. It used to not be.
If you just ended up on this planet and you came from somewhere else where there was no human being, there were no human beings, none.
Say it was a planet of kudzu.
Yeah, and you're a kudzu, but you have the ability.
you can reason.
You're a piece of kudzu, but you have the ability to reason.
Yes.
And suddenly, human beings showed up, and you're like, I don't know what's going on here. How does all this work? And all of a sudden, we said, well, if you look over here, we have nude models of two human beings. One is a male, one is a female. A person who'd never been here before in their lives would look at the anatomy of the two and go, "Oh, I see how this works."
I get it. I get it.
Almost like almost like it was designed for that.
Yeah.
So, and that's really not even a very deep thought.
No,
it's just so blazingly obvious. To the phones we go. Let's go to Bobby in Alabama. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, guys. I hope your Tuesday's doing well.
Yes, sir.
It is.
Yeah, quick synopsis of inflation. If you look at the Dollar Tree, they still call it the Dollar Tree or Dollar General, but it's $1.25 now. So people should realize right away we have a 25% inflation rate at least.
Yeah, that's funny.
And then, yeah, so, and every time I go in there because I go get a Coke because it's easy just to stop in because my office is close by. And I go in and, I'll mess with the lady at the cash register. I said, when are they going to change the marquee out here to the $1.25 tree? But another topic real quick is the mask. I went through the Wendy's drive-thru, and they all had masks on. And going back to your conversation earlier, it was below their lip. And I said, you don't have to wear a mask for me. And she said, no, we choose to. And I'm like, well,
no, you don't.
You're choosing to.
You're wearing a chin strap. Yeah. Really, what you're saying is I find a chin strap to be fashionable.
Yeah. I bought this personal one. And I like wearing it.
And how about Bobby seem like a cheerful guy?
I'd like to run with Bobby. Yeah, maybe go to a meeting 3. Kerry in Alabama. Kerry, go ahead.
Hey, this is Kerry.
Yes. Hey. That's kind of
why we talk about the statues that we have that everybody's wanting to get rid of. We've got a state of Alabama Confederate Park down here, about 40 acres. If they want to take their statues out of their towns, let's bring them all down here to the Confederate Park and put them in there.
Well, that would make sense.
To do that for us.
Well,
it
would make
good to hear from Trace.
It really is, and I hope your daughter's food allergies have gotten better.
Yeah.
But I will say that
you gotta go deep for that one.
You got to really know your Rick and Bubba for that one. But I would say what you say makes sense. These are historical moments in our
monuments,
and so these monuments are depicting these moments in our history. They happened, and so why not put them all in something like a park like that you can go and find out what is the Confederacy, why was it created, what was the misnamed Civil War all about. Learn all about it, the good, the bad, the ugly, and not hide that from anyone. I think it's important to learn history. But, yeah, if somebody, but I will say this, the placement of them at times might have been ill-advised. And if someone doesn't want them and they have the freedom to remove them, they certainly can. But to rewrite history or to erase history, probably not wise, because we've been taught by many wise people. Then we run the risk of repeating it.
Yep.
So putting them in some of those parks is actually a pretty good idea. We continue. Let's go to Daniel in Georgia. Danny, I should say. Danny, go ahead.
Danny.
Daniel.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
My wife fought cancer for 10.5 years. I lost her in September.
Sorry.
I wish the good Lord to give me 5 minutes with this little hussy in a room to explain the facts of life to her.
Yeah,
you know what a real woman is.
Yeah, you have you can't have any spiritual discernment of any kind or the ability
just human, man,
to be a human being that finds something to be. I can't do that. You know how you just stop.
I know, that's just
pretending to have cancer has got to be on the list of no one should ever find a way to make that okay.
And that's one reason too that we wanted to bring that story to light, to make sure that anybody that's thinking about doing it thinks twice about it, and for people to be cautious when people say this, that they're raising money for these things.
Go to George. Yeah, George.
George
is in Alabama. Come on, George. What's up, buddy? George.
Hey, George.
Georgie Porgy.
Hello.
George, is your name
Hello?
George? Is your name George? No, okay. All right, so there's only so much I can do there, George.
George.
I tried so hard. Let's go to Matt. Matt in Alabama. Matt, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning.
Hey.
Hey, enjoying the show.
Thank you.
I just want to get some information, or if you can give me some advice. When taking the wife hunting for the first time, is it too soon to bring out the Tinker's doe urine? Just put a little bit on the ankle and tell her, hey, a little dab will do you.
Well, it goes back to that again.
You must wear this.
If you don't desire for her to want to continue to hunt with you, it's probably a good idea. If you want her to continue to hunt with you, probably probably a bad idea.
And people come from both camps. You know, let's not assume everybody's in the same camp on that.
Yeah, well, you know, Moultrie, he obsesses over sense.
Right.
You know, he's all about it. Let's go.
Yeah, I've heard this.
Let's go to John. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, man, earlier you guys were talking about the guy that wanted to wear a mask the rest of his life on the pandemic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You know, what I was thinking was, do you think that people out there are similar to the survivalists and preppers who used to prepare for the doomsday, and the exact opposite is these people want to wear a mask the rest of their life and pretend the pandemic's forever?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think you know, we've had germaphobes before.
Yeah, that's not.
But I think the pandemic probably brought out that in some people more than before. And like you said, I think it's become a bit of a security blanket for them.
It has.
They'd rather just have it around their chin than not have it on at all.
Yeah, there's a fine line between I'm being wise with my health and being ruled by fear.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to figure that line out. 14 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know why we want to tamper with the legends like this. I mean, and put them in these awkward positions.
Mm-hmm.
And,
I'm just glad to know he's still around.
And wow, look at TV4 there. So we'll come back. I haven't watched the show, but now Jimmy says there's another show that's on right now called Splash. Did you say, Jimmy?
Well, actually, it was a couple of years ago, guys, and it was when they were Dancing with the Stars was really taking off, and they got a bunch of celebrities together to do diving.
That's
competitions.
right.
I remember that. We played that.
What was that Louis guy's name that kept diving for the military?
Yes.
Oh yeah, Louis.
Louis Anderson.
Anderson.
Doing it for the troops, Rick. Doing it for the troops.
Please, Louis, stop doing this for the troops.
Didn't he do like?
And if you think Kareem is sad watching him dance, please don't go watch him try to jump off a diving board. He was so scared to jump. I don't know if he ever went in head first. He always went in feet first. And guys, I couldn't watch it. I had to turn it off.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Did you?
The Dancing with the Stars is a little weird. That diving thing.
Oh gosh, was that Kareem?
Do you not remember that? We played that.
I know.
That
We
diving.
We played it over and over
my
and
gosh,
over
Jimmy,
again.
Jimmy, I forgot about this. Greg.
That had to hurt.
Where's Louis doing it for the troops?
Who's letting Kareem do these kind of things?
Keep those legs tucked.
Who's letting him do that?
Where is Louis at? Do we have him?
Doing it for the troops.
Gosh,
The troops said, "Never mind, Louis." We're good."
Troop said, "Thank you for the thought.
Wow.
Keep your
Jimmy,
day job."
doggone you, Jimmy. I thought what I just seen was as bad as it gets. I got to tell you what I just saw Kareem do. It's worse. This is really nothing now. Now I feel like it's no big deal. We put him in a glary suit and we got him out there at least. Oh gosh, he face plants.
Yeah, everybody's just
Right
like,
there. On poor Kareem. Why is Kareem doing this? You're a legend. Don't do this. Why is he going out doing these things? Who's in charge? Somebody stop this. You don't do this to Kareem.
7-2.
Right.
Bub, I think I got Louis here. Hang on.
So how do we know? Did they
This is for you,
did they
big
send
guy.
Kareem home?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Johnny Damon's on there too, right?
Yes.
Former Red Sox.
So it is all well.
Tanya Harding.
Adam
Rippon.
Look, here it is. Here's Louis for the truth.
Bubba, what are you doing?
Greg.
First of all, look what he's
Bubba,
wearing.
get off that diving board.
Who's the bumblebee? Who's the bumblebee?
Thing. We love each other, all of us, and so that's really the hardest thing. So
You guys have become a family here. Good luck.
thank you.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my gosh! Here comes the bumblebee.
Seriously, they had to find the swimsuit that would look the worst on him.
Oh sure. Why are we dressed him like a bee?
He
Why?
looks exactly like one, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Y'all
Who's up there with him?
push him off.
Is that Greg Louganis?
Yes.
Oh my gosh!
He was one of the
I thought that was
judges,
Killer Bees
whatever.
for a minute.
What is he doing?
Oh my gosh!
What is he doing?
Oh my, he's laying down.
What is he doing?
Oh my,
What is he doing? Louis had to have help to sit down. Look at him sitting there.
Is he gonna flip off backwards?
Oh gosh,
I
he
think
looks
he's
like
rolling off.
he looks like a giant toddler sitting there. All right, so
Get a little closer to the edge.
what is
Louis.
he doing?
He's gonna hit his head.
What is he doing, cameraman? what is he doing? All right,
Bubba.
Did you hear the sound it made?
Guys, this show came on how many years ago?
Why are we doing this?
Look at that splash.
How many years ago?
And they got so many different angles of it.
Why are we doing this?
We made fun of this years ago.
I know, but Greg, I think
It's back. It's back again.
I do recall it, but I think I removed it from my mind. You know how you'll move something out? You get it out of there? All right, we'll be back.
Bow, wow, wow.
Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls continue to come in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we enjoy chatting with you, so we'll continue chatting with you. From the email, and we always love great emails too. From the email, and I thought this, I just didn't know how it would affect people. He said, first of all, I agree with you on about 90% where you guys are coming from. So this is from a supporter of the show. And you know what? Nobody's going to be 100%. You know, you being wrong about 10% of things is not bad at all.
No, you should be very proud.
Right. Yeah. But he says this, and you know, because you know how these there it was, I heard one. That these government programs, but he says the ending of the COVID health emergency officially is a big deal for hospitals, doctors, and pharmacies in each state, especially this state. Says, I'm a contractor for Alabama Medicaid pharmacy, and for Medicaid alone, over 400 different policies were temporarily suspended because of the COVID emergency. And ending the emergency will start the process back up.
That's good.
On all those temporary suspensions. So this will cause drastic changes for all healthcare providers in the state.
Well, that's good.
So that is good.
I'm taking that as a positive.
So the
way they wrote it.
So the reason why he says they're trying to go ahead and announce it's coming May 11th is that gives everybody time to be ready for the adjustment that is coming.
Right.
That makes sense.
I'll take that.
So thank you
Sold.
for that. So to the phones we go. Izzy is out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Izzy, go ahead.
Absolutely. I'm in Huntsville. In the TV market here, I watch MeTV, and they are bringing back 2 hours of All in the Family, 4 episodes on Sunday night.
Oh, boy.
And I just can't wait to see what's going to happen with the culture today for all of those who never grew up with
I don't know if they can handle it.
They will be crying out on the parkway.
They won't know what to do. And here's what'll really blow their mind is it was written by a liberal. That will really blow their mind.
Archie Bunker was played by a liberal.
Yeah. So
Carol O'Connor.
He was really good at it.
I think that will be.
That was one of Norman Lear's, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and he did that as a way to try to change the culture. I mean, he's very open about it.
Can today's society handle All in the Family? Izzy, that's a great question. Chris.
One of the greatest shows ever.
In Alabama. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, guys, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Well, I appreciate that. Monkey grass to you, my friend. Go ahead.
Hey, quick question for you guys. I've been thinking about this. So if I get in an accident and taken to the hospital and they have to give me blood, can I refuse? I mean, obviously, if I'm unconscious, I can't. But, like, if, for instance, like the guys that have a DNR, can I have it written out of my medical profile that I don't want tainted blood that's been tainted with the vaccine?
Wow, that's a great question.
Or,
that's
second follow-up question to that is, if I do get tainted blood, am I now considered vaccinated?
That's good.
That's two very,
some blood
very
questions.
deep questions there. We'll have to ask somebody a lot smarter than us, but that's a good point. I don't know that you can turn down COVID blood because I don't know that they specify that. You can just turn down not getting it, but if you need it, I would advise you get it since you can't live without it. And the other, I don't know that they make classification like that.
It's a good question, though.
That kind of goes back to what we said to begin with. You should be considered safe if you have antibodies for a period of time, and then it goes into the filing cabinet of your immune system. Does it retain it? So,
yeah. Well, the first exaggeration we had in all this was, oh no, these vaccines are better than even your own natural immunity. Total hogwash. Gloria.
Well, Rick, what does the shot do? It makes your body give an immune response.
Right.
You can't even compare the two because both responses are of your own immune system.
Right. Gloria, go ahead. Gloria. Gloria. Go ahead.
First-time listener or first-time caller.
Well, thank you.
Long-time listener. I said that wrong. Anyway.
It's all right. I knew what you meant.
Follow up on the Lisa Marie situation. So essentially, she did not have her signature notarized on the updated will.
Mhm.
So that's one legal issue that came up. And
Yep.
then also she, by law, should have let her mother and her old manager know that she was changing it.
Oh, here comes Scylla.
She didn't do
So
it.
let me ask you this.
You know what it is? Void.
Gloria, you obviously have expertise in this. So with those two issues, you lay that before a judge, what does he say? Or her?
Well, that's the tricky part. I'm hoping that with the next of kin, it should truly be the daughter. So I would like to see that Priscilla and her granddaughter could make a better agreement, do what Lisa Marie would have wanted, which is at the minimum to share the wealth
Yeah.
and responsibilities.
Anytime something's cranking out $100 million a year, people are going to be grabbing.
Yeah.
Now, look, I've
Greed, greed, greed.
Look,
That's the
well,
best
Takes a
way.
lot to keep Scylla up.
Yeah, and that shouldn't surprise us. I've seen families before literally get in fights over $1,200 left in Mama's account.
Oh,
it's amazing the way people act.
Look,
Let's
the
go.
granddaughter can hang on. Still ain't getting younger.
You're right. Jared says he can answer the blood question. All right, Jared, you're on. We got about a minute and a half. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I'm a resident physician here at UAB. I just wanted to chime in on the blood transfusion question. Essentially, yeah, like you were saying, Bubba, we do not track whether or not blood has been from a donor that's been vaccinated. Also, all your blood products are going to undergo a process that's going to eliminate most of your antibodies. So that just helps prevent general reactions to all your blood products.
Mm-hmm.
And so theoretically, no one is going to receive antibodies from blood.
So what about so that would include people who are vaccinated? That's not going to have any impact on you if you got some of their blood?
Correct.
Yeah, most of those things won't make the transfer.
I got it. They won't make the transfer. It's a good question. And
Correct.
I think,
Yeah, we put it through a process.
well, thank you, Jared. That's a big help.
Yep.
Appreciate that very much.
Of course. Yeah.
And thanks for what
Love
you do.
guys do.
Thank you what you do, man. Thank you. Glad you're there. Let's see.
Well, we need to ask him a few more questions while we had him.
Well, I have a feeling we were going to get into those. He go, well, guys, I got to go. I can only be associated with y'all so much.
Right. I'm out of here.
Okay, guys, I got to wrap it up. Where does the time go? I just thought I'd jump in here and answer that. Got to get back to it. So I won't be over. Being associated with us, it comes with risk. You have to watch how close you get to us.
I know. Even for us.
I have arm distance people in my life that I keep at an arm's distance. I'm not done with them. I just keep them at an arm's distance, and I realize for us, in most people's life, that's us.
Yeah, it is.
It's just I'll associate with them, but only so much. There's a little arm distance there. Top of the hour. Wrapping it up for a lot of you, and if that's the case, Lord willing, we'll chat with you tomorrow. If you've got more Rick and Bubba coming your way today, because we don't know how you're taking this content in, we don't know. But if you got more, stick around. If you want to find out how to get Rick and Bubba content both live and archived, go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.